Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you're watching around the world. Welcome back. It is time for the final weekend of the PUBG Global Invitational S. My name is Toffees. I am joined by Godspeed and Hypoc to kick off the festivities with the pre-show. This is where we get together and talk a little about what you can expect, watch some videos, have some fun, giggle at Toffees and his ludicrous morning energy, and have some great times. Now, this is a big day, gentlemen. The pot is huge. This is a reminder for those of you at home. We'll talk more about it, but I just want to throw out the prize pool. $500,000 for first place, $250 for second, $125 for third and fourth, but that's not the reality of Hypoc. It's like double that.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen it kind of trending every single week now where, I mean, these prize pools get crazier and crazier, right? The interesting thing, and I know we'll talk about this a lot as the show goes on, but there's a couple of scenarios now with it increasing as much as it has. Even if Gen G do get a good solid placement, there's a few teams that can still take it.
Yeah, I mean, very excited about it. Crowdfunding is included. The winners are going to make probably north of $1.1-ish million. That is an insane amount of money. Biggest FPS prize pool in history. Top 10 in esports history. This is absolutely wild. This event has been awesome. But like you said, it's a big one. Godspeed. All 5 teams who have won the previous weekly finals are represented here this week. That's pretty exciting if you ask me.
It's absolutely exciting, but it's also very scary, especially when you have a team, which I'm sure we'll talk about quite a bit in this show, like Gen G, who is not a shoo-in to win, but realistically, all they have to do is just get a good placement. They don't even have to win, and they're going to walk away with this. But the other crazy thing is what Pac said is there's so many different scenarios that could also play out. Gen G could have a bad weekend, and then ultimately, we really have just one of the most exciting. In fact, this is the most exciting weekend, I think, in PUBG history. This is going to be a historic one for sure.
Hands down. And we have so many stories to take you guys through. Remember, we care deeply about the players. They've gone through incredible COVID-19 protocols to make sure that they're safe. And it has been a success as we come into the final weekend. We're very, very excited about that. We're going to talk about the 4 teams from one region making it for the first time. We're going to talk about the European teams who slid in at the last second. We're going to talk about the absolute dominance of the East. That's coming up in the pre-show. But for now, we want to show you a little something we call rivals between 4 a.m. and Digital Athletics.
What the? Yeah! 开始了，兄弟们！开始了！我觉得大家玩的都非常开心。
Dışarıdan insanlar tarafında bu iki takım arasında bir kavga, bir sertlik, hani bir savaş durumu varmış gibi duruyor ama aslında bu iki takım için de eğlenceli, zevkli bir aktivite. Biz kesinlikle onlara öyle düşman gözüyle bakmıyoruz. Yani bu aradaki buzları eritmek için isterlerse beraber ranked oyunlar oynayabiliriz.
这样帮个人语言边打边语言边打游戏。 怎么输了呀？
Biricili suitli bu arada. Pompalısı falan var. Orada bir tane daha.
Ağır linç yeriz bu arada kaybedersek.
Sen ne var? Helal.
Sağdan gelmiş öldü bu arada.
Helal. Helal. Mako bir tane daha var. Şu arada var bir tane. Helal.
Marco sayesinde kazanacağız bence.
Öncelikle Gadvi'ye geçmiş olsun dileklerimizi iletiyoruz ve umarım en yakın zamanda sağlığına kavuşur. Umarız ki büyük bir sağlık problemi yoktur. Lobideki hani bu 3 haftadır aramızdaki süren savaş en çok lobideki diğer takımların içine yaradı. Umarız ki kalan 3 haftada biz ve onlar çok daha başarılı olurlar. Bu ilk 3 haftanın acısını çıkartırız.
希望我们两个队伍这次比赛都可以取到不错的成绩，然后拿到更多的奖金。
Şey. Teşekkür ederiz desinler bunlardan.
怎么说？怎么说？
Teşekkür ederim.
谢谢克雷德里。
Nice.
拜拜。
Welcome back. That was fun. You know, DA may have won that, but ultimately it's 4 a.m. that made it to the weekly final. We're going to see them this week, putting up some big numbers. Hypoc, let's talk about them for a second. They are a team that has made it to 2 weekly finals prior to this one, or placed, I should say, in 2 weekly finals prior to this one, which is pretty good. Only 4 teams, I believe, have got 2 or more placements. And GodV is back in the roster now.
Yeah, I'll be honest, they've looked a little rocky since obviously that went down and GodV was on a short absence from the team. But again, everything we know about this team, I put them in the same bucket as I would, FaZe and Gen G in terms of get them to finals and we see the true 4 a.m., right? These guys are coming out, and especially now that we're switching back up to the Super for the finals, without these early game problems, we've talked about it a number of times in the first few weeks, I think 4 a.m. can really flex themselves out.
I really hope so. And Godspeed, you've played at this level, right? Or at the highest levels with some really good teams. Talk to me about what that would be like. 4 a.m. finishes 3rd the first week, 1st the second week, then GodV gets shingles and is out, which is not easy. From what I understand, that's similar to like an adult version of chickenpox, incredibly painful. How hard is it for a team to lose that kind of leadership, and how long do you think it takes to get them back integrated into fighting form?
First of all, yeah, shingles sucks. But at the end of the day, hoping that God v Now is pretty much completely over it. I don't think it would actually take that long for them to get back and forth, because you still have 3 players of the team playing at this level with their sub, and now that God v is back, really just comes back. It just comes to him getting comfortable again, or really just kind of warming back up and getting in position. I think 4AM will be fine, and obviously this is the week for him to show back up.
All right, if you think they'll be fine, maybe you can pick them to be the big winners. We're going to go over a couple of pick'em recommendations for you guys to get in before the final start today. But before we tell you who to pick, let's tell you how to pick. This is the Pick'em Challenge.
Hey guys, we're already at the end of our Pick'em Challenge, and sadly, this really is the last chance. So, you really need to pick more carefully than ever, right? The prize money for the last Week 6 weekly final is $500,000. If we add crowdfunding to this, the winner of the Week 6 weekly final is going to take home a ton of money. And you know, in PGI S, the winner takes all. The final boss will become the champion. With the final weekly final coming up, let's take a look at the highest ranked teams in the prize rankings. Currently, Gen G is standing strong in first place. Second is Digital Athletics. Third is Metagaming. And fourth is Zenith. And then it's Infantry. Although Digital Athletics is in second place in the prize rankings, they haven't won a weekly final yet. They accumulated all their prize money by coming in second in the Week 4 weekly final and fourth in the Week 5 weekly final. Metagaming has also climbed to third place in the prize rankings by coming in second in the Week 5 weekly final. However, neither team has made it to the Week 6 weekly final. Sadly, Digital Athletics and Metagaming's treasure hunt ended there. Anyway, the stage is set perfectly for the grand final, with so many strong teams advancing to the Week 6 weekly final. Which team will be crowned the champions of PGI S? My head is about to explode just thinking about it. Now, let's calm it down and get ready for our very last Pick'em Challenge. So, let's take a look at the Weekly Chicken Winners Pick'em Challenge. A total of 247,801 of you guys have participated in the Weekly Chicken Winner Pick'em Challenge. And the team with the most votes was Gen G. Second was Shoot to Kill. Third was Infantry. Fourth is 4 Angry Men. And all 4 teams made it to the Week 6 weekly final. If there are too many options to choose from, why don't you check out this data? We've researched the teams that have always won a chicken dinner whenever they advance to the weekly final. The team who made it to the weekly final 4 times and won 4 chicken dinners is Daytrade Gaming. Advancing 3 times with 3 chicken dinners is Sonics. And the teams who made it to 2 weekly finals and then won 2 chicken dinners are 4 Angry Men and FaZe Clan. Okay, so think carefully about your choice. Now, let's check out the long-awaited weekly final Top 4 Pick'em Challenge. In fact, the weekly final Top 4 is the most directly correlated with PGI S ranking. The prize money isn't all for first place. The second place team will also win $250,000, plus a huge amount from crowdfunding. I'm sure all the teams at the top of the standings are really starting to feel the pressure about winning PGI S. As of midnight on March 26th KST, 770,258 of you have participated in the weekly final Top 4 Pick'em Challenge. First place is Gen G. Second is Infantry. Third is 4 Angry Men. Fourth is Multi-Circle Gaming. All of these teams are incredibly strong, so it won't be surprising if they win. Among them, which teams do you think will come out in Top 4 in the final Week 6? Okay, let's take a look at the first place team in the Week 6 weekly final Top 4 Pick'em Challenge, Gen G. In the first week, Gen G was 13th in the weekly final Top 4 Pick'em Challenge. But in the Week 2 weekly final, they came in 3rd place with 2 chicken dinners and skyrocketed to the top of the standings. They were the first team to advance to the weekly final by winning the first chicken dinner in 2 consecutive weekly survivals. And now that the Week 5 is over, they are number 1 in the prize rankings. They showed an incredible performance in the weekly survival, which decided who would advance to the final Week 6 weekly final. In the middle of the game, Esther and Pio got taken out and cut their strength in half. And to make matters worse, Loki also got knocked, which set up a do-or-die situation for the one-man army in Onyx. But in the 2v1, Onyx devastated Odin with a perfect decision-making and godlike accuracy. Can you see that 1 on his HP bar? How does he do it? Maybe the reason that Gen G is at first place in the weekly final top 4 Pick'em Challenge is because they keep putting up amazing performances like this every single week. Gen G are keeping their eyes on the PGI S prize. Can they continue their rise to the top? Aren't you excited to find out? Infantry, who is second in the Week 6 weekly final top 4 Pick'em Challenge, have been consistently supported throughout the Pick'em Challenge, without a lot of fluctuation in their rankings. Although they failed to advance to the Week 3 weekly final, they are always at the top of the list for the weekly final top 4 Pick'em Challenge by showing amazing performances every week. Longsker really stood out in the Week 6 weekly survival. All alone, Longsker kept waiting for the battle in the water to end, and that decision was a stroke of genius. Longsker eventually landed his shots and sent Buriram United Esports to the next lobby. As they eliminated the last man standing, IQ 500 from Division X Gaming, Infantry won a chicken dinner. Will Longsker's marksmanship give Infantry another thrilling victory in this last weekly final? You can almost count on it. The third place from the Week 6 weekly final top 4 Pick'em Challenge, it's 4 Angry Men. In fact, God V, their anchor, was absent due to health issues, and the team was looking kind of shaky. They even failed to advance to the weekly final 3 weeks in a row. But at least in the weekly final top 4 Pick'em Challenge, 4 Angry Men has always been at the top of the list. 4 Angry Men really woke up before the last weekly final. 4 Angry Men looked invincible when occupying the Rock Mountain. They sent all of the enemies that came into their sight to the next lobby the hard way. Taking an advantage of the high ground, 4 Angry Men won a chicken dinner with their intelligent decision-making. 4 Angry Men always seems to be able to find their way out of tough situations. Let's see what kind of twists they'll bring to the last weekly final. The 4th place team in the Week 6 weekly final top 4 Pick'em Challenge, it's Multi-Circle Gaming. They proved that they're a strong team in the Pick'em Challenge by climbing 16 ranks compared to 5 weeks ago. It seems like winning a chicken dinner in the Week 6 weekly survival match 1 had the biggest influence. They're the strongest team right now, so shouldn't there be a good result? The 5th place team in the Week 6 weekly final top 4 Pick'em Challenge, everyone knows Shoot to Kill is the most aggressive team out there. Although they slumped a little bit by not making it to the Week 4 and Week 5 weekly finals, they have always been high in the Pick'em Challenge rankings. Although Shoot to Kill was considered weak, especially on Miramar, they were transformed in the Week 6 weekly survival match 10. The team that passed Shoot to Kill in Miramar Valley could not avoid their unlucky trip to the next lobby. Virtus Pro, as well as Petrichor Road. In the end, they won against ENCE and were able to win a chicken dinner on Miramar. Shoot to Kill won their first chicken dinner in Miramar after a 2-week hiatus. Although they're currently 10th place in the prize rankings, I have a feeling that their confidence will bring about a huge upset in this weekly final. In addition to currently high-ranked teams in the Week 6 weekly final top 4 Pick'em Challenge, I can definitely recommend FaZe Clan, a strong team from the European region who won the Week 3 weekly final. They were consistently above average in the Pick'em Challenge, but it seemed like they weren't going to make it to the Week 6 weekly final. In the Week 6 weekly survival match 15, they faced Team Liquid, a strong team from the European region, in a 2v2. With Uba's great teamwork and damage and AT's cleanup, they finally punched their ticket to the Week 6 weekly final. FaZe Clan have won 9 championships in numerous tournaments, so won't they continue to show their pedigree? The last recommended team is the winner of the Week 1 weekly final. It's the Afrika Freaks. Along with Gen G, they have made it to the weekly final 6 consecutive weeks. Their Pick'em Challenge rankings have really been a roller coaster, depending on their condition in the weekly survival so far. Afrika Freaks have made it to every weekly final with amazing strategy and marksmanship. They became the kings of the Sosnovka military base in the Week 6 weekly survival. The last showdown between Mitralius from Digital Athletics and EJ from Afrika Freaks is going to be breathtaking to behold. Since they opened up PGI S by winning the Week 1 weekly final, the Afrika Freaks will definitely want to wrap up PGI S by winning the Week 6 weekly final too. You can look forward to the Afrika Freaks showing their full potential as they strive to win PGI S. So, have you made up your mind yet? You can't say, I'll get it right next time anymore. This is the last Pick'em Challenge. You have one shot, one opportunity, so carefully think about your choice. Since the voting ends on Saturday at 7 p.m. KST, do not miss your chance to vote before then. That's all for now, but I'm sure I'll see you around someday.
All right, just in case you want to try to spend some coupons, let's take a quick walk down coupon lane and hear what the experts next to me have to say about it. So we'll start with you out there on the end, Hypoc. Tell these good people where to spend their coupons and who you think is going to win the weekend. Let's hear this. I want to hear this. Let's do this.
I mean, advise, right? So this is just based on a feeling. Obviously, I'm not going to say anybody's going to win coupons or points off this, but I mean, if you've been part of PUBG for the last few years, like there's no reason not to bet on Gen G in the final week here. You'd just be lost otherwise, right? The other ones that stick out to me, again, this is just purely looking at the other weekly final statistics. MCG, Day Trade, weirdly enough, have the highest top 5 placement in the weekly finals. Again, that's a little skewed by the fact that they have so many chicken dinners, but statistically, they're looking like a really solid pick this weekend.
Nice. And who do you think? Who's your pick for the overall or for the win, the big win?
Gen G, obviously.
All right, fair enough. Godspeed. Your recommendations and your pick.
To kind of bounce off Hypoc, yeah, if we're just going solely off of recommendations for other people and their coupons, Gen G obviously is one of those. It's really hard at this point not to pick them, but also infantry phase. Never, ever count out phase, especially in a situation like this where they potentially could win it all. Those were the 3 teams that I would personally recommend to choose.
Perfect. And to help you maybe remember, we got the top 5 sort of plays of what happened during the week. We can take a look at those in just a second. But also, we can keep talking about some of that awesome stuff, things to invest in. I would also say if you're just running on statistics, Gen G and Infantry have placed 3 times in weekly finals. SDK and 4AM have placed twice. So of all the teams who've made weekly finals consistently, they consistently get coupons or points for people. So go ahead and look at that. And I don't know how anybody could really bet against Gen G, to be honest, right now. They are just absolutely insane. They're peaking, not even peaking at the right time. They've been great since the beginning, Hypoc, and they just haven't let off the gas.
No, they haven't. I mean, it's ironic. We're now looking at the 4th top play. This Inonic's clutch. This is the highlight of the tournament for me. This has been one of the best, I guess, the best end games in the survival meta, where you can literally see everybody's just so scared to peek, and then Inonix finds an opening and absolutely punishes for it. And I think this is synonymous with the way Gen G have performed, right? How many times have we seen them come through in, the first few matches in the survival, come through to the weekly finals and continue that consistency, which is why we've seen them at the top right now.
Next one we're going to see is going to be T1 and Buriram. Buriram has been, though, quite the force in this tournament, Godspeed.
Buriram has indeed been the aggressive force of this tournament, and I've compared them to Day Trade as well as Petrichor, who unfortunately are not here, but they are just absolute Vikings of PUBG. And what I mean by that is they are berserk. They will go out and they will fight any team at any cost, damage or detriment to themselves. And whether they come out on top or not, they continue to repeat that process. This is a team that absolutely loves to fight, and fight they will, whether, again, it works out for them or not. Love watching that team.
All right, so I could go on to the next one. This is Infantry versus Afrika Freaks. You got to love that pre-nade you did on that last push. But this is a tough thing, getting people out of this house, Hypoc.
It is, yeah. I mean, unless you have Longscore on your team. You can see here the pre-nade on the door. Again, how many times have we just seen this guy? Infantry are a team that I keep saying that they literally live for the scraps. They love these awkward fights, and where it comes down to really close quarters engagements. Time and time again, they just come up huge. I mean, Longscore and 9 for me have been headlines. I would argue Longscore has been the most impressive player this tournament.
And again, it's Infantry versus Buriram again, Godspeed. 2 teams that keep showing up in the top place.
Yeah, but this plays particularly as well from Longsker. I mean, he was in the water for so long while Burirem was fighting everyone around. And I also want to give a shout out here to DXG. Although this was a lost duel to Longsker, I mean, not many players can actually win a duel against Longsker. DXG have really started to show that they've woken up. Is it a little too late? I'm not exactly sure. We'll have to see, but they're a team that in the last week, they made their first weekly finals and they finished in the top 6 and now making the last weekly finals again. Yeah, I'm kind of looking forward to DXG as well, even though we're talking about how incredible Buriram and Infantry are.
No, I'm excited that somebody is excited about DXG. That is cool. I like that Longsker play. It had distinct 2019, 2018 vibes to it, sitting in the water until the very end and then winning out of it. That was kind of fun to watch.
I was going to say, Interrogate would have been very proud watching that one back. That's all I know.
Big truth.
Oh, my goodness. But here's what I liked about this week. If we go back and take a quick second and look at the survivals, this week was about resilience for me. Hypoc, we saw Oath. They got smushed by Inonix. That was a throw. They shouldn't have lost there. They found their way back through and made it to the weekly final. The second to last game of the day, we saw in the highlights, Team Liquid versus FaZe. They lose. Then they show up in the next game and have one of the best Liquid matches I think I've ever seen. Resilience. These teams have gotten stronger.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that last game, it just goes to show, you know, you can get circle all you want in the early game, but Liquid absolutely fought for that through the mid game and the end game. It was a fantastic victory, especially to come through in so late on in the day. Just coming back to Oath briefly, I made a comment. The second place that they had, again, argue that Inonix did Inonix things, right? And Gen G come out and clutch that win over them. The second time they got this, I think they got another second place. It was almost like they were doing their best Zenith impression, but Buriram obviously edged them out on that one. So again, to come back here to weekly finals though, just to step onto Oath, this is the time I want to see him because they've had a very, very underwhelming performance in the finals, and I've not really been able to place my finger on why, whether or not it's been just an inability to switch up, but this is the time to do it, right? They've had enough chances.
It would be great to see it. I do want to give a shout out to Oath. They are one of only 3 teams, Gen G and Afrika Freaks as well, that have made it to every single weekly final, which is a feat. Of all of the teams, 32 of them, these 3 were the only ones to consistently do it. That said, let's take a look at Ceasefire.
오늘 어떻게 이 자리에 오신지 아시나요?
소고기 사준다고 해서
그분 또 계세요?
선수예요?
네, 선수.
제가 워낙 인기가 많아가지고 누군지 가늠이 잘 안 가긴 하네요. 왜 웃어? 왜 웃어 갑자기? 맞지. 에란길 같은 경우에는 좀 궁금하긴 해요. 왜 위에 마이크를 왜 계속 가지러 가는 건지.
โซนมันเยอะเกินไปครับโซนจะจีเยอะเกินไปก็เลยอยากแย่งรถก็มันมีคนลงแบบทับเมืองเราด้วยบางทีเราหารถน้อยอย่างเงี้ย
감도 어떻게 쓰는지 궁금했거든요. 감도. 그래? 400?
고백? 야, 그
저감도네?
저감도다.
แต่ก่อนเคยใช้เหมือนพี่โอเลยเซตติ้งพี่โอ
나 감도 바꿨는데.
DPI 400.
อันนี้รู้แล้วครับแต่มันชินแบบนั้นไปแล้วก็พี่โอเอโนนิกเล่นเก่งครับเล่นเก่งเราชอบสไตล์การเล่นของทั้ง2 คนเลย
ขอบคุณครับ
อีโนนิกกับเอเธอร์ครับที่เขาฆ่าเอฟนะครับเอฟแล้วก็ฆ่าทีมอะไรนะ2 คน
입에서 제했던 거. 뭔지 알 것 같아요.
ลาดเก่งแล้วก็หล่อนะ
정말로 그래가지고
태국에서 먹혀주는구만.
รู้สึกดีครับก็แบบได้มาเจอคนที่ติดตามมาตลอดเนี่ย
어떤 심정인지 알아? 약간 내가 우버를 만난 그런 느낌인 것 같다.
이제 서로에 대해서 좀 이야기를 나누신 것 같은데 배고프시죠?
네. 헝그리.
뭘 더 좋아하는지 소고기랑 돼지고기.
เนื้อหมูครับ
오. 아, 진짜요?
돼지고기를 더 좋아.
맛있게 구우면 좀 올라.
파이팅!
파이팅.
자, 문제 드리겠습니다. 젠지 팀의 오더 선수는 누굴까요?
หมอเดินพี่ว่าใครหมอเดินพี่ว่าใคร นี่นะนี่
이러니. 왜 이러니 디 와?
นี่นี่นี่นี่นี่นี่นี่นี่
자, 정답은
นี่นี่
이러니.
리얼리?
이거 일부러 그런 거
일부러
같은데?
그런 것 같은데 돼지고기.
돼지고기 먹으려고?
알고 있어.
알고 있는 거 같아.
알고 있네.
รอบเดียวปะถ้าเป็นแชมป์โลกอ่ะ
PGC, PGI, ABT, LN.
3 ครั้ง
오케이. 오케이.
แต่เกิดปีเดียวกัน
เกิดปีเดียวกัน อันนี้เกิดออกทูเบอร์
เอาคน
ในทีมคนในทีมใช่ไหมครับ
หรือว่า2 คน
เดี๋ยว2 คนนี้
선수에서. 자, 정답은
เอสเธอร์
เอเชอร์
아, genius. How old are you?
18
18?
18
21
21?
26. 올드.
베리비 올드.
아, 이런 거 우리 물어봤어야지. 우리 몇 살처럼 보이나 이렇게 했어.
난 물어볼 수 있어. 누가 더 어려 보이는지.
ใครดูหน้าเด็กกว่า
มาพี่โอ
พี่โอ
아이스 브로큰. 아이스 브로큰.
들었지? 아까 전에 분명 그랬거든. 그거 물어보면 다 자기를 알 거야.
젠지 팀의 현재 상금 순위는
4
맞춘 거예요?
4등 정답입니다.
이번에 힌트 하나도 안 줬다,
아,
진짜.
역시 이건
와,
진짜
이거
안 줬어.
이거지.
속어지.
먹는 거 보지 않나?
오케이.
ก็อร่อยแต่เนื้อหมูอร่อยกว่า
식감이 돼지고기야.
식감이 돼지고기랑 다르긴 해. 깻잎 실충이라.
코리아 피자.
ก็ใช้พิซซ่าไหม
코리아 피자.
เขากินหมดไหมถามไม่หน่อยกินหมดไหม
กินหมดแล้ว
다 먹을 수 있다. 걱정하지 마. 김치는 다 먹어야 돼.
안 보았네.
에이스 피그 피그.
ก็ดีใจที่ได้เจอเพราะว่าจริงๆแล้วก็เป็นแฟนคลับทั้ง2 คนอยู่แล้ว ก็ได้เจอตัวจริงก็แบบรู้สึกเขินๆในนิดหน่อย
ดีมากครับเพราะว่าได้แบบจริงถ้าไม่ได้มางานนี้ก็ไม่น่าได้เจอตัวจริง
파이널 꼭 다 올라오셔서 상금 많이 가져가셨으면 좋겠고, 근데 우승은 저희 거라서. 태국어로 짠이 뭐예요?
ต้นแก้ว
짠.
손게요.
짠.
Athletes are always challenging themselves to get better. You've seen this in all sports. Esports is no exception. You can never predict the outcome. The only thing you can control is how ready you are. Over and over, players adapt, trying to improve, fighting hard for every percent gained. Give everything you've got to the challenge and show your finest. Bring your best out. Strive for perfection. It's our goal too.
Don't leave me all alone. This battle's a lonely one.
PGI S는 PUBG 팬 여러분들께 어떤 의미를 남겼을까요? PUBG e스포츠 사상 최장 기간, 최대 규모로 펼쳐졌던 시리즈, 600만 상금의 엄청난 규모와 함께 펼쳐졌던 화려한 쇼, 그리고 그 치열한 생존 경쟁 속에서 탄생한 PUBG e스포츠 스타들. 이처럼 PGIS의 S라는 글자는 팬 여러분들에게 여러 가지 의미를 남겼을 것 같은데요. 이제 그 마지막 S, 스토리만을 남겨두고 있습니다. 과연 이 최후의 결전에서 살아남아 PGIS 스토리의 최고의 주인공으로 남을 팀은 어떤 팀이 될지, PUBG 글로벌 인비테이셔널 S 위클리 파이널 6주차 최후의 결전을 지금 시작하겠습니다.
It's bittersweet that the event is coming to an end. It's been a long and really fun tournament. I mean, it's been super stressful, but either way, it's been a lot of fun, and we're going to give it our all this weekend.
무조건 저희가 우승할 것 같아요. 우승밖에 생각 안 하고 있습니다.
Even though we've had our fair share of hardship throughout this tournament, we're here to win PGI and prove that we're one of the best teams, not only in the North America region, but in the world.
ก็ดีใจมากๆครับผมที่ได้เงินก้อนแรกในรายการนี้มาครับแต่ก็มันก็เป็นแค่จุดเริ่มต้นครับเราก็ยังจะต้องไปลุยกันต่อในรอบไฟนอลต่อครับ
最后一周的决心，就我们4个人的默契，就希望能再高一点，然后还有沟通和配合。只要我们4个人打得好，就名次也不会差。
Our mindset is the same as it's always been, and we're going to show up to win. And with us being already the best team in the world on Narangal, we're starting to find our footing on Miramar, and I don't know who's going to stop us from getting that trophy.
I think ever since we heard about this tournament first, we practiced like out of our minds, put in so much time, and it's definitely shown. It's the last weekly final. We're gonna do our best and make sure we go home with no regrets.
It was a great spray towards Eddie, 1-8 shot. Easy shot comes out in the end, and the positioning.
저희 팀 장점 중에 하나는 개개인 한 명의 선수가 모두 슈퍼플레이를 할 수 있고 뭐 한두 명 이런 선수들이 난다고 해도 그 누구도 저희를 이길 수 없을 거라고 생각하고 있습니다.
Welcome back. It's the PUBG Global Invitational S final weekend. You saw the players entering the booth. You saw the trophy standing in front. Every player staring at it as they play, knowing that's what they want above all. My name is Toppies. I'm joined by Godspeed and Hypoc. We are about 11 minutes from kicking off game number 1 that will establish not only a champion, but change the lives of the players playing here today. We'll take you through the schedule, we'll take you through the standings, and we're going to talk about the teams who are playing here today, because it has to be one of the most stressful experiences any player will ever face in their life. Godspeed.
Yeah, absolutely. This tournament has been a real ringer for all the teams to try to run through. We've seen it from the players that have won or the teams that have done well to the teams that haven't. This has been, I mean, the desks, the multiple talent that have worked this have seen it. We've all talked about it. This has been one hell of an event for the players over the last 2 months.
Big event. Let's take a look at how it's gone so far, Hypoc. Pull up the standings, and I want you to sort of walk me through this, maybe set up what these current standings mean for the overall health of the teams coming in here to fight. Okay, we'll get that up in just a second, and then you'll walk me through it. But right now, it seems like Gen G is in pole position. These guys have the biggest win rate. They are our biggest win rate in weekly finals, the overall money, and they stand a good chance to win. There's a lot of teams in this 16 that could put them to the test.
Yeah, you're right. As we look at the standings here, obviously nothing on there. I thought we were going to look at some money there, but you're absolutely right. Obviously, with the way the crowdfunding works, you know, it's all still on the line, right? I mean, it would have been terrible if we'd have come into this week with, you know, a clear winner already decided, as we have with, you know, so many times previously. But the thing here, and we mentioned this just briefly earlier, I mean, Gen G need a good placement to secure, because basically with crowdfunding, it's all on the line this weekend.
It is. Take a quick look at the schedule. 2 matches of Miramar to start off. You get to have your deserts first, and then Orangal to wrap it up with 3. And then we're back tomorrow with 5 more games to determine who ultimately wins the big prize. There is going to be more than $1.1 million for the team that finishes in first. Second is going to be probably in the ballpark of $500,000 when crowdfunding is added on. And third and fourth will also make about $300,000. Interesting point, though, Godspeed. Everyone below that, 16 teams will drop today. Only 4 get paychecks tomorrow.
Correct. The top 4 is what every team is generally. Normally, when you have an event like this, you'll have kind of payouts even leading down towards, you know, the bottom, or excuse me, the top 8. But no, it's just the top 4. And specifically for certain teams, Gen G is one of those that you named. They absolutely have to come placing within the money. Otherwise, there is a slew of teams that could potentially steal away this win for them for the overall earnings. And just to kind of put that in perspective, they've already earned almost $900,000, and the prize pool alone for first in this weekend is more than that, which is just, it's just mind-boggling.
So to just give a quick frame for you guys, and Hypok will talk about the teams directly, Gen G's got 900,000 plus. If they get second, third, or fourth, they could still win this thing unless it is Zenith, FaZe, or Four Angry Men, or maybe Infantry, who sort of get first. So there is a little bit of a challenge in there, Hypok. Do you think Gen G changes the way they play because they can say win the tournament with second?
I don't think Gen G ever changed the way they play. Full stop. It's very rare we ever see Gen G revert to, you know, these desperation tactics, you know, well, snaking without intent, I'll say. Because, you know, I mean, I'm thinking back to that aim game on a wrangle where they snaked through to the second place. Unfortunately, just, couldn't clutch out the win. But I don't think Gen G make any changes whatsoever this weekend. I mean, we've seen them come into the finals with exactly the same form that we'd always expect.
So let's take a pivot. We've seen Gen G as sort of the consummate champions. In the video, they talked about 3 world championships. I'd argue 2. That said, though, they got their big shit. They're pedigreed. They know how to win. It will not surprise anyone. 2 other teams that are pedigreed, Godspeed, they're some of the most fabled organizations that PUBG has ever had, got in on the last 2 games of Weekly Survival, but they are here. They have the entire hope of the European region on their shoulders. That is Liquid and FaZe. Talk to me about these guys.
Yeah, the tenacity, first of all, I think you touched on it earlier. I wasn't sure if it was actually you or Puck, but the tenacity for Liquid to get second in the second to last game that FaZe won, and then come back and do it again and actually take the game. I mean, that just shows truly the tenacity of these teams. FaZe obviously is a team that always shows up the end, but, you know, ultimately I'm excited to see both those teams here, but it's less exciting for me because I'm obviously a North America stan, and I really, really want one of the 4 NA teams that are here, which, by the way, shout out to the 4 NA teams that are here to take it over any of the other teams, obviously.
Calm down. We'll get to North America. It's a North America panel. We don't want to appear too biased. I am not just wearing a North American. Never mind. Let's talk, though. FaZe, Hypok, gets it on the second to last game on the last week. Is there anything more on brand for FaZe than to just win this weekend?
Well, actually, it would be more on blunt if they flop the Saturday and then come up huge on the Sunday. That would be probably as close to the recipe as we could possibly expect.
So let's keep going, though. Let's get into the North America thing. If my math is right, and it generally isn't, but I'm pretty sure it is here, this is the first time that an entire region has made the weekly final, Hypok. North America has done it. All 4 of the teams they sent to this event have made the weekly final together at the same time. That's exciting. I know you know these guys personally, but it's also a little scary. NA violence is kind of a thing.
I mean, how many times have we seen it, especially in the end game, just coming up where it's just like both NA teams still on the field will find each other somehow. The big one for me is Oath. And yes, it's a sore subject, but the fact they've made every single weekly finals, and we've seen, I mean, there was actually one week they were really unfortunate that the week they kind of performed the best was the team where actually it was so top heavy on the leaderboard. They ended up placing like 7th with 73 points or something like that. And I was looking at it actually in 3 of the other weeks, that would have got them in the money. It would have got them a top 4 placement. So, I mean, yes, this is the week to make some moves. Oath have had a couple of absolute stinkers in the finals. I'm hoping that's not the case because obviously now, I mean, the pressure's on, right? Coming into this, coming into PGI S, we were talking about Oath actually lacking a lot of that bigger event experience. And I think this is really going to be the ultimate test for them.
3 teams have made the weekly finals every week. The first was Gen G. Kings, Lords, amazing, $900,000. The second is the Afrika Freaks, $64,000. You just talked about Oath. They've only made $14K, so this is kind of the story there. Now, we've talked about 2 of those teams. Let's talk about the third one, Godspeed. Afrika Freaks. These guys have made it to every single weekly final. Give me a breakdown on this team.
So they not only did they make every single weekly final, but the first week of Freak of Freaks looked absolutely amazing. Obviously, they won the very first one. It wasn't worth anywhere near what it's worth now, but I think Hikari and EJ were really able to kind of lead the team overall. But they've also really had some middling performances throughout the rest of the weekly finals. It started off really strong and weren't really able to get any momentum. We saw some calls that caused them to pretty much just die out immediately, and it's been really inconsistent. However, that being said, I would never count out a Freak of Freaks. They're obviously a world caliber team. They're one of the best teams in the region, and they've proven so on an international stage as well. And now it's really time for them to come forward, because winning the first week really wasn't enough as far as putting them on the leaderboard for the overall earnings.
You know, here's the thing. You said I'd never count them out. There's not one team in this lobby that I would count out, Hypoc. This is a smash bang 16 that is looking unstoppable. I mean, is there any team that you're like, yeah, or is literally every 16 potential to win this thing?
I mean, the team I probably have the most concerns over is T1. And I think that's been the running story for every time I've appeared on the PGI S broadcast, to be honest with you. Other than that, yeah, I would argue that in terms of what we saw from the final weekly survival, this is one of the most stacked lobbies we've had. I mean, it's fantastic to see Perebutan now, obviously on this upward trajectory they've been on since like week 3, where they've just been getting better and better, and actually now coming through to the weekly finals, maybe we see them convert that success finally. But another big one for me to watch is Day Trade, honestly. I kind of leaned on this a little in an earlier segment, but one of the best in terms of top 5 placements, one of the strongest out of any of these 16 teams here.
Yeah, and I think that says a lot about the lobby. Teams that we didn't really respect as much as we used to have earned a lot. In fact, Dustin, you were talking earlier about DXG in the pre-show. I want to hear that again because they are a team that also was kind of ignored for a long time.
Yeah, and that's because they didn't really do anything, Steve. I mean, to be completely honest, until the last 2 weeks, I mean, last week and now this weekend's weekly finals, they weren't even in. They were fighting in the bottom 16 lobby, and they really weren't doing all that great there either. But the fact that they came in and they finally got, after last week, a top 6 finish, which, yes, it's not in the money, but the fact that they placed in the top 6 and then made it here again for the last weekly finals, I mean, they're on the up and up, to be completely honest. And I think Neil and Fergus on that team have been most impressive. And although I'm not necessarily sure that they're going to win this week, I definitely wouldn't count them out, and I'd look at them to see how much they've improved overall. And I think they're a stronger team because of this event.
How important is that, Hypoc? Because let's be honest, there's a lot of teams from smaller regions that don't get a lot of talk or press or, you know, sort of consideration in the international scene. How big a deal is that? Some of these teams from smaller markets, like, say, Day Trade or DXG, when they go back, does that change the way that sort of other teams approach them going forward?
I think if anything, from I guess our eyes, it makes us kind of keep an eye out for them in future global events, right? There are always some teams in terms of, I guess, the Western audience of PUBG, where we come through and go, actually, oh my God, these guys are insane. Like, and it's almost completely unexpected, right? Just these complete pop-off teams. And I mean, Clinton can bark on all he likes for the first few weeks of an event, but now we're actually kind of seeing that, right? We're seeing some of these teams that Paperthin's always talking about come up and absolutely smashing some of the European and North American giants.
Absolutely. And so let's talk about some giants. We'll move away from the North American Europeans. We've talked about those a little bit. There are some teams that have been on the climb. MCG is one of them. Started very slow, Dustin. In fact, we all kind of gave Paperthin a little bit of trouble because he spent so much time hyping these guys up. But over the last couple of weeks, things have changed.
Yeah, they struggled as well to make even, you know, the weekly finals. They're not one of the teams that made it, obviously, all 6. But over the last, I would say, over the last week, the last weekly finals, they finally showed why they were one of the PCS champions for their respective region. I mean, they came in strong. They were playing proactive. I think that was the biggest issue that I had with MCG when we were watching them in the early weeks of this event, is the fact that they were not only incredibly passive, but they weren't even holding the positions that they had in the circle very well. And so now that they've been more proactive, they've actually flexed out. Tank, I mean, has been an absolute problem for most of the teams on the field. As, I mean, you even heard Owen, Machine Gunner, the coach of SDK, say, and I think they're starting to look like that world-class team that, you know, Clint and everyone else had said they were.
They are definitely a world-class team. Another team that you're kind of seeing here as a team to watch is Infantry, Hypoc. 3 times they've appeared in the weekly final, and they have been incredibly strong.
Yeah, I mean, incredibly strong is probably the tagline for this team. Longskar, like I said earlier, Longskar and 9 have been a personal highlight for me across this entire event. And again, it's that team that they're not afraid to just like scrap it out and come through to the weekly finals. We know what an impact kill points can have on the overall leaderboard. How many times have we seen it come right down to the wire and be decided on kill points? So this for me is a team that, especially now, again, you know, some teams maybe decision-making wise will come through to this, and the amount of pressure that's on, you know, maybe they'll reconsider that circle 3 rotation. They'll reconsider that circle 4 crash or some of that. Infantry is a team that they have one tempo and they stick to it.
It should be pretty interesting to watch. Guys, we have about 5 minutes till the game starts. The players are all getting settled in. You saw them take their seats just a couple of minutes ago, so we're making sure that everything is set where they need it. As you heard, one of the first questions when Daytrade met their heroes in PO and Anonix was like, what are your settings? So, you know, they got to make sure everything's right. They got to get everything squared away. That's clearly very important. I'll ask you, Rook, Godspeed, what's your sensitivity?
My sensitivity is real low, man. I'm old, so I'm a 400 DPI gamer, and my in-game sense of PUBG, I'm pretty sure, was either 49 or 50. A lot of people that, you know, used to play 400 moved up to 800, but I'm a dinosaur, so I'm still 400 DPI. Super low sense boy.
Hypoc, have you moved to the 800?
I've been 865 for the longest time. Yeah, I'm good. I'm a little weird, I'll be honest.
I'm good.
What a man. Oh, man. All right, let's talk a little bit more about some of the teams we've touched on. Infantry, Gen G. We're going to talk about them all day, let's be honest, if it goes the way that I think a lot of us expect it to. Some North American teams have made it. We've got 4 through. A team that has been talked about a lot for various reasons, whether it's roster changes, whether it's expectations, whether it's the fact they have a ton of international experience that hasn't really paid off yet. It's STK. Godspeed, talk to me about this team and what you expect from them today.
I'm not necessarily sure all their international experience hasn't paid off so far. I think they've done fairly well in this event, although they haven't done as well as you or I or Pac or any of the other North American fans would have liked. But look, with the roster change thing, we've addressed it before. I'll address it again. I think STK was one of the best teams out there with and without Civ. I don't really feel like that roster change was so massive that it propelled them, and I don't think Civ was such a hindrance that it hurt them. I just think for whatever reason they made that change, and here they are now, and they are definitely one of the teams that I'm looking at. Look, I even think, I'll say my prediction now, I think even though STK may not win the entire event, I'm pegging them to win this weekend. I want them to win this weekend. Okay. Obviously, that's biased, but I think they've earned it. That team has been grinding, and the core of them have been doing this forever. Kurt, to see his improvement after all this time, and I know Pac will agree, I mean, he has gone from a player that was mechanically very middling to one of the best fraggers in our scene in North America, and he's really showed that on the international scene as well. And you also have the rest of that roster. Luke has been incredible for them. Alo, I mean, up close, has been devastating, and even Civ in early parts of this event has been incredible for them, and Penta has showcased that as well. So this is a team that's very poised to be the team to represent us again in this event, but I'm also not sleeping on the other 3.
I like that you pick an STK. I know that I think Pac and I are both sort of leaning into Gen G to win this thing. Hi, Pac. He talked about STK. I want to hear something different. I want to hear about a player that stands out to you or has stood out to you throughout the course of this event that you think would be worth keeping our eyes on as we watch the games today.
I mean, it comes back to Longskar, right? I wasn't lying when I said he is a personal highlight for me. He has been the player to watch. I mean, if I'm going to pick somebody else, it could be anybody from Buriram, honestly. Every single member on Buriram has stepped up time and time again for me. Again, whether it be a clutch situation or these guys just happy to kind of send, you know, feelers out into the circle, and that feeler finds 3 kills in an opening that they should have absolutely no business getting into. So yeah, I mean, there's a number of players. I mean, we can talk the usual suspects, PO, Anonix. There's so many to talk about, Steve.
Yeah, it's exciting to see. Everyone's got favorites. I'm excited about Tank. I think he's the one player that people will wake up for the next year with night terrors and cold sweats, like remembering deaths to him. So I'm excited about, you know, hearing those stories going forward. But it is going to be a lot of fun. There's a lot of chaos. There's a lot of great teams. You brought up Buriram just now, Hypoc. I'm going to go to Dustin on this one because I know that you've watched them play. You like their style. Talking about Buriram as well as the other teams that sort of, you know, what makes them stand out?
I think it's the playstyle, the aggressive playstyle. Again, Edie and Konaxi and Noadra specifically have had some really crazy plays coming out of that Buriram roster. And again, they will just fight anything and everything in front of them. They live for it. Daytrade is another team that's very similar. And sometimes the style works for them, sometimes it doesn't. But I think the reason why a lot of us love that team so much is because they're so exciting and they're so relentless. And ultimately, that's, I think, a style that isn't ultimately rewarded the most, but it's amazing to watch.
All right, you want to see some games? We want to see some games. It's time to get into the match. Guys, it is going to be awesome. It's brought to you by Zowie, Toomey, Perrier, and Intel. Millions of dollars are on the line. 64 players are in the air. 16 teams will leave everything on the field of battle to make their dreams come true. This is Battle Royale, and there can only be one winner. Ladies and gentlemen, the hype train cometh. It is Matchroom and Paper Thin.
Thank you so much, Toffees, and everybody on the analyst desk. You guys gave us a great breakdown leading into this game. With this, now you guys have an idea on everything that you should be looking forward to for the next 10 rounds. We've got 5 today, 5 tomorrow, and that's going to decide how we're going to walk away with all of this money that you guys have been adding into the prize pool. So with this paper, this is a very, very Southern Plain path.
Yeah, Matt, this is a rough one to start out on Miramar here. There could be some congestion over some of the vehicles. We'll see. I was gonna say typically, like on the first game of a grand finals, teams are pretty passive. They kind of want to feel the lobby out. They don't want to lose anybody early. They don't want to make those early mistakes. You know, they want to come out, try to get to that late game with 4 up. But in situations like this, with plain paths like this, teams sometimes have kind of similar ideas on where the vehicles they want to try and grab are. So we'll see if any of that happens. But sometimes it doesn't happen. It just kind of all depends on each individual team's thoughts and where they are desiring to loot. And Gen G is going to be heading up to the north. Of course, I think we've talked about them quite a bit, and I am in fact at the Gen G headquarters today casting this event. They were kind enough to allow me to use one of their streamer
Subtle
rooms.
flex.
So I have to give a shout out. Just got to give a subtle flex. I got to give a shout out to Gen G. Thank you so much for letting me be here and do this. I was getting in a bit of trouble at my apartment because I was getting a little loud, Matt.
Yeah, well, here's hoping the fact that we get a lot of action moving into these stages because I am ready to go. We have such a ridiculously strong lobby today and tomorrow. I mean, whenever you look through this, this is some of the most historic names whenever you look through PUBG, especially on the international level. Plus, we've got a couple of new contenders that are moving in. Multi-Circle Gaming has done a great job in making a name for themselves, most notably Tank. This guy has been absolutely insane, Paper.
Yeah, Tank is one of the top fraggers in this tournament so far. I mean, he's up there with the likes of P.O. Longsker, Tiggleton as some of the top fraggers per game in that highest K to D ratio. So this guy's crazy good. Of course, you got to talk about Summer for Multi-Circle Gaming, the shot caller for VC Gaming. During PGC 2019, so they got 5th place at that event. If you don't remember, they were they're kind of a forethought, even though they got 5th place at that event. He is back here once again, leading his team to success. They won PCS3 in Asia. I mean, for me, MCG is one of the top 3 teams I had going into this event. Don't be surprised if they show up big this weekend.
Speaking of new fan favorites, Buram, these guys played the survival series totally different. They were like, that's it, we're gonna frag it out, we're just gonna do what we can. We've seen them steadily just improve game upon game, figure out how they fit into the international meta, and I gotta say, are one of the most fun teams to watch. You never know what this team is going to do. They're just chaos epitomized. Sometimes they'll crash, they'll run right up onto you, they'll double key a fight, no problem. But then other times they'll kind of play it back and wait for opportunities. These guys are doing such a good job on just finding their own win conditions in every single environment that they play in. And I just can't wait to see if they manage to grow just that extra little bit more and take home a couple of round wins.
They're incredibly talented mechanically, Matt. They really just can shoot not just their snipers but also their assault rifles incredibly well. They have great throwables, everything. And when it comes to offense, is top tier for Buriram United. And they're scary because you never know when they're going to roll up on you. They just kind of make decisions and go with it. And a part of that is because their shooting is so good. Sometimes they'll get knocks on the stuff at ridiculous angles from ridiculous distances, and then they'll try to finish that team off or at least clear the space where that knock they got was, for example. So really, Buriram is a team that is a wild card, but you can never count them out. No matter if they only have 1 or 2 players left, they are a force to be reckoned with.
So, since you're casting from the Gen G headquarters, are you allowed to talk about Afrika Freaks, or is every time they're on screen, you have to like be quiet and not say anything? I don't know what the rules that we're working are in right now.
I think they'll allow it maybe just for this weekend. Maybe I've got to pass since it's week 6, the week finals. So, but yeah, no, I could talk about Afrika. I think this is a team that's run a bit hot and cold. You know, obviously they made every weekly finals. They won the very first week, but since then they haven't really done much, to be frank. And I think there needs to be some confidence found on Afrika, Matt. They're a very good team. Gifted players. EJ's a great shot caller. Akkad's nuts. Hikari's maybe one of the best fraggers in this tournament. So it's a really strong team. But Nurens? No. Wait.
He's got goals. Trying to chase down Zenith. Do manage to at least get them out of that compound. So that's going to get a little bit more control over into Day Trade's pocket. Do note the fact that we did also see a little bit more going in the pocket, as yet again we've seen another prize pool increase. You guys just keep kicking into this crowdfunding, and it is just going up so much. I think last time we saw it, it was 6,124,000 whenever it popped up in the bottom corner of the screen. Damn, guys, you guys are just so passionate about this, and we love you so much for kicking it.
Yeah, you guys are nuts. It's greatly appreciated. I mean, just the support we've gotten for this tournament is incredible. The top prize pool ever in FPS esports history. So that's just amazing. Can't thank you all enough. Without you, this doesn't happen. So that's wonderful. I know the players are incredibly grateful as well. And can't wait to see what they got. Now, here's a team, Matt. STK. It looked a little shaky for them after the roster move. But here, they've got it together, and they're back. I'm really excited to see what they can do.
Yeah, I mean, Penta, to steal Godspeed's phrase, is nuts. I mean, this guy is a strong player. We've seen him slot in and fill in a position now with the roster swaps that have been going on. Also, Infantry on a little bit of a hunt. And Longsker, I mean, if you've been watching this event and Longsker hasn't impressed you, you haven't been watching this event, is the only thing I can say. Longsker has had so many prime opportunities, but you can see Infantry, Buriram up to that northeastern area. That's where they're getting into their little bit of a kerfuffle over there. DXG back down to the south. But everybody else pretty centered up along positioning. I mean, we got Monte Nuevo that's kind of the center point for it. Do note the fact that we've got a very wide split for a couple of these teams. We've got Multi-Circle Gaming that's running a very wide controlled area. Then just below that, we've got where we can see Sonics, Afrika Freaks, and Zenith. Then we start to see more of a cluster along the hillside. If we see this go back down to the south, that means the fact that there's going to be limited movement capabilities just due to the cluster of people there, but more opportunities to find hidey holes and places for your whole team to survive if you can handle the rotation. To the north, it's a lot more plains, open areas, and leads to very, very bloody long-range skirmishes.
Yeah, we'll see if anything happens up there right now. Not many teams chilling to the north. It's pretty empty except for 4 a.m., but Infantry seems to be wrapping up that way. And I mean, going back to Longsker and Infantry, I mean, Longsker is the top fragger in this tournament right now in terms of kills per deaths per round. You know, the guy is just crazy good. PO second. Those two, of course, you know, you got to look to them pop off. My thing for Infantry is if the rest of Infantry can get it going behind Longsker, then it might just be over. They might just win this weekend. But if he can't get it going, then things get really dicey for that Infantry squad. So for them, they're very hot or cold. They were hot at times during PCS Asia last year. They were cold at times. So right now they seem to be doing pretty well. But I'm a little nervous that it took a Longsker just, you know, highlight reel mega play to get them to the weekly finals this week.
I just feel like that talks about the stacking nature of talent that we've been seeing in this event. We were kind of talking about Buriram and seeing like the massive just explosion of growth that has happened with that team. But so many of these other teams are also still continuing to trend up more and more. where we're starting to see some struggles from some teams that had very high expectations coming in here. Like For Angry Men is an internationally known team that's been having a couple of issues here and there. FaZe, it took them to the second to last game to qualify. Liquid on the last game. I mean, these are some high-level, notable teams spread across the entirety of the world that are having to compete against the best of the best, and you can just see how ridiculously difficult it's getting.
I mean, you can never count FaZe Clan out. We know that. It doesn't matter how they find their way into a grand finals. They just seem to always show up. They're a team that has incredible players, the veteran presence. You know, Uba's nuts. He'll show up, and Lorena trying to go for some shots on a FaZe, but not really connecting there. But, I mean, FaZe is just such a historic team. Absolutely. I mean, I picked my 4 teams to do well this weekend were Gen G, Tianba, MCG, and FaZe. I think FaZe is just always going to be there. And Team Liquid, I tell you what, Matt, with that win they had the very last game of the weekly qualifier, I think there's a lot of momentum there. I think they found confidence, and I really hope it carries over into this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, that game was a statement. That was just a phenomenal performance from everybody on the roster coming through there. We just ridiculously high kill count and the ability to have the mental fortitude to really clutch that last game in such a fashion to win with such a high kill count really says the fact that, okay, whatever was kind of going on with them, maybe they're riding the ship. You can see the circle does pop. It moves itself over towards the west, again, right around Monte Nuevo, but that means that all these teams that were playing down next to Chuma, maybe Picado and the hills up towards San Martin and Power Grid, now all have to collapse down into a very peculiar section of the map, as it's going to be very north-south with the plains around Monte Nuevo creating kind of its own barrier for these teams to contend with.
Yeah, you've got some awkward driving paths potentially that you have to go through, as always on Miramar. That's one of the things that you hear about this map whenever you talk to a pro. One of the first things that'll come out of their mouths is that the map's difficult to drive on. That's what a lot of them like better about Erangel. The terrain's a little smoother. There's more options. And oh boy, Matt, we got a big fight coming up. 2 of the top ones potentially going at it.
Oh, Esther has an angle for this one. Doesn't manage to take down Ling Du. Now a little bit more pressure's popping back over towards him. Got to make sure that he connects with this grade. Gets a good read on where it's going, but a little bit overthrown. Ling Du should have an idea on exactly where Esther's going to be at. Throws one up, pops up, gets some damage off. But this is kind of a lone man out, having to hold down for his own positioning as the rest of Multi-Circle Gaming is coming in for reinforcements. You can see a couple of other fights are starting to break out as there are no options. These teams are having to collapse in on towards each other, and it's making it a little bit more difficult. Oath, you can see, trying to find some type of path to deal with, as they do have shoot to kill, holding down a high ground position off to 1 point from them. But then they have Day Trade, who's been harassing between shoot to kill and Oath for quite a while now.
Yeah, we're starting to get into the thick of it. Even PO's come in for the reinforcements temporarily for Gen G, just in case a fight kicked off between them and MCG. But for now, he is going to back off. I think neither team really wants to scrap this early. Gen G really wants to control the western side of Monte Nuevo, try to control some escape routes around Monte Nuevo proper if the circle does leave them. They really need to have some kind of escape valve there, so they are going to be sending a couple back to head back up to the warehouses up to the northwest. Team Liquid in transition down the La Dreria road. And just a couple pot shots from Tianba, going to force them back a bit as they start to look to wrap it more up towards the top of the mountains.
And here you go, chat. I know you've been wanting it. Here is your code. It is GWQUTKNSGPEM. Yet again, that's GWQUTKNSGPEM. And it looks like we're starting to see a little bit more of a push coming up from Multi-Circle Gaming, as now starting to make the breach point, trying to aggress into Gen G's positioning. But look at the repositioning coming up from them, trying to make sure that they hold the defensive line right along the stairwell. That means that might buy a little bit more cover and control. But look, the other 2 members from Gen G not moving, having complete and utter faith in their teammates.
Yeah, I mean, they're trying to maintain the split, and, you know, Esther and Loki, you're on the defense, you've got the position. MCG recognizing, knowing this situation, that it's a 2-man left for Gen G. They were watching the vehicles leave. They recognized an opportunity here to get some points. And just like a lot of the Chinese teams, if they have numbers advantage and they think they have a, you know, probably better than 70% chance to win the fight, they're going to go for it. And in this case, they're starting to aggress underneath Gen G. They haven't been able to make the breach happen just yet. Tank, again, a guy to keep your eyes on. He was fantastic in the PCS3 Asia win for this team. He's been really solid throughout all of this, averaging over 1.2 kills per game. He's a very, very, very good player. But so good here for Gen G. If they can get out of this cleanly, this is a great escape.
That was like ninja level escape there. They didn't even throw down the smoke. They just creeped out of that one, jumped out, hopped in their vehicles, knew the fact that the teammates had control and a little bit of cover for them. So with the southwestern circle now, really this raised hillside peninsula that's sticking out could be a factor for a lot of these future fights. Burram decides to take a shot, but Edie just gets rolled on. Sonic's on the hunt. Should spot out Kinaxi in just a second, but look at the spin back around. This guy is absolutely nuts. Lining up against Tiggleton and chasing him down. Door closes in front just to buy a little bit more time. Reinforcements now starting to come into it, but look at the read on how to play this one. But it's going to be a push from back behind. Shots now coming out, and Burram in a lot of trouble. They're going to be our first team eliminated.
Yeah, usually the joke is that NA fights NA, but this time getting a little help from Zenith are the Sonics in a crossfire, and Buriram overcommits to that initial fight. I mean, Kinaxi steps out into the open on the street, gets a nice double, but can't really do much else off of it. And that's a tough one to start for Buriram. But again, they are a feast or famine team, no doubt about it. And once they decide to push, you can see right there, they went for Sonics when Sonics went at them. And they're going to pay the price for it. Looking towards SDK, has the eastern side as a plateau to watch Day Trade's rotation. Day Trade have been hanging out to the east of them. Now they're going to try to work their way to their south, try to find some spot to call their own. Afrika as well, starting to maneuver in that direction for shoot to kill. So they're just gonna hang on to it for now. They're still in the circle.
I think that that's the idea on why we haven't seen a lot of very early aggression yet. You can see how everybody in this lobby is going to be quick to spin, very quick to just recommit into a new fight. Burram, being the aggressors that they are so known for, find themselves very quickly just turned on by Sonics the moment that they take those opening shots. Afrika Freaks, though, in a little bit of trouble as Day Trade and Shoot to Kill both in gatekeeping positions, and not a lot of options. When we look back from the south of this area, you can see that really you just got to roll up this hillside, and there's not a lot of other options other than this one road they're trying to push through. But there's so many people lined up on it. Hikari does manage to take down and flash, so that might buy a little bit more space for him to work with. Nurin still holding the high ground, going to have 2 points of aggression that he's going to have to try to defend.
Yeah, I was going to say, I really wanted to see Afrika take this fight to Day Trade. Now with only Nurin's left, they have a pretty good opportunity looking to get the res onto, I believe that was EJ that was knocked over there. Nurin's has a smoke wall set up in front of him, actually catches Hansia with a shot there, trying to work his way back up in, see if he can keep himself alive or at least find a better position to shoot at. Get some more damage into Hansia. Hansia's got the blue on him, so he's got to keep pushing up here, but Hikari getting some really good damage into Nurin's, going to buy some time for the rest of Afrika to push up this hill.
I mean, Nurin's, you're in a hell of a lot of trouble right now. Not a lot of options to work with. Get spotted out, and there you go. Afrika Freaks on 2 kills. Now has to start cresting this hillside and push through. They managed to weather 2 different teams taking shots. Shoot to kill, gets a read on what's happening. Maybe can go for a secondary gatekeeping position, but also might just opt into leaning towards more the circle, because really, this is a rough circle to contend with. You've got the hillside that's just going to be west of this road, leading all the way up against the far western wall, essentially. So a lot of very peculiar terrain pieces to play from.
Yeah, this one, a lot of the prime spots are going to be on the top of the mountain proper, the ridge line of it. A lot of teams already up there. T1 FaZe, for example. You can see here FaZe on your screen taking shots at the teams that are trying to make their way up there. And now Loki's going to get tank out. MCG's just going to have to abandon him. He's actually going to get picked up by Crazy, so point going to go to 4am on that one. MCG driving around, hoping to find some way through. There is a ditch on the other side of that road, and oh my word, this is a bloodbath here. Team Liquid, Zenith, a little bit of Oath getting involved in this, and Zenith down to just Shinboy.
You can tell how big of a mess this was just based off of how the vehicles are lined up and set up in these positions. That was a crash because there are not a lot of other options to work around. There's a couple of dips to play from, but with 47 people still alive, there's not enough territory that you can claim safely. So that's why you see a lot of these teams already just trying to get at least scout foothold positions like we were just looking at with 4am. Gen G on the other side of this, still going to be rolling right along this path and going to have to be very, very careful. They're going to roll right by 4am's positioning. And now let's see, Loki does manage to get an opening, knock into it, opts into rolling into position. Lou on the other side, seeing if maybe he can get a little sneaky peek off to the side of it, but no, it's going to be assistance from multiple angles, and it's going to be FaZe that absolutely harasses Gen G on this approach.
Well, Gen G has to come in from more than one angle. They're really opening themselves up to these grenades from 4AM. Another good one from Forever. Gonna get Esther here. All up to Anonix now to try to save the day. 4AM is pushing around the corner. Xiaolu is hungry for this. He's gonna get it done. Gen G out early.
That is just shows the lack of options that these players have to contend with right now. There's very few compounds. It's more about dips and just covered positions that you can try to find, most notably trying to negate hillside positioning, and just good shots coming out from Tiemba there to I mean, Oath, what do you even do from this point? High ground is all around you. Not a lot of options. You can see really how they're playing inside that low ground position and how almost every single team that's playing along the hillside has some type of vision on them. On different points of the map, you can see a lot of these teams very much forced to play along the edge.
Yeah, and you can see it's going to be Sonics, one of those teams that's in that bad position. Mime, the only one left here, just going to finish Tickleton off. You can't res him in the blue anyway, so there's no point to have him there. That doesn't matter too much. Afrika Freaks under pressure from their Korean comrades. T1 up above. Good shooting from Star-Lord. Good grenade from Dangche. Going to finish off Akari. EJ and Akkad trying to provide some cover fire to maybe get up to Hansia's position, and that's going to back Aqua 5 off just a bit, going for the adrenaline shot there. T1 has pretty good control over this position. They've got high ground. They've got a surround. This one looking really difficult for Afrika and potentially for Team Liquid.
We've got a King of the Hill battle that's going on. T1, presently the contenders up at the top of it. You can see Afrika Freaks, Team Liquid both looking to eye that position towards the top. Now it's about trying to make sure that they can line it up, and T1 has a beautiful place that they can toss these grenades from. The extra angle from it is kind of hard to hit those grenades because you have to cook it just right or kind of golf shot it. You know, kind of like roll it down the hillside and hope maybe you can catch the curve of the hill and get it to go exactly where you want. So with this, Afrika Freaks do get their reses up. Team Liquid still back behind this, eyeing this positioning, but most likely maybe going to reposition to the north. Shoot to kill. Meanwhile, caught up with Zenith in North America versus North American action. Well, Oath just has nowhere to go. I mean, they're just trapped out here. It's just a matter of time. Feed it over to the blue, and that's going to be all she wrote for them.
Yeah, absolutely. There's no way that they want to give any points to the other teams if they can help it. That's absolutely the proper move there. Team Liquid, ooh, getting some good shots and a grenade. Gonna finish off a whole bunch of Zenith there from Pentalol. Big moves for SDK, even though he gets knocked for his cause. Gustav trying to pick off Lorena in transition. Tianba trying to work underneath the mountainside to get into this next area of the circle ahead of FaZe.
FaZe's positioning is so good right now, but it's right along the edge of the zone, so they have to be very cautious on their making their repositions. They've got information for days and know so many of these other teams are rotating right now and are really harassing teams as they're trying to make their rotation. To the south, though, it looks like we might have a little bit of another fight brewing in just a moment. Everything with Tiemba is just kind of clustered, and it's all about survival. That is a sneaky little hiding position to try to get a little bit more distance from the nades that you know are just going to be raining down from this high ground point. With this, now FaZe does get vision of Shoot to Kill, but Shoot to Kill back along the hillside behind them. You can see that still Team Liquid, Afrika Freaks, and T1, with T1 still holding that high ground, but Afrika Freaks trying to contest it.
Oh, Dangche with the nice double on to AF. One of his is going to get stolen by Jeems there, though. MCG is taken down by infantry off screen up on the northwestern side of the circle. Star-Lord now barricading EJ out, and it's going to be Dangche finishing the job. 3 kills for him on the round. Team Liquid's turn to try to make a go at T1.
Team Liquid, this didn't work out too well just a second ago for another team, but they feel like maybe they have an option to work with. Circle's going to pop to the north. That means that this fight is going to have to maintain being contested. Team Liquid flanking around. Looks like maybe T1 has a read on where they're going to be approaching from. I think that Adder spotted it out just over to the right. Mixie stepping up right now. Mixie does manage to line up, but it's not going to be enough. T1 remain kings of the hillside, but they're going to have to move and going to get a new set of contestants that are going to be trying to vie for that position.
Yeah, ooh, Purdy trying to win a duel. It's going to be Alo coming up over the top of the hill and helping him. Uva's so weak, and they're going to finish him off. Great movement, great cover fire here by Shoot to Kill to keep each other alive. Nobody even gets knocked in that fight, but T1, even though they lose Aqua 5 and a bit of a misstep by him, overall, a really nice hold on top of Afrika Freaks and Team Liquid there, raking in a lot of kill points. They have complete control over the south side of the circle. SDK, on the other hand, they have the east side, but they have DXG ahead of them in the compound. DXG been relatively quiet, but they've got 4 up and they've got a good spot.
all the fighting has been happening around DXG. They haven't really been a part of anything that's going on other than getting into position. Infantry's to the west of them. So now you have the Kings of the East, which is shoot to kill, and the Kings of the South, which is T1, that are making their approaches into the zone. Oddly enough, the way that both teams are moving, they're more than likely going to cross each other's path before dealing with any of the entrenched teams. Infantry still taking those long-range pot shots, and I feel like that's going to be the set position between the two. Really, it's more about this fight that's brewing right here between Team T1 and Shoot to Kill.
This is a bold move by Star-Lord to get out ahead of SDK. They're trying to kind of pinch them along the outside of the circle here, try to give themselves a good chance to maybe even win a fight against SDK. They feel like if they can really clear this out, they have a good chance to potentially win this game. So they're going to go for it, and fortune favors the bold. So I like what T1's doing here. If they can really get their shots connecting. Adder right now, I'm not so sure about the position he's in, not sure how much he can help. Unless SDK maybe comes up over that hill. And the stuns are coming out from Luke, so that might just happen.
Nobody from any of the compounds is moving. They're looking over through it, but there's going to be a hillside that's going to negate a lot of the vision. So that makes this its own contained fight. Luke still has to move. Neither one of these teams are really getting a foothold inside the safe zone. Purdy being the only one that's actually in the zone just quite yet. This means the fact that it's going to be more problematic. Dengche has the high ground position, but there's an exchange of downs between the two. Alo's got a lineup, does manage to get a lot of damage over towards him. Do note the fact that the zone is closing in. Only 30 seconds left for both of these teams to figure out how they're going to contend with it. Beautiful grenade going to be coming out from Purdy to get the knock onto him. Now two members of Shoot to Kill are looking back in the direction of Star-Lord, and he has his work cut out for him. Doesn't even look like he's got a helmet. Already been knocked, walks right up into him, and Shoot to Kill does manage to win that fight. But now they're walking in weak and tattered into two teams that have been firmly entrenched for a while.
Well, I said Adder was in a kind of awkward position, so he did end up maneuvering to try to assist his teammates, and Purdy just picks him up with that grenade. Picture perfect, pinpoint frags from Purdy. Two of them open the door to win that fight against T1. This is why Purdy Curdy is talked about so often with his throwables. He's one of the best in the world at it, showing you why right there. That fight against T1, T1 had the positional advantage. They were closer to the edge, but it's because of Purdy's fantastic grenades they win that fight.
Look at the bike rotation coming in from infantry, sending it down and around, coming in from the west. Cutting in now right on top of the center. Well, okay, let's be real. They're a couple of meters off of center, but still. Now, two different firing lines set up for infantry to where they can contain DXG based on their movements. It's really just on Shoot to Kill being the X factor for this round, already sitting at 9 kills, and how they approach this, because now you can see 9 is having to reposition down and is lined up against them. He's going to have a little bit of assistance coming up from Longskirt, but that's going to be about it. Boliang kind of trapped out by himself. DXG does have an angle to contend with, so we're seeing multiple front fights that are starting to break out between infantry, and how are they going to play this one?
Yeah, SDK trying to buy some time, even sending Purdy all the way out into blue to pick up some more utility. Getting, looks like, not much out of it. A Molly is the only throwable he has left. 3 smokes for the smoke grenade count going to be in his hands. But infantry, only 3 kills. Those were all on MCG, if I'm not mistaken. And one Molly, 5 smokes for Longskirt. I think a lot of eyes going to be onto him in this late game. He's one of the best in the business when it comes to clutching out games up close and personal.
DXG is being the beneficiary of just kind of like sitting and chilling. They still have the numbers advantage. They can kind of relax and wait for this fire fight to happen. Do note that their compound is kind of close to the edge of the safe zone for right now. We still have another circle that's going to pop and show us where we're going to be going. If it does pop off of DXG's positioning, that means it's going to be very difficult for them to have to contest with the firing lines that have been set up between the other two teams. Though, if the circle does go in their favor, these other two teams are going to have their work cut out for them, as there's not going to be very many options in approach. There's a lot of just control area. You can see the fact that they've got second stories in this, and they can kind of see and harass everybody that's moving around them. So really, it just comes down to, do we see the two teams outside of the compound unite to try to take down DXG, or does DXG just get a roll in and really just capitalize off of the other two fighting each other?
Yeah, and it's tough for teams to push DXG because they have an AWM as well. Nobody wants to, you know, kind of fork over one of those one-shot get knocked moments. And okay, they're going to try to drive it down the hill. Purdy's going to get knocked. Alo gets off, takes a whole bunch of damage himself. Longskirt lets loose with his Molly. That's going to land right behind Alo. Stun's coming in, 9 coming up on the flank. That's good enough. Shoot a kill is going down.
There we go. DXG has left the compound. They're realizing that they have an opportunity, but you don't want to walk up against Longsker. Beautiful shots, getting the knock onto Fergus. Now repositioning. 9 still has the angle to work around. Don't forget about Bullying, also approaching from kind of a southwestern positioning. 9 holding this lineup, does manage to get another knock. DXG, who's just been quietly waiting for this opportunity, is getting dismantled one at a time as they approach the zone. So now with this, you can see it's just going to be Longsker in command, holding down the high ground. And Division X, what do you got left in the tank? What's your angle of approach? We've got IQ 500 with some vision, but Long K lining up against Longsker.
Well, I guess the good news is for Division X, they still have Long K, one of the best on their team, left up and alive, and he can outduel some of these players. Trying to finish off 9, not going to be good enough. Longsker comes up around the corner, pushing shots into IQ 500. Now IQ 500 gets behind the wall, trying to get behind this hill, but there's Bullying on the side, and he's going to catch him with that last mini shot. Infantry is going to take gate number 1.
Infantry is so good in these late game situations, man. Like, how many times are we just going to see Longsker put on a show and just decimate teams? They put him in this forefront position and just let him kind of hold in that, and he just tears apart team upon team.
Yeah, it's honestly a little bit of a quiet game for a win from Infantry, but they'll definitely take it, and they're just showing you right there. They outclass DXG. DXG sends 2 out to the front. Infantry's all on top of it. 9's got a great cross angle. Longsker can hold the front better than anybody in the world, and nobody on DXG is really able to cover each other. So it just became a shooting gallery for Infantry.
Yeah, they approached one at a time, and there was just nowhere really that we could see them to go. The defensive line was set up so well from Infantry, but enough from us, guys. We still got plenty of games to go through. We're going to toss it over the analyst desk for them to give you a much better deep dive into what happened in that game.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Congratulations to Infantry coming out with the win, and you heard Matt say it at the end. They had time to set up the defensive line, and part of that, I think, is because DXG, resident sleeper in the house, came out cold and wasn't ready to fight. I mean, in the green room, little glimpse into the green room for you guys, Poro was screaming, he has an and he's staring at a bathtub with some other expletives. You hyped up DXG a little bit before this match, Dustin, so I'm going to turn it over to you to tell me why wait so long to play the game.
Okay, so... Yeah, Poro was out of control, but I think ultimately what it comes down to is the fact that they had a really good position in one of the final circles. They potentially should have won that game. I'm not going to say they're through because I think Infantry played that really well, but yeah, they were a little passive, and maybe that's nerves. Maybe they understand that's because how much this weekend is worth, but ultimately, yeah, they did not play very proactive, which is kind of something that we saw in the beginning of DXG as far as the team before they started qualifying for these weekly finals. So I'm hoping they don't revert to that, but yeah, that wasn't the best look. They were a little too complacent there.
So we did have some very good-looking teams in that one. Hypoc, shoot to kill, 9 kills, 3rd place, strong start.
Yeah, it is. I mean, that's just kind of the nature of that circle, right? Just to come back to DXG, right? The fact that they're in such a good position in kind of circle 3 and 4, we know as soon as that next shift comes in that all the fighting's going to happen on the edge, right? And where they are, they're kind of tucked in between 2 pieces of high ground where it's difficult for them to really go out and find any more value from that position. So unfortunate to see, but I mean, this right here, you can see as soon as it pulls down to the southwest of Monty, lots of teams have to send it in. Lots of the teams that are already in the circle are already in these kind of wide splits. We saw obviously Liquid being the ones to kind of fall victim to that setup with that Zenith crash as well. But yeah, that's the main reason I saw that DXC weren't able to capitalize off that.
On top of that, but that terrain necessarily isn't the best to be working off of anyways, right, Pa? Because especially when that circle shifted away from Monty, I mean, we saw Gen G also struggling. There's these little kind of compounds, these just really one-off buildings around the edge of this, which make it so difficult, and most of the teams had to opt to play these kind of mountainous and hillless regions, and there's really just not that much cover, as we can see, you know, Oath fell behind a car because that's the only cover they had.
Yeah, I mean, we could argue Oath had an opportunity to pull up much in the same way that SDK did.
True.
Before they even had the opening to do so. Again, run the risk of the third party. It's so, I mean, look at the minimap here. There's all this fighting is going on just so far away from the news circle. It's all on the edge.
It is indeed. And yeah, that's at the same time, I will say that's also why I love Miramar so much, because even though there was a lot of fighting on the edge, this area that is notoriously difficult to play, especially in between the ravine here, there's still enough to play where you can really get down and dirty in some of these angles and some of these pockets. And that's what makes Miramar my favorite map is you can see it here with Division X fighting, even though it wasn't successful, they had a lot of room to technically play with.
No, and I mean, ultimately here, it's infantry playing this perfectly. They spread out very well. They create a number of different angles for, you know, to pressure DXG having to eventually come out of that two-story. And right there, I'll be honest, the fact that infantry are able to show so much presence in kind of phase 7 was the reason they won that, right? Again, dealing with STK allows them to spread out even more. DXG have just made no forward movements, no proactive movements to kind of secure themselves somewhere to play in the next circle.
Welcome back, guys. My name is Toffees. I'm joined by Godspeed and Hypoc as we get ready for match number 2 in just a couple of minutes. Infantry took the win on the last one, and they did it very stylishly. They got out with 9 kills and a lot of points. Good way to start. This is only a best of 10, so getting off the blocks quickly is a very big deal. Let's break down a few more things we saw in there. Team Liquid, they have a late start in terms of they were the last team to make it here to the weekly finals. Had a heck of a game. And then they sort of did this 2-2 split that they were in for a long time, and ultimately Zenith sort of broke their legs on. Let's take a look at the standings, and we'll reflect back on that after we take a look at the numbers. So Infantry comes out with 19, shoot to kill 14, T1 11, and down from there. Liquid ends up in 6th place with only 4 points. Godspeed, it felt like that split might have been to blame.
Yeah, I mean, you could argue that there could have been an earlier consolidation, but overall, I mean, they still had an okay game. Realistically, though, okay games are not really going to cut it here, specifically with only 9 games left. I mean, in the past, we've said, yeah, they still have 9 games, but there really isn't that much. I feel like the teams at the top, like Infantry, as well as like SDK and other teams like Gen G, who are probably going to come up here soon in these next couple of games, there really isn't any room for mistake. And so maybe an earlier consolidation would have been better for Liquid. Like I said, we could argue that maybe they were trying to play for the long haul as far as the circle shifting a little more favorably towards one of their other splits. But overall, yeah, that cost them.
All right, top 5 damage. You see Longsker up there, but for me, Hypoc, 3 members of STK, including Pentalaw, who's had much controversy circling around him, continues to consistently show up in top 5 meters.
Yeah, I mean, I've talked about this before on PGI S. STK, in the games where, you know, they don't have that circle advantage, they're able to capitalize and still put points up, and that's why we've seen them so active through the mid-game. Up on screen right now, Longsker Dengche. Who'd have thought it? Longsker, player to watch this weekend, Toffees.
Hey, I asked you doubled down on it.
Hey.
And you were right. Infantry's just that good, and Longsker is at the tip of the spear. Yep. You know what I like is his headshot rating. Getting a lot of good headshots. He's focusing on that. 4 knocks, 6 kills. Kudos to him and the rest of Infantry as they come out strong. Gen G, on the other hand, Godspeed, is a team that has been a favorite to do well in this event. 10 games to play. They got 14th on the first one. Is that good news for everyone, or do you think everybody goes, it's just Gen G having one bad game and everything goes great from here on out?
I mean, every single game that Gen G plays poorly is good news for every other team in the lobby. Obviously, not necessarily for their fans. But overall, Gen G has shown in the past in weekly finals that they can slip up. They have finished quite poorly in the past before in one week. I believe it was week 3. I could be wrong, but they have slipped up. And so, I mean, if they're going to slip up now, that's beautiful for teams, specifically like Infantry, who just had a big win, obviously SDK, and literally every other team that opens the door, FaZe could step in as well. Do I expect Gen G to have another poor game on that level? Probably not, but at this point, you know, they've shown that in the past they can slip, so who knows?
Who knows? We got about 8 minutes till the next game gets started. Teams getting situated back in, sort of catching the butterflies. We'll talk about that for a second. We said at the very beginning of the show, Hypoc, and I saw you nodding, this idea that this is probably the most stressful. I would say even before that first game's drop, perhaps the most stressful moment of these PUBG players' entire lives. What do you think that was like, and how do you beat that? Because I have to imagine being in the plane at the start of that first game was a lot to deal with.
Yeah, it goes without saying that, you know, with this prize pool, obviously the stakes are raised, right? I mean, the big thing for me is, especially on day one, is not to put yourself at a deficit, right? It would be awful to be in a position where you are then chasing points towards the end of day one and coming into day two, right? You start I guess start altering your decision making and straying away from that play style that so many teams kind of lean on so heavily in the super format.
Yeah, and that's part of it, though, guys. I mean, there's no space to alter your play style here. I mean, I would assume. I don't know. Do you see teams changing things up? Okay. Have you seen anybody? So Tiamba came out of that one. T1, here's a good one. We talked about this team at the start. A lot of skepticism, perhaps, as to T1's ability to perform here this week. And I will preface that by saying these are 16 incredible teams. So when we say we're a little skeptical about one team winning, it doesn't necessarily mean they're a bad team. It just means this lobby is insane. T1, we were a little skeptical of, but they come out with a very good game one with 7 kills and a 4th place.
That's true, but I'm also not completely convinced that they're going to continue that consistency, and that's just because of their track record at this event so far. I mean, I think Pac has been really critical of them as well, as have I, and that's just because, I mean, when you look at the roster, they really have no excuse to be playing the way they are, but it really comes down to decision-making and a lack thereof that seems to be kind of plaguing this team. They don't always look like they're on the same page, especially in team fights. Early on, before they started to kind of get their stuff together, so to speak, they weren't even really playing for trades in a lot of their team fights, but yeah, it's a good start for T1. Again, I'm not sure if they're going to keep up the consistency, but they have started to kind of put the pieces together. I just don't know if it's too late.
Take a quick look at 4 Angry Men, as you can see how much money they've got in the bank. Currently in 3rd for the Pickup Challenge, $141,000 earned so far, with some opportunities. And we did figure out Gen G, if they get 1st or 2nd, could win this thing depending on what team gets 1st, but 3rd and 4th, it looks like will knock them potentially out of the overall winner's position. One of those teams looking to knock them out, Hypoc, is the Sonics.
Yeah, there's been a lot to talk about with the Sonics, right? I'll be honest, mostly negative, right? Through the midway of PGI S, until week 5, they were kind of lacking, right? And that was after such a strong start, but I mean, the players themselves, they're saying they're back. They're feeling themselves now. They had a couple of weeks where they felt lost themselves. So, you know, hopefully towards the back end, like we said, the 2 weeks that mattered were week 5 and week 6. They're coming into it with 40K, so it's still all to play for. I mean, this is lower down in terms of the prize pool earnings.
It is very far down. They peaked early, Godspeed, but they seem to have sort of fought their way back and have made some big statements. This is their weekend. They seem like they've got the pedigree and the energy to potentially pull this off.
Well, they definitely have the pedigree, the pedigree and the energy. I don't disagree with you there. It's just if they're actually going to bring that to the table this time. And look, we keep talking about who's going to, win and who's going to get 1st, but 2nd through 4th, I mean, those are massive payouts for these teams. I mean, even if they don't win, which ultimately we all know that every team in this lobby wants to get 1st, there's still so much money on the line, specifically with the crowdfunding afterwards. I mean, that coming in any of those top 4 placements, whether it's Sonics or any of the team, is quite honestly huge for those guys.
Yeah, I mean, even I think we were kind of talking about in the green room earlier today, Hypoc. Meta Gaming is not here for the final weekend. They got 2nd last weekend. And even with that, they've made more money than most PUBG teams have made through the entire year. So that 2nd, 3rd, 4th, that's a pretty big deal for a lot of these guys.
Yeah, it's, like I said, with the nature of the crowdfunding, it's only got better and better week on week. So, again, to come into week 6 finals, it's really difficult to pick out any of these teams that are going to settle for any less than 1st place, right? This is a massive opportunity. With it being so top-heavy, I don't think we're going to be seeing anybody kind of ride the wave in terms of the middle of the pack.
Now, that game seemed like it started a little bit slow, Godspeed. Do you think that continues through the first day where everyone's sort of taking their time, or do you think we see the speed start to amp up throughout the course today?
Maybe a little bit of both. Honestly, that circle was kind of slow. Just those Monty circles aren't very fast because a lot of teams have good rotations to come in and a lot of places to set up. But I don't really think that'll be the case, especially if we see like a really wacky circle. I think these teams are going to go for it. I mean, this is it, right? There's only 9 games left, 2 days left of competition, over $1 million. I don't think, I mean, aside from some hesitation we saw from DXG there, that a lot of these teams, especially the top ones, are going to hesitate when the time comes for them to either make a big play, do a crazy rotation, or just kind of send it and go for it. I mean, this is it. This is everything.
You could not have said it better. Godspeed, put it on the table. This is everything. 9 games left to play, over $1 million on the line for first place. Match number 2 about to kick off as we continue our day of play with the upper echelon of excitement. It is Matchroom and Paper Thin.
Thanks, guys. We've got ourselves another Southern Plane Path, just cutting right a little bit north of Los Leones, but that's about as far as it goes. Still south of Impala. And this is the second time in a row, Paper Thin, that we could be looking at a very peculiar Southern Circle just back to back.
Yeah, it looks pretty darn similar, Matt. I was like, are we getting a replay of the last game? Is that kind of what I thought when I first saw it? But no, indeed, it is the second game. So these teams are going to have pretty similar ideas on how to start it. Now we'll see where the circle goes. Of course, that could change very drastically. It could head up a little bit more northeast or southwest. Who the heck knows? We're southwest where it was last time, but to the southeast, I mean, and anything's possible. And I don't expect to see any fighting since we didn't last time, but maybe people are going to, try for different vehicle spawns. Those kind of things can happen. So just waiting to see how that's all going to shake out. But again, like I mentioned earlier, it's the beginning of a finals weekend. Nobody wants to make mistakes early. Nobody wants to lose players early if they can help it.
Oh, Akari going to go ahead and get the inside track on the motorcycle. Going to grab that one away from 4 a.m. Should be able to make it off into the horizon and see that it's going to be an ump coming out, but forever realizes the fact that that's probably gone, so no real rush. I'm trying to make anything out of it. Circle goes about as north as it can, given that plane path, and is going to center up around Power Grid. So that means options and all these teams that led into their, I guess, secondary southern drop locations going to have to rotate up and through the potential of a couple other teams. But if you're a team that's already in rotation, that means that potentially you can just go ahead and wrap very far to the north and get yourself a position to loot from that's already inside the safe zone.
Yeah, I wouldn't be too surprised to, see 4 a.m. send a couple up towards Hacienda, where they normally drop. Maybe some other teams start to reach out. I could see Akari still on his motorcycle, so kind of curious to see where he's going to end up. Yeah, definitely a lot of these teams can kind of just start moving their way a little bit more north if they so choose. Gen G's going El Pozo right now, even though I thought maybe STK might try for that drop spot. Here on Miramar, it looks like for now, Gen G is going to be claiming that phase is Monte. We all know that. They never seem to give that up. Infantry is always around the Impala area, so it's going to be a little interesting for them, the winners from the last game. And again, they came in late, as they kind of do, but they try to get more center as things go. And they just won a big fight against MCG on the western edge of the circle. That really opened up a lot of space, with 4 a.m. finishing off Gen G early in that last game. And away they went with the rest of that and got the win.
I mean, Division X played that so passively. It almost felt like they were still kind of caught in the survival mode style, but even whenever they stepped out to take that last fight, they should have had all the information. They had so much control in what was happening, and instead just walk into a very strong, controlled position that Longsker had, and they paid the price for it. I mean, when we look at the overall points that everybody managed together inside that last round, you can see that Shoot to Kill walked away with 9 kills. Infantry with 9 kills and a first. T1 got 7 kills. FaZe, who came in 5th, still managed to walk away with 5 kills. And then it's DXG who got 2nd and 1 kill. I mean, that's about the epitome of passive play right there.
It's not going to get them into the money. They've got to be better with their team fighting at the end of that game. They can play passive if they want, if they're going to get gifted the compound, but at the end of the game, they can't just kind of one by one walk into infantry firing lines and get mowed down without any response, without any proper cover fire line setup. It just isn't going to work. So I think the nerves got to Division X a little bit there, I'd say, being in that, kind of final moment, whereas infantry's been in those moments a lot in big international tournaments. So I think there you're seeing a little bit of the pedigree of infantry coming through it. Of course, I think just in general, Longsker is probably the best player in this. I think he is the best player in this tournament right now. and he's showing you why with that finish he had.
Whenever he gets in the groove, man, that guy is just a beast to be contended with. Shoot to Kill did have themselves a good position and walked away with a ton of kills inside that last round. On the other side of that, though, Zenith all stacked up together, kind of rolling. Got to be careful around multi-circle gaming, but do know how to approach inside the zone. So going to be able to use the hillside to negate a lot of vision. But it does look like they are committing to make a play for this point. Already dropping out one. Lingdu already aware of positioning off of this and says, okay, let's just go ahead and get out of this one, surrender it. I'm all by my lonesome, so Zenith is going to get control of that. And Lingdu, no, he's just repositioning to a new point. This might be pretty sneaky, and he could really inflict a lot of damage to Zenith if they are caught unaware by this.
Yeah, it's not bad if he can catch somebody kind of peeking around the side of that corner, maybe win a trade. But he's going to peace out in the long run. I think he was just looking to see if maybe somebody from Zenith was kind of wrapping around the outside of that corner. Just maybe he would get lucky. A decent clip from Shinboy gets a ping into him. Lingdu going to retreat back up to the power grid. So MCG wants to reach out with a 1-3 early, but isn't going to be able to get away with it. And back into the power grid, which is still quite central in this circle. You never know. Might end up in that area anyway. We'll see.
I know. I mean, multi-circle gaming is so sad. They have control over power grid, center of the circle, with tons of vision and control. And they didn't even really lose much except for a little bit of health in getting that information. So, I mean, it's so bad for them right now, to say the least. Other teams caught in rotations right now. We've got Shoot to Kill, Infantry, Oath, and DXG. A Freak of Freaks also cutting a little bit of their own path through. TMB, you can see, trying to get a little bit more information on what's going on, but it's going to be a lot of high ground control coming up for several teams as Fuzzface gets spotted out, and Gen G, man, these guys have some aim.
It's a tough hill to get up. We've seen it a couple times in this tournament where people have tried to get up that mountainside and had problems with it, and this time Fuzzface not really able to get up there fast enough before Gen G's excellent sniping skills make him pay. Now they're going to push in a little bit. Atesy immediately into his Bronco and is going to piece on out. He doesn't want anything to do with Gen G right now, and a few trading shots in his rear end. Going to send him towards the rest of phase here. Uba Gustav just waiting in the God and the little garage, the open top garage there as we look towards the circle. You still have Oath coming in, DXG coming in very late, SDK around the east side, making a very safe rotation.
It almost feels like the longer that Gen G goes without having a dominant performance, the more angry they get and the more they take it out on the other people around them. I mean, I don't know if it's like they've made some type of like deal where they have to supply like blood to the blood god or something. I don't know, but it feels like they just escalate. The longer they go without like a very dominant performance, the more they just start to harass and just damage and kill everybody in the earlier sections of the game, to where you just kind of start being this point where you have to have a phobia of whenever you're around them, or in this case, Fuzzface's case specifically, you don't even have to be close to them.
No, they're just crazy good at everything they do. I mean, sniping, up close and personal stuff. Their throwables, I would say, are pretty good, but not the best. I think there's definitely a lot of teams and players who outshine them in that department. It'd be something, if I was to pick a minor gripe with Gen G, it'd be maybe their throwables a bit. But overall, they're incredibly talented, top to bottom, as we've seen. And you could see there on the, if you were watching in between games there, they showed them on camera. There was no concerns. They were all happy. They were laughing, all smiles. These players have been here before. They've done it before, of course, winning PGC in 2019. They're no strangers to the big moments and to winning on the big stages, so they know not to really, beat themselves up after, a slow start.
You can see our two teams that are in no rush to make it into the safe zone. That's going to be Shoot to Kill to the east, approaching next to Azahar, and then to the south. Really, we've got DXG, and most of the other teams are already holding down positions of control. Multi-Circle Gaming has a lot of friends that are trying to encroach up around Power Grid, but right now we're a little bit more further south, where you can see that Oath is looking around, trying to make sure that they get a little bit more information. They know that a lot of the teams are probably playing all along Power Grid. That's where a lot of their information is really focused at trying to gather right now, and Shrooms is going to have a couple of bullets go by from quite a range, but not going to connect enough to really do anything to him. So with this, it's just information gathering, and this is kind of the slower section of the game right now, especially in these earlier rounds. Nobody wants to overcommit to anything just quite yet. This is still a very volatile leaderboard. Nobody's managed to run away with anything just quite yet, even though Infantry did have a phenomenal game. There's still open opportunities. I mean, hell, Piper, we've seen people walking away with kill counts that can, in one round, that equal where first place is at.
Oh, absolutely. There's definitely the capability of a lot of these teams in this lobby to put up 20-plus point kill games. Is again, Infantry is one of those teams that's done it. PCS2 last year. There's so many good teams in here. It's so hard. And I agree with you, Matt. There's a lot of patience. Nobody needs to make moves. Purdy Curdy already a little beat up. Zhao Ying in his Bronco, though, is Purdy going to go for this. Purdy steps out, isn't really able to ADS quite quick enough to catch Zhao Ying there. So Zhao Ying is just going to try to piece on out of here. The rest of SDK is rolling up. Circle is moving in the direction of El Pozo. So heading over towards the west. But back over to Zhao Ying. I think he should be okay to escape. But yeah, I think, Matt, going back to your point that people they don't have to play early aggressive. There's nobody like in the middle of the pack that really needs points, but Vanatica drives right into Mings, and now he's got more of Day Trade here.
Mings is just destroying them. Finally, he gets taken down, and it's going to be the referees at range. Sonics that got vision on everything that's going on, trying to steal all of the kills that they can. And man, that was just feeling like it was so good for Tiemba until suddenly it wasn't. You can see both Day Trade and Tiemba trying to get a little bit of separation on what's going on. When you're having to commit to a shack at this stage of the game, you know your team is in some trouble.
Yeah, that's definitely not the way that Day Trade would like to start that. Tianba loses one member to Gen G in that fight as well. Buriram barreling down onto Afrika. Afrika dared to aggress into Buriram territory, and now they potentially, well, I'm not going to say potentially, they definitely have a fight on their hands. There's no way Buriram isn't going to fight this. That's just what they do. Ganmiao looking around the corner, but Afrika not giving him the angle, being wise to the positioning, and I think they kind of read this pretty well that this is Buriram. They got to be careful, though, driving it away. We know how good Buriram is catching members, and there it is. Nawadra going to get the knock and the finish onto Hansia. You have to be so careful when you're driving anywhere near Buriram. They are just deadly taking people off vehicles.
And the way that they feed information, you can see that the way that they were set up there, they just called it out and they said, okay, this is how we're going to handle it. I'll reposition back over so that way they could really catch the cars as they were rotating out. I mean, their communication is just constantly growing, and their aggression, if anything, is finding more and more reward whenever we look at the risk scenarios. Like whenever we first saw Buriram, it was very high risk, low reward, but now they're starting to move into high reward while still maintaining like a medium risk. These guys are not afraid to step out of compounds early and really not afraid to control territory. I mean, they almost feel like a pack together. They hunt together, they'll roam around together, and if you step into their territory, they will fiercely defend it.
Absolutely. I think that's a really good analogy. They are kind of like a pack of wolves in some ways. Yeah, they might spread out a bit to go on the hunt, but once the fight actually begins, if they can, they will get to each other. Sometimes they're a little bit too spread out and things like that, but that happens to every team. And I tell you what, if Buriram starts to pick up steam, you got to be real scared. That's a team that can just catch fire and go, go, go. Like a lot of teams in this lobby are very capable of that, but they in particular seem to just... once they feel confident, it just seems to snowball throughout a weekend for them. So we'll see. They are in a tough position right now, though, Matt, on the edge of San Martin there. Wherever this circle goes, unless it just keeps shifting over towards them, it can be a little tricky to get out of that. We'll see, though. They're able to, like you said, they can create a lot of space by just how good they are at shooting.
Speaking of good at shooting, we've got Sonics in a high ground position, running a 2-1-1. Two members looking towards Team Liquid's positioning, and the other two looking at Oath and Multi-Circle Gaming as they are starting to roll up onto each other. Really, I mean, Sonics have so much vision on everything that's going on. They can kind of really force teams to kind of fight against each other. Oath jumps out. Multi-Circle Gaming's Evilly does have a high ground little control point that he's trying to play from, but no real knocks coming out just yet. Oath takes some damage, but finally you can see Evilly does manage to hold the line up for his team. The rest of reinforcements now shifting back down. You can see Ling Du up in the northern position. Pat Caps is outside of this, but Snakers and Balefront's on approach as well. And I think that they've realized that this is a lost cause and are going to abandon the position, instead opting to rotate a little bit further to the north.
Yeah, that one didn't work out for Oath, so they're going to have to rethink and re-strategize with the way the circle shifted. It kind of centered up a bit. Genji's moving up to the Fishhook Hill. heading out to the east of Pozo there. T1 is going to be coming through Pozo proper, as Gen.G has left the city itself. T1 up on the south side, the remnants of Day Trade there behind them. Sonics were on the backside of the Oath MCG fight. In fact, they were the ones who knocked Pat Caps, so they're going to set up in that dip. Just to the west of Power Grid there, and they're going to call that home for now with T1 and Oath trying to get further north ahead of them.
Oh, Balefrost in some trouble, tries to take him down, does manage to get one, but that's going to be a quick pickup. Balefrost down, and we should be able to res Jeems as well, but Sonics, again, surveying the territory around them, trying to harass all the teams. They are going to pick up the kill for this one, but you can see now Jeems trying to still get rezzed off in position. Sonics trying to approach a little bit more. They still have Multi-Circle Gaming in their eastern corridor, but they have Team Liquid to the north, and you can see it's getting very clustered in the southeast. Most teams playing around Power Grid. We saw this with the shifts going up towards the north. That means the fact that a lot of these teams now focused into a little bit of a, I guess, death funnel as slowly and steadily being collapsed in towards each other more and more. And there you go, guys. There is your code. I'll read it out once for you. It is NVUBZ24BC9M5.
Look how nice Matrim is. He reads the codes for you guys. Such a nice guy. Oh, Summer. Huynh is not a nice guy, though. Gonna get the knock with a headshot on the barrel. Gonna try to finish it up with the frag. It's well placed, and he's gonna knock the retreating Evil Lee with it. Molly's following. Sonics, they might have a great opportunity to wipe MCG out.
Oh, so much trouble right now. You can see Sonics realize the opportunity. They run up the hillside. It's going to be Tank, but we have seen Tank star perform for his squad before. Holding up. You can see the Molotovs are slowing it down. And Team Liquid, Jeems has an angle onto everybody from Sonics, and there is nowhere to go. 2 members down, already flushed out. And where do you go from this point? Sonics thought that they had an opportunity, but now down to just 2 members. The cost ridiculously high for the aggression.
Yeah, I think kind of those knocks and those kills got Sonics thinking a little bit too much here. Link do, no sir. Hikari gonna get the headshot and the knock onto him. Some really good shots coming out here from Sonics. Jeems from Team Liquid, that was fantastic mini shooting from him on the retreating Sonics on the side of that hill. And he picks up a couple points for it. And now a grenade from Long K, gonna find Mexi. So Team Liquid under pressure, 2 members up, as they try to fend off a push from another team. Like you were saying, Matt, there's a lot of congestion on the Power Grid side. There's a lot of kind of dips and dives. It almost looks like kind of when you would put a CD in a microwave and all those electricity lines would fan out along it. It's kind of what it looks like to the northwest of Power Grid, and that's why you could fit so many teams in here.
I just learned a lot about your childhood with that statement right there, Paper. No type of science experiments you were pulling. Zenith, though, spots out FaZe while they have a vehicle catastrophe. 2 members down, another one in a very precarious position right now. So Zenith going to be able to get the quick mop up onto those. They've got to be careful, though, as there are a lot of teams that are approaching along this corridor, so they don't want to overextend into it. 8C, the last one up for his squad now, is reminder on the codes. Remember, guys, you do put them inside the game client itself. Day Trade, though, they're just going to roll right through the middle of everything. 8C's like, hey, maybe I can at least get some kills out of this, get something for my team. Flash on Near on no life, but is going to survive. They do find themselves a dip to play for now. Gen.G, here's the firefight that's happening, and not really one to leave their nice comfort of home. Just kind of chilling, but you can see Oath, the last member up for his squad, and it's a lot of these solos realizing the fact that they are in some trouble and seeing if maybe they can at least get a kill point out of the situation. Tank lined up against Sonics. 2 members of Sonics can hold 2 different angles on him. He's outside in the blue, and he's just going to go ahead and die off that one. Mime's going to get the credit for it. So now, with everything that's going on, it's just going to be the stragglers trying to rotate into the zone.
Yeah, that's what Tianba's doing here right now, trying to see if they can maybe follow up behind Day Trade's position. If they've been keeping good track of their kill feed, they might recognize that Day Trade is in a bit of trouble. PO did get a knock, but there's still 2 up, so they might have a good chance to try to dive into this dip, but no, took a little too long to get over the top of that hill, and another good shot comes through. Tianba not able to make the push work.
Sonics do find themselves a way to at least get on the edge of the zone. Bullying the last one up for his squad, just going to let that one happen. They don't want to over-aggress into it. DXG, one of the last teams that's not really found their spot inside the zone, should be rotating in just a second. But it's just a scattering of solos and damaged players trying to roll through. Oh, Long K, that's no good. That's going to find nowhere to go. He's going to get dropped as well. So, Fergus, you're in some trouble. Now you've got to figure out how you're going to approach into this as well. He's going to come in along a similar path, but I think he might stop a little bit closer to Team Liquid's side and might have a little bit of a lip to play from. At least gets inside the zone, and that's going to buy him a little bit of time to work with, because I don't think that Team Liquid can really aggress onto this.
No, I don't think Team Liquid will have any desire to do that. They're kind of pinned out in those shacks to the west of the warehouse right now. EJ is going to army crawl. They were trying to fend off Buriram, but it looks like it didn't quite go as well as they would have liked. Sonic's infantry's bullying the last one alive there. Just hanging out in a shack. So a lot of teams still on the southern edge of the circle, and a lot of them have suffered damage because of how many were down there and how much fighting they've had to do just to get to this position.
Yeah, this is bad for a lot of these teams in the South right now. When we're looking through Buriram, who's been chasing circle upon circle, trying to make it into the safe zone. Freaks EJ in some trouble. Sonic's firmly surrounded by solos and damaged teams. Just next to them is also going to be Team Liquid. Let's see T1 trying to see if maybe they can venture in, scout something out. Gen G has had control of this compound for a while and have been rewarded with it. Circle falling in their general direction repeatedly, but I think that Dongchae has managed to find himself a little bit of a position to play from. Now, really, it's about how can these damaged teams try to make an approach. As you can see, Shoot to Kill just has a beautiful gatekeeping position on so many of them.
Yeah, Shoot to Kills really position themselves nicely with this 2-2 split along the hillside here. And Buriram's going to be one of the teams to try to break through the defenses of the NA Superstars. Luke is going to be up over there, going to get the knock on to Godbiao out in the open. Easy finish for him as well. Edie, last one alive for BRU. You never know with these boys. They're want to pop off at any moment.
And you know they're pissed at this stage. Like, I feel like Buriram is one of those teams that whenever they take a couple of early casualties and they have to chase the circle, you know that they're going to be mad and looking for some form of vengeance. Edie, though, looks like he's going to maybe play this one a little bit more passively. Instead, see if maybe he can spot somebody out. He knows the way that the circle is set up. There's probably going to be a couple of stragglers trying to roll through here. Boliang caught up, looking in the direction of EJ, should be spotted out maybe pretty soon by Edie. We'll have to see how that one goes. Edie, though, caught up and looking at the vehicles at the time, mostly actually looking in EJ's position.
Oh, well, EJ is dead. There's no way he's getting away with it. Edie gonna pick that one up. A Freak of Freaks out in 13th. So not a terrible start to the day, but not a great start either. And Edie doing a good job here for Buriram, at least staying alive. Boliang trying to do the same as a solo behind him, working his way through, but he's running out of heals very quickly. The circle is not favorable to him either. Trying to get up that hill. If there goes Day Trade, it's going to be a grenade from Anonix that's going to finish the job. They were prone to those kind of things in that spot, and Gen G just reached out and plucked a few points into their hands as they have had a pretty solid round. 5 kills already for them, 5 kills for Buriram, 5 kills for Sonic. So some early aggression in this round, and now Boliang's turn to try to take down Edie.
Oh, Edie, you got to remember the golden rule, man. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. You spot out the solo trying to hide his way and get yourself a kill point, and instead somebody gets you in return. So now it's going to be FaZe getting eliminated as well, as we got 8 teams, 25 alive, and a very strong control point showing up for Zenith and Gen G. A lot of these teams are now going to have to contest with a hillside fight, which is going to allow capabilities for their own contained fights potentially. Really, it's about how Zenith is opting to play this high ground and really how they choose to harass. But you can see Shoot to Kill's positioning on the other side of this hill is going to at least be inside of the zone and is going to be safe from both Zenith and Gen G's positioning.
Yeah, there's a lot of really strong teams with still all 4 up, so kind of looking into that. And then Gen G's Loki gets knocked by Dangchae. Godvi gets knocked. So T1 trying to open some space on the northern side of the circle for themselves. It's 4 a.m. on their left, Gen G on the right. I do not envy them at all. That is a really difficult position to be in. Loki as well in a difficult position, trying to get back into the God compound to hide himself. And Onyx has a really long run to make if he's going to get over there and make that res. Pio trying to provide some cover fire. It's going to take a lot of smokes to get over to Loki. You can see that wall. That's already 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 smokes put up, and it's going to be Roth coming up over the top that makes all the smokes completely wasted.
That was so much utility to get nothing but to feed Zenith over a kill. That could have been absolutely pivotal for their late game strategies, as this hillside, you know that smokes are going to be ridiculously vital. Bo Liang still alive, looking in the direction of 4 a.m. Gonna have to be a little careful with that one. Blue's taking him for a decent amount of damage, and there you go. Lou spots him out. So Bo Liang out, infantry eliminated in 8. So with this, the first place position starting to come open, and look at that. STK, T1 Sonics, and Team Liquid all vying for it right now. Team Liquid lines up onto PO and takes down one of the raid bosses of the lobby. That's going to open up more opportunities to Team Liquid and allow them to rotate maybe just a little bit easier depending on how this goes. Realizing the fact that it's a little bit more problematic, it looks like T1 is also starting to aggress into Gen.G's positioning. Meanwhile, you can see 4 a.m. getting more control over the northeast, making sure that they can try to play around that position. Zenith just continuing to harass all of the teams to the south, to the east, making sure that no rotation is easy for anyone.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see Zenith is really dialed in now to the southern part of their circle. They got to be careful, though. There still is STK looming on the east side, so they have a couple flanks they have to worry about. That's one of the tough spots of being in there. You can see why. Tiggleton catches Roth kind of moving around up there. Punich trying to look over the side, seeing what's going on. And Roth, they're going to try to get to him. It's probably going to require some smokes here. Tiggleton's waiting for somebody to try to cross to see if he can land some mini shots. Him and Mime, the last two left alive for Sonics. And will the cross happen? They're gonna try to do this without smokes. Potentially, it looks like that's a little risky. You got to be real careful with, especially with Tiggleton down there.
Oh, lines up, doesn't get the knock onto Jeem, so they do manage to sneak by it. So Shinboy looking in this direction doesn't manage to align much in there either. So now it's going to be about positionals, as Zenith have the high ground. They have control, but they have to defend it from a lot of people. And yet again, it's going to be a hillside fight up into this positioning. Do note there's going to be one more circle that could reveal where our last position is going to be, so it could shift around to another point. So with this, Zenith have prime territory, and Team Liquid, with that risky foot push, also in a very strong spot.
Well, they're doing a good job kind of taking advantage of the chaos that's happening between Sonics and Zenith. As another knock comes through and the smokes are there, there is enough of the rock to kind of keep it in the way. Wow, Mime. That was quick. Gets the headshot into Kickstart, and immediately Kickstart has to go back and go for the heal. 4 a.m. is trying to push their way forward, and it's going to be STK still chilling on the eastern side of the circle, waiting. 4 a.m. uphill battle, and you can see once they cross that ridge line, Matt, it's a flat, open terrain that really exposes them to shoot to kill's fire lines.
And Shoot to Kill is waiting for it. They're committing into this, but it's going to be Forever that connects onto Alo that could provide the opportunity. 4 a.m. now throwing out the smokes, trying to bring the utility. Crazy playing a lower position onto it. Godfeed just rolling right into point, running right up along this. You can see 4 a.m. not hesitating away from it. Luke 12 goes down as well. So while Shoot to Kill had the covered control point to play from, it's going to be 4 a.m. that's finding the different ways to inflict the knocks. So with this, Forever has to make sure that he keeps an eye on the Zenith's positioning, as Zenith now looking like they might want to try to third-party this. It's a dance back and forth as Forever is trying to make the peek around the side of it. Pentalol has to contest with Zenith as well. Zenith has been trying to inflict as many casualties as possible. 2 members down, trying to see if they can spot him out. Does manage to spot out 2 of the down members for Shoot to Kill. Picks those up, so Kickstart going to be rewarded for it. But with all the attention being focused to the east, they have surrendered control over the hillside, and now so many teams are just moving, trying to find active control points to play from, and Zenith lines up, trying to get more damage onto 4 a.m., and it is just a fight for everything you've got along this hillside.
It's crazy. 4 a.m. landing some really nice shots. They are in a really tough spot. Couple knocks opening up the door for them on the SDK. Zenith comes over, gets a couple knocks into them. They're able to fight back yet again. Xiaolu and Crazy trying to get it done. Pentalol hanging on by a thread right now. Mollies, grenades, everything exploding around him. But he's found just enough of a nook at the side of this rock to keep himself alive. 4 Angry Men, though, still outside of the circle, and Zenith, they picked up a lot of kill points out of this. Let's see if they can finish this out.
Penta got flash, not a lot of vision to work with, but if he creeps forward, he might be able to spot out where Zenith is hiding at. Does reveal it, goes for the shot, but Roth spins back over onto him and gets the knock. You can see how damaged Zenith is from position. 4 a.m. stepping up into this, realizing that this might be their opportunity as well. Lines up along the side of it, hunting down the damaged Zenith, and everybody is flooding up this hillside right now. Crazy spotting out, he goes down, now it's just onto Lou. Finally, you're gonna see the shot starting to connect with this. So, now, look at our final 4. We've got T1, 3 members up, Zenith 1, 4 a.m. with 1, Sonics up with 2, and Lou manages to finally take down Zenith, who has been harassing everybody for so long. So, T1 has the numbers advantage, but no longer has the safe zone. That's gonna go over to Sonic's favor.
Well, we've talked about it before that T1 sometimes struggles in these close quarters fighting situations. Their teamwork at times can leave something to be desired. Maybe this is the time when they can finally turn it around. They've been getting better and better throughout this tournament, and now is a huge opportunity for them to step up, potentially take a win here in the weekly finals, put themselves in that conversation for the money. Xiaolu trying to do everything he can to keep them at bay. T1 did a great job to finish off Gen G. Grenades going to be thrown here. Adder's grenade going to be going just a bit too far onto Xiaolu. Xiaolu is ready over the ledge here, and he's going to get taken down. Great shots from Aqua 5.
Just 2 teams remaining. 3 members from T1 pushing into 2 from Sonics. Finally winning control over the hillside. But there is a split position coming up from Sonics. Notice Tiggleton. He's got himself a nice little hidey hole. If he can wait and draw T1's attention towards this point, and then instead just capitalize off of a back push into them, he could absolutely destroy T1 from this spot. No one would expect it. He's got cover. He is so hidden from here. Everything is going to collapse right in between Mime and Tiggleton's position. So all pressure now onto T1. They have to know this. They have to know that somebody is already positioned up and waiting for them. The question comes into play. Do they have a read on where the danger could be coming from? Smokes now starting to draw out, drop down into points, and you can see T1 very, very nervous of this Western approach, trying to make sure that they keep an eye on it, making sure that they also try to keep an eye on where Tig might be hiding at. Mime has vision on the smokes coming through. Aqua 5 starting to crest up the hillside. Doesn't spot out anything just yet. Star-Lord now starting to play along that similar point. Molotov's out, and you can see the smokes coming out from both sides. Options getting more and more limited. Mime has to be a focal point, has to draw attention, gets the knock onto 1. Spots out Adder up towards the top as well. So now in a 2v2 situation, Adder has to reposition down, and yet again, it's gonna be Mime lining up headshot upon headshot. Tig knows where Star-Lord is, the last member for the squad. Now Star-Lord has all pressure, nowhere to go, gets the shots onto Mime, forces him into cover, but where are you gonna go? Tig is waiting with bated breath for you to step just another foot or 2 down that hillside, and there you go. It's gonna be Sonics walking away with a phenomenal victory.
That's huge. The Sonics have been great on Miramar throughout all of this tournament, and they're showing up big once again on the desert. That is just really solid hold. That just goes to show their map knowledge on Miramar is so high. The spot that Tiggleton in it is so great, like you were talking about, Matt. Unless T1 really has an kind of identical amount of knowledge of that situation, they're not going to be aware that Tiggleton's there. It didn't end up mattering because Mime just was landing his shots so nicely. They have a great angle to take from that shack. So really nicely done here by Sonics, and they get benefited a little bit because Zenith decided to leave kind of their barricade position and moved over to the fight. And to be fair, Zenith picked up a whole bunch of kills off of that move, so I don't blame Zenith for doing that at all, but it opens the door for the Sonics to get that win.
Prime time, Mime time shows up big at the end there. I mean, he held that position for so long against 3 opponents and managed to inflict 2 downs onto point, feed the information over to Tig, and then Tig just gotta wait for him to step out and then pick it up. So great performance coming up from them, but also just the bloodbath across the hillside. I mean, there was so much going on there. We saw team upon team just slamming into those rocks and dying upon it just due to position and third parties. But I know the analyst desk wants to deep dive into that, so you guys, let us know what you saw.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Congratulations to Sonics as Mime breaks his silence with 5 kills and gets themselves a win. And let's be honest, Hypoc, as we watch those final circles popping up, I think a lot of us weren't even looking at Sonics. There was like, is SDK going to fight Zenith? Is T1 going to fight Liquid? And then all of a sudden, Sonics.
Yeah, I think if you play that circle out 100 times with the setup, especially from SDK, Zenith, 4 AM coming in from the north, those have got to be your logical picks, right? But I mean, Zenith, fair play to them. The point came where they had to fight for that position, right? It gave them so much space and freedom in the mid game, but I mean, as soon as that shifts to the north, there's going to be a load of teams that have taken casualties coming across, and unfortunately, people just able to get too close. They're not able to put out enough pressure in the mid game, but still picking up a load of kills. So absolutely capitalizing off that position nonetheless.
Absolutely. Let's take a look back at the highlights. And as it starts, I want you to answer me a question, Godspeed. T1, did they throw?
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to say that they threw, but that was rough. I mean, fair play to Mime and Tig. I think that positioning that Tig actually had was really disgusting. But yeah, I mean, two of the players just went down to Mime without really any recourse. I don't really even think they did that much damage to him. There wasn't a lot of utilities. I'm pretty sure they still had at least a couple smokes. I'm not trying to say they threw, but man, that was, yeah, that potentially could have, way Pock said it, you run that 100 different ways. I don't think the Sonics wins that 100 different times.
Well, and this is the thing, right? In a scenario where your anchor player is the one that actually finds 2 knocks there. I mean, Mime's literally only job there is to make sure that they don't discover where Tig is dug in, right? So the fact that he's able to do so much damage and actually find the second knock when T1 try and reset for the res
huge.
Is absolutely massive.
Yeah, it was absolutely huge. And this circle as well, Pac, we can kind of talk about it, is very awkward for these teams because the center was pretty much pushing everyone towards the top of this quote-unquote like unplayable area, right, where the circle generally doesn't like to go, and it forced all these teams to fight at these really awkward elevations and angles. And for all intents and purposes, I think Zenith actually, as you said earlier, really took advantage of that. Even though they went out a little earlier, they had it, I think it was at least 10 kills.
Yeah, it was, and like I said, the point comes where Zenith eventually have to fight off, and again, in that scenario, it goes one or two ways, right? They fall when, you know, 3 or 4 teams are coming up and trying to press to that position, but the fact they put out as many kills as they did is a big win for me. But yeah, agreed. Tig eventually shows his hand at the end. I mean, the one thing I will say is, you know, Sonics made a confidence play earlier on in that game, and yes, it did. It didn't really pay off for them. James there with the third party able to shut down 2 of Sonics, but that's a really good look for me in the Week 6 finals here, is the Sonics aren't afraid to do what they do in their comfort zone back in North America, right?
It's true. And you bring up Liquid, and they kind of had a lot of impact in that game. If you think about the fact that they made Sonics limp into the end, they hurt T1. I don't think T1 had much in the way of helmets and vests going into that final fight, Godspeed. And so while Liquid was there, or wasn't in that last 2 or 3, they definitely had a huge impact on it.
Yeah, Liquid absolutely had a good impact, and on top of the fact that they had to fight uphill and they were still doing a lot of damage to the teams below them. You know, this is the second game that I don't want to say that they were necessarily, they needed to consolidate earlier. They lost members early, but overall, I think Liquid is coming into this really strong. I mean, consistent so far. First 2 games is not a bad look, considering the fact that they barely qualified in the last one. Well, not barely qualified, but it took them all the way up into the last game to get into this lobby.
Yeah. And then they qualified with a big number, but that was, you know, when the other 15 top teams were through. Take a look at the standings, 23 points. The Sonics move into first, up 6 off of that win, not surprising. T1 in second because they've had 2 consistent games. Infantry shoot to kill Zenith, Liquid 4M, and FaZe Clan in 8th. Let's go as we kind of think about that, Hypoc. There was, you know, we kind of joke about North Americans fighting each other, and we saw that with, you know, Zenith and the boys. That said, Zenith and SDK, is that inevitable? There's 4 of them in the lobby. You know, Toby pointed out that's 25% of the players dropping out of the plane. Do you think it's actual NA violence, or is this just a symptom of having so many teams in the final?
Hey, I'm absolutely fine if NA find themselves fighting each other in the end game, right? It's only a good thing overall in terms of point acquisition, right?
Let's take a look at kill points and total points for that match, just so that you know exactly what everybody walked away with. And it's the Sonics with 19. So it's fun to watch. And at the end of the day, kill points are everything. You do bring that up. Zenith got 10 kills on that one. Godspeed, which is putting them in second. So, you know, if you're going to go out with a lot of kills. Let's take a look at the leaders.
Yeah, look at James, though. We talked about Liquid earlier. 6 kills on the side of him as well. I'm sure they did a lot of damage. Gen G, this is now the second game, and I think they're at a total of 8 points. So not exactly the storm out the gate start that I'm sure Gen G wanted. But yeah, we'll have to see if they can at least kind of salvage the next 3 games and see what happens point-wise. Zenith, though, it's really crazy to me to look at this team and see how far they've come and how much better they've actually gotten right over the course of this event. And I think that kind of goes to show you how high level the teams are that are here, I think this has actually helped everyone level up for the most part. And I think Zenith is one of the best products of that. Obviously, I would put Meta in that hat as well, even though sadly they didn't make it here. But yeah, Zenith has won one of the weeks here. They were definitely, we talked about it before, not one of the teams that we would have expected to really represent North America at the highest level here. You know, none of us really had them on the radar. I'll be honest, I didn't. But to see them grow and to see Roth and Kickstart especially, my goodness.
Yeah.
To finally see him performing on an international level, because we always knew how good that kid was, right? It's been really fun. And Punij and Shin have also really started to step up as well. And I really like what I'm seeing from these guys. Whether they stay together or not after this event, I think all four of those players has leveled up tremendously.
That's the rub, though, isn't it? When the band gets big, the band breaks up because somebody decides that maybe they want to go off on their own. So we'll see what bands stay together. But first, we want to see which band wins the million. And we'll be back for game number 3 in that chase in just a few minutes.
Hello, and welcome to The Richest Survivor, a show that is interesting not only to PUBG fans, but also tax collectors. During PGI S, teams earn money from their performances, and the richest team by the end of the tournament will be crowned the victor. We are walking the final mile now, and very soon the wealthiest champion will take their throne on a huge pile of moolah. So let's go back and remind ourselves how the first place and its prize changed throughout PGI S. First week of PGI S was a surprise to everyone, but not for Freak of Freaks, who are very confident in their position on the top of the leaderboard. This is how it happened.
He's actually going to be the one to find it.
Let's have a look now. Already the Molotovs starting to be invested. Liquid trying to ensure that they can't run in certain ways, just herd them around. There go those smokes. Mexi creating his own wall to play off of Clib, using the crate as a bit of cover. Jeems on the move, but a Freak of Freaks taking the high ground. They're going to swing around. They better keep a track on this. No one's watching it. Using the old smoke wall that Liquid have put down to catch off Clib. Oh, this is huge from a Freak of Freaks. They found one. We need a big answer from Liquid right about now, but they look lost for an answer. They're getting dumped by their own cover, and Hickory is the one doing flank. Here we go. Rustamar's aware of it, but this Pika's advantage works well in PUBG. Bit of attack, there it is. Rustamar goes down. Goodbye, and a Freak of Freaks have to win this. This was their game from the start. They had this compound super early on. Punij just going to give them a pan for luck. And make your best stand. Good luck, Punij. You already did so well to get those 2 kills. It's a shame.
First week brought them $25,000, which, combined with the crowdfunding, added up to a total of $47,000. But this was only the beginning. This week would be an omen on the leaderboard shifts and the earnings to come. Afrika Freaks were kicked from the throne down to 5th place, and we all hailed the new leaders of PGI S, 4 Angry Men. Let's take a look at how they got their gold.
You can use the bolt. That works. 1 pan, 2 shotguns, and bolts, because that should be the new meta. And yes, that's why right there, Luke. These two teams, they're now fighting it out and providing a more opportunity for long-range shotgun shots coming up from Rustamore. Lou still looking back over towards him. No, there's too much stuff that's coming their direction now for the range that they have. Digger, our pan hero, is now down. DA running down the hillside, trying to find angles to work with. You can see 4AM on near on no life, but it is just a quick exchange back and forth. The Blue Zone doing a massive amount of damage. Ince does go down, and that is a on the Team Liquid. This
Nation Gaming wide. It's against 4AM forever in front. Grenade out front. That could be really good for Kickstart. It's going to land right next to him. Oh no, it's too long though. 4AM with good maneuvers to avoid it. Smoke here. Man, Toby, Kickstart wants to try to do this. He's going to flank around the side. 4AM's completely tunneled on the wrong one, but they're just able to get it done.
4AM ended the second week with $56,250, plus, of course, the crowdfunding money. In total, their revenue from week 2 was $113,605. This is 2.4 times more than the previous week's champions prize. Week 3 is more proof that in PUBG you simply can't rest on your laurels. 4AM were pushed from the 1st to 2nd place by FaZe Clan, who became the heroes of this week. Here are a few shots of their rampage.
They now know they are in all kinds of trouble. Gen G want this fight and they want it bad, but overstepping. First down for the punish on one, but Loki, the spray is excellent. Takes down 80, but couldn't quite convert towards the other. Now Fuzzface isolates Esther. FaZe are finally giving it back. Gen G may be underestimating their opponents here. FaZe, the European giants, for years now, finally finding the form at the right time and not now in danger. Surrounded, they pushed it. Angle on the tunnel.
It's unformidable numbers, but with FaZe, a 3 versus 1 now becomes inevitable. Luke 12 would just have to go full-blown God mode, but unfortunately FaZe had the exact same principles. 17 frags come out from STK in a moment when they needed it most to bring them up into the money bracket. It got the job done, but ultimately I think we know how this book ends.
After week 3, FaZe Clan got richer by $207,189, which is almost twice the previous week's champions result. This tournament took place in the middle of PGI S, and its prizes didn't affect the main event standings. However, it would be a crime not to mention the epic win of Triumphant Song Gaming.
Not know, but 80's ability to stay alive is going to be called into question again. They have the high ground. They are shooting down into this ball here. 80 should not be alive, but somehow he's holding on at this point, and no third party coming in. This is wild to me.
Yeah, it's the downfall, unfortunately, of camping these ditches and these dips.
We should also note that, thanks to crowdfunding, FaZe Clan became even richer after this tournament. Their total prize increased to $224,345. Your fans' contributions can make you richer, but to keep your gold medal, you definitely need both skill and luck. FaZe Clan seemed to have both, but after week 4, they were smashed from top 1 down to 2nd place by Zenith Esports. And this is how it went.
Look at Meta. They've been quiet throughout this one, but they've put themselves in a prime position to potentially win this. Kickstart doing a great job. Gets the knock, gets a finish onto Na'Vi. Very well done here by Kickstart.
Here comes Virtus Pro, 3 in a vehicle, nades in hand for 2 of the players to see it. Here they go full speed forward. Spiro down to Roots and down. Atulin's down. They're getting swallowed in seconds, and down goes all of Virtus Pro. Home the win here, full Divine. They don't have the numbers though, and here comes Zenith, full speed forward. The smoke wall is there, Roth. First one to push out over the hill, so we'll see if he can get the good angle on the first peak. Finds the first one, yes he does. Peeks over again. Spots the second one, but he's flashed off. He's knocked back down.
Yeah, here we go. 2 more to go. Ooh, Roth gets traded out. Putin.
So far this tournament, Zenith were not happy with the measly $2 grand they earned during week 3. And finally, week 4 brought them $350,000 more. So the final prize became $352,500. This is a bit over 1.5 more than FaZe Clan's prize after the survival tournament. This amount is already crazy, but just wait for next week. This week was the week where amounts became really astonishing. Zenith, with their tremendous prize last week, now took 4th place. And who claimed the gold? You already know their name. It is Gen G Esports. Let's see the moments of their triumph. Gen G ended the 5th week with the breathtaking prize of $880,000, with over $500,000 coming from crowdfunding. This is 2.5 times more than the previous week's champion's result. Thank you for attending my brief course on how to get rich by playing your favorite video game. Now you know how the prizes and the teams in first place shifted. The final days of the tournament are upon us, and it's anyone's game. Enjoy the show, but remember, spend your money wisely.
Welcome back. It is almost time to get game number 3 underway. My name is Toffees. I am joined by Godspeed and the Epic Hypoc as we get ready for what is rapidly becoming a dangerous situation for some of these teams. Teams like T1 have started out pretty strong, consistently, but there's other teams that just haven't put up numbers that we expect. Gen G, relatively quiet so far. Hypoc, how much, I mean, there's only 10 games. This is already a low game count for like a world championship in PUBG. There's not, normally I say every team can have a bad game. Does that exist here in this scenario?
Well, I mean, if we look at the nature of how the last few weekly finals have ended, it's pretty much come down to the last game, right? And it's 6 or 7 teams still fighting it out for that final spot. So yes, you don't want to fall behind, but as well with this shorter series, I mean, I hate to say it, but anything's possible, right? You know, one big game can really push the team up the leaderboard. So 2 games in, I'm not necessarily concerned, but at the same time, it's kind of what we're seeing in game, right? Gen G put themselves in some, I'll be honest, uncharacteristic positions and been unable to fight themselves out of those positions, which is something that they do time and time again. So maybe that is, you know, down to a couple of other teams stepping up, so to say. Again, there's some of the maybe more familiar suspects in the top placement so far. I mean, Infantry and Sonic's coming out and winning a game already. I can't say that's completely unexpected with the way these teams have played, but you know, Gen G can't sit back and let this one slip through their fingers.
The Miramar lads step up. Sonics get their win there. Good for them. They're not traditionally not as strong on Erangel. But your point about every point really matters. Let's remember last week, Godspeed, Tiamba 5th place, no money. They tied Digital Athletics in kills and overall points, and they almost had 2nd if they had played a little bit differently. Literally a $300,000 swing off the back of 1 or 2 minute choices made earlier in the series. That is tough to bounce back from. I mean, I guess that really understates, I think, how important every single point is here. As we transition, let's say Tiamba. That is a team that, like we said, almost pulled it off last week. They're back in here this week. Is that something that's hard to shake off if you're that team that made a bad choice and lost 300K?
I mean, it's incredibly frustrating to be in that position, right? Where you know you've made a mistake and that costs you. I mean, I'll be honest, in my career, that's happened where I made a mistake that I really regretted. But ultimately, you just have to move on. Tiamba's also a team, interestingly enough, that spent the first 2 weeks outside of the top 16. They were actually in the bottom 16 lobby. But ever since then, they have not only been able to find their way in the weekly finals, but they've actually started to do fairly well for themselves again. Obviously, last week you just stated they got 5th place in that tiebreaker with DA. So ultimately, I think Tiamba is on the up and up. I think they've kind of figured out whatever their issues were. They seem to be a lot more aggressive on the edge as well, which is what we like to see. Sometimes it's cost them. But overall, from, starting as a team that didn't make the first 2 weekly finals to now making the last ones consistently and arguably the more important ones, I'll think they'll be okay.
Hi, Buck. Let's talk about FaZe for a second. People, if you don't remember, they won. I think it was week 3. And have been sort of quiet. Got in at the last second yesterday, and have been so far today. What's your take on FaZe?
FaZe has been an interesting one. Again, I've talked a lot about them throughout PGI S, but there's one thing that kind of sticks with me, and they're a team that's performed very consistently through the survival weeks. I mean, we talk about the weeks where they didn't actually make it. They were actually one of the highest point earners, if we're going to talk like average points per game. So obviously coming into the finals, that's obviously something we've got to take into account. I mean, the 2 interesting variables is going to be where these teams now decide to kind of switch up back from the survival, come back to the super. We talked about this every single time we've come to the finals, but here it's kind of still the all or nothing, right? With the fact that it's only top 4 paying out, you don't really want to be middle of the pack consistent almost. You want to capitalize on those pop-off games. And also, if you're not coming through, there's no reward for mediocrity, right? You place 5th here, it means nothing.
That is a very good point. There is no reward for mediocrity. We're used to in PCSs or the old PEL, NPL formats where teams would sort of fight to get to the top 8, so their reward was playing another season, etc. None of that exists here. It is top 4 or cry. I mean, Tiamba went home and cried into their beers or whatever they chose to drink that evening while those sitting next to them celebrated off of 1 choice. That's a big one. Let's look at Oath right now, Godspeed. They've made it to all of the weekly finals, and yet they sit in 16th place. Has Zeroth returned?
No. Look, Oath has had some... they've had some really disappointing outings so far in this event. But again, they've been here every single time, and they've found a good amount of points, and they've had some really crazy good games. But the problem is, they haven't been able to put that together as much. And as Pac said, one of the weeks where they actually really popped off, I mean, it was so top-heavy, it didn't really matter. So I definitely think Oath is capable of making some big things happen, especially in these last, 8 games that we're going into. But right now, it's kind of looking like the Oath we've seen in the last weekly finals where they're just kind of floundering.
It does feel that, but never write them off. They have the ability to bounce back. They are one of the teams that, they've been the statesmen, and they have been consistent. You got to love it. Gen G, though, the team we're looking at right now, has been the kings of consistency and the kings of the tournament so far, though the last 2 games have been roughly middling. Let's see if they can pick it up and run with it as we transition away from Miramar to Erangel for our 3rd match of the game. The cash is packing up $1.2 million for whoever wins first place. Let's see how it goes for game number 3 with Paper Thin and Matchup.
Thank you, Toppies, and thank you, Intel, for sponsoring this event. We couldn't have done it without you. Plane path coming over from Morris, going to end up north of Lipovka. So a lot of options and drops, and really what we're going to be looking for is a more varied consistency because we're starting to see a lot of southern plane paths, Paper.
Yeah, I don't know what's gotten into the planes today. They're just trying to head that direction, but at least this one angles itself more towards the north than our Miramar plane paths did. So this is going to be quite interesting. Circles can really go just about anywhere that isn't Zarky, more or less. So kind of anything's in play. A lot of the drop spots going to be easy to get to as well. So a lot of these teams just going to, I think, just kind of chill out. Some big questions coming out of my mind is, are Day Trade and Gen G going to contest over vehicles along that road? Maybe infantry gets involved in some of that stuff sometimes. Team Liquid is out over to the west of the farm, kind of taking over Meta's spot since they didn't qualify for this weekend. FaZe has been built. Everything looks pretty ship-shape, pretty normal so far.
Just a standard setup. We're not seeing anything crazy come into play. I mean, there's a little bit of a shift out as Sonics are going to get priority of Pachinki, as we know the fact that there's a couple of teams that tend to vie for that position. Really, it's just going to come into first circle positioning and seeing if we have anything crazy that comes into play. You know, really hard shift in one of these directions. But, I mean, it's going to be the East, but it's not going to be anything too terribly bad. A lot of teams already in foothold positions for it. Really just teams like Gen G, who is running a 3-1 split in their looting strategy, going to have to be the team that has the furthest to go.
Yeah, but that's okay for Gen G. They're a team that likes to play edge anyway. If you looked at some of the breakdowns of where they are, oftentimes Gen G is just playing edges of the circle. They like to try to find safe entries into the early stages of the game, try to cover as much ground as they can, try to cover as much space. It's a little actually similar to how Day Trade plays in some ways, but for them, they wait until their moment and then they find their opportunity to try to third-party fights, to try to get some picks here and there, steal some kills from some knocks. So they're the kind of early game strategies for Gen G. Day Trade's more just about controlling space early on and just trying to, hold on to as much ground as they can as long as they can and try to work that into the late game. That's how they found so much success, I think, during the weekly qualifiers. And, at times at decent weekly finals. It's been quiet from them so far here today, but this is a tough lobby, man. I mean, with Sonics coming in here, they're so good on Miramar, Matt, that it's not too surprising to see them get one of the wins throughout this tournament. It has been their map. They've been one of the most dominant teams on it.
Yeah, and getting an inside track on Pachinki at the start, sure, it's not really inside the zone. I mean, half of it is, but that doesn't really count. Nobody's going to stay in Pachinki anyway. They should have early access rotations. Remember, with the plane path, a lot of the teams are going to be leaning southern on looting, and it means that a little bit more of a northern rotation coming in for a couple of these teams. I wouldn't be surprised if we see people playing up around the Stolber hillsides, or at least maybe just making a little bit of a gamble. You have to assume, though, that the circle is going to go south of river, which is going to be a key component for this, just due to the amount of landmass that is down there. So teams such as Zenith, Multi-Circle Gaming, already in phenomenal positions. T1 opting into a strategy of looting all the way across Gatka, from Chopsticks all the way up to Everest, so should be able to get a chance to get a lot of opportunities for loot with the way that the super settings work through, so they should be geared up and ready to go in no time. And that really becomes the factor that I'm looking at, is how are we going to see intersections coming in for these teams, most notably on rotation? Because while Yasnaya is pretty close to center of the circle, that means that the fields are eating up a lot, Stolber's eating up a lot, and the territory to the south just becomes a little bit more valuable.
Yeah, and it's good placement for Zenith with this circle. They like to take control of what's called Heaven, usually. We call it Sky Garden in Korea, so I always have to kind of hesitate whenever I say that name. But that area is very powerful for them. We've seen them hang out up there before. During the weekly qualifiers, of course, there was that game that had some controversy with them and SDK about, Zenith pushing up over the hill when SDK was stuck back there. But at the end of the day, they both ended up making it through, so it wasn't a big deal. But they that's a good spot in this one. They really are going to have a lot of, sight lines over the circles potentially, especially if it does, as you mentioned, Matt, it's likely to end up southeast of the river there. So if it does, definitely Zenith, I think, has a good starting position in this because of their drop spot and because of the position they prioritize.
Sonic's already rolling through, two of their members scouting out what could lie ahead of them, the other two still looting back into Pachinki. Do bump into Team Liquid on their approach. Eevee is playing kind of the front position for his squad, already got himself a fortified point that he wants to play from. And so now it's just a matter of the approach angles coming in for the rest of the team. With Sonics being kind of held out on that point, we might see those intersect into each other while rotating. 4 a.m. rotating through as well. Should already have themselves a spot, as a couple of members have already stopped over. A Freak of Freaks holding into an interesting position of their own at the time, running, I believe that's going to be a it's a 1-1-2 split while they're still scouting out a little bit. So let's see how this lines up for them, because they are going to have a lot of strong control points to play from. But Paper, my worry is with the territory and what we're looking at for the circle, those are a lot of very popular crashing compounds.
Yeah, it is, and we've seen them get crashed on before in those compounds, Matt, early on in the tournament. There was a game that they ended up winning from that spot, but it wasn't easy, no doubt about it. TSM and FaZe, some others were involved, crashing into that rectangular compound. So it's definitely a spot that you have to be very wary of. Early game, though, maybe somebody will try to get into it. With 80 coming out ahead for FaZe, he's going to get information on what's going on here. I don't really expect FaZe to make a dive onto Afrika, but you never know. If they feel like they've got somebody isolated, they might make a go for it. In fact, Akkad's reinforcing over to the museum here as they do. I think FaZe just kind of jockeying for position, just jostling a little bit, seeing what Afrika's reactions are going to be, seeing what kind of moves they can make, just kind of hurting them a little bit.
Yeah, and there's a lot of value in gathering this type of information. As you can see now, running through, FaZe realizes that there is an opportunity, rolls right up onto Hikari. Hikari is going to reposition away from this and is going to have his teammates firing lines to protect him as he makes his leave. So now Afrika Freak's going to go ahead and opt out of all of the compounds that they were playing a second ago. Looks like they're going to go ahead and pick up their missing member. Shouldn't be too big of a deal. Hop into there. And this is a very roaming Afrika Freaks, Paper. Is this something that they're prone to do?
Yeah, early game they are extremely passive. They really do not want to get involved with anything if they can help it. So really want to try to keep 4 up, play for those late game scenarios. You see this a lot with the Freaks. We saw it earlier on Miramar when they backed off against Buriram with that push they had. So this is pretty typical stuff. They're really just going to try to work towards the edge and then make a move, maybe somewhere towards the mid game if they find an opening. And for FaZe, this is, I think, really good for them. They're able to kind of isolate and separate Afrika. They're able to get around them, kind of keep them pinned in between them. Of course, you never know with what the other teams do, and especially with Buriram always lurking out of Mill to Power. You never know what the heck they're going to do. So you got to be real aware. Your head's always got to be on a swivel, as they say. So kind of curious, what Buriram's going to do. And there's Division X chilling over in the mansion area, but it looks like Buriram isn't keen to push onto that just yet.
Buriram along the eastern part of the circle, all by them lonesome right now. Long-range shots are kind of harassing, but nothing too terrible just quite yet. Buriram a little bit more patient than we've been seeing them, seeing no opportunities for this moment. T1 rotating did opt to the north side of the river, as well as Tiemba, but Tiemba says, let's not go ahead and stick here. Instead, going to rotate across. Probably going to go ahead and stop at that gas station position right along the point. Yep. That's going to be where they stop at, running a 2-2 split of their own. Now, the only people that haven't managed to make it inside the safe zone are going to be Gen G, but that's just Gen G doing Gen G things. No big rush for them at all. They tend to come in late on the first circle and really just kind of wait for everything to set up and then make their a little bit more of a gambled crash, going for usually a secondary position inside the circle.
Yeah, they'll take whatever high ground's available in the safe parts of the circle and try to make it work from there. And here you go. This is where things get interesting. Buriram knocks Longsker, and Nawadra is hungry. He wants to try to dive onto this. He has a pretty good read. Longsker's maybe alone, but Bolyang is over here, and he's going to try to outduel him, and Bolyang just barely going to get Nawadra here, and now FaZe is getting involved. Fuzz sees Bolyang. I think he landed a bullet on that too, or somebody did. Bolyang down to 1 HP there. The smokes are out, and he's going to lose a vehicle for it, so Longsker is going to fall, as it looks like, as well. And now Canaxi trying to roll through. This is Buriram in a nutshell right here, Matt. They will just bite down on you.
I mean, it's poking the bear whenever you mess with Buriram. They roll up into this position, feel like they can go back for this res, and infantry is still on a little bit of damage control. 9 has a high ground approach, though. Gets it down and a flush onto Edie real quick. And with that high ground positioning, that's going to make Buriram's life just that much more hazardous. Do note that FaZe is still trying to supervise this fight just a little bit, but 1 member for infantry in a very pinch position. Not much can be done, but you can see not a lot of options for Buriram, as even if they were to leave this point, FaZe can shoot them from one angle, and they've got infantry now holding the high ground, desperately trying to make sure that they can keep out anything that Buriram's trying to get started.
Yeah, and this has kind of been some of the folly for Buriram. Again, they get a knock, and immediately they want to get those points. That is all they care about. It is the kill points, and if they get placement points, fantastic. But the kill points are where they want to rake that in. If Godmeow can get that grenade to go, great grenade from Godmeow, finds the knock on to Bullying. So Zhao Yang, the only one left here for infantry. Canaxi with some smokes to work with. And like you mentioned, FaZe, and in fact, Oath is driving by this, but it is going to be Buriram. Finishes the job at infantry, our top team, out first.
4 kills stacked up right now for Buriram as they're going to be watching everybody rotating ahead of them. FaZe already making a move, as well as a Freak of Freaks. You can see Multi-Circle Gaming already rolling through. Oath was having shots run out from them for Buriram just a moment ago. And you can see we've got so much of the Yasnaya fields in play. Early rotators are going to be definitely rewarded. Sonic's getting harassed at long range by Team Liquid. See, HWin in a little bit of trouble. Already 1 member down for Sonic's, and Clib just really doing some work with that range.
Well, Clib's just one of the best in the business. I mean, they talk about him all the time in EU as being one of the most nutty fraggers, and that's why Team Liquid went out and got him. He's crazy good. And of course, the rest of that team, just the veterans, they're so great as well. I can't say enough about that game they had at the end of the weekly qualifiers this week. That was one of the best games I've ever seen from Team Liquid, and that's saying something because they have a lot of great ones in their history, dude. He's fine. It's fine.
It's fine. He was rolling with the hillside, so it was always going to end up okay. Gen G, though, leading into the western compounds that are just outside of Yasnaya, so not too long on their rotations. DXG is rolling up alongside of them. T1, though, on the other side of the river, kind of surveying their potentials and what they can move from. Really, they're just trying to see if they can hear any firefights, zero in on what could be a path in front of them, because they're pretty certain at this stage that they are not going to be in the safe zone and can't really bunker down from this point. Looks like they may have opted into the southern bridge, but that means that Day Trade is going to have multiple members that are set and waiting for them. Looks like, yes, that is exactly what they're going to start leading into. Now, the question comes into play, can Day Trade harass this enough and punish this bridge position?
Well, Day Trade, maybe. Multi-Circle Gaming in the middle of the field trying to punish Tianba's movement. Tianba's going to settle up on the western corner of Yasnaya. SDK's in the kind of central edge of the southern part of Yasnaya as well. Uba now trying to do some damage to Godmeow. Buriram, Canaxi are really grenade? I'm not sure what he thought was coming his direction, but indeed FaZe isn't really going to be driving that way just yet. Godmeow heading towards the mansion right now. Oath has moved up into the heaven position with a 2-2 split, 2 up in the dips towards the southeast area of Yasnaya, 2 up on heaven. Buriram going to have to chunk through a little bit of blue to move through, as is FaZe, except for Gustav, who's up ahead on the very southern edge.
There you go, chat. Here's your code for this round. It's going to be F7DVGB2RKP23. Yet again, that is F7DVGB2RKP23. Good luck. Make sure you input that in the game client itself under where it says redemption codes inside the menus. New Circle pops and stays around Yasnaya, so I guess southern team's in a little bit more trouble as they're going to have to make their rotation. FaZe is going to be one of the last tail end members to rotate, as well as Buriram, due to the skirmish that we saw just a moment ago.
Well, maybe a Yaz finish. I don't know. There's a lot of water still in this. Let's watch Canaxi here. Oof, just catches the head of Zhao Yang. It was just out the edge of that tree enough that he's able to find and lock onto it, get that kill. That is crazy good stuff. But as per usual, Buriram fights early, gets kills, and they're down to 2. That's fine. This is Buriram things. They are totally fine, in my opinion. It doesn't matter how many are left for Buriram. They always seem to be in it, no matter what. Maybe they'll lose them early, but if they can get to late game with 2 up, it feels like they're almost a full squad in and of themselves. T1 is settling up in the blues around the lakefront territory. DXG is pushed down out of Mini Stalber there coming in. Buriram is finally making their way into Yaz. A lot of teams going to be forced into Yaz due to the nature of this circle. With a lot of it being water and field, there just isn't much to work with.
Yeah, that's the story of this game right now. Teams opting into finding a control point to play in Yasnaya, an approach into there that they feel is safe, or just finding some dip or divot to play inside the fields itself. That means that teams that are kind of stuck outside the fields right now, if they can find themselves a defendable position, might buy themselves some time. We do know that the circles don't tend to like urban endings, but with the amount of Yasnaya that is inside this circle, it's starting to feel like a firefight is bound to break out here at any given moment. Whenever we look about what's going on in Yasnaya, you can see Genji playing a little bit of a lake just on the western coast of it. Now we have DXG that's going to be to their east, Zenith in Yasnaya, Buriram, Shoot to Kill, Afrika Freaks, and Tiemba all hunkered down into this position.
Well, I tell you what, if it comes down into Yasnaya, I can remember a couple games from PCS Asia where Tianba went gangbusters inside of that city. So my eyes are on them if this does end up being a Yaz circle. They are incredibly talented in city fights, so just want to watch them. Sonic's, in the meantime, going to move into these new craters that appeared in Erangel 2.0, but FaZe is going to be on top of them. Tiggleton in trouble, already taking a lot of damage. Grenades out for FaZe, but Tiggleton is able to retreat back to the rest of his teammates. So those throwables from FaZe aren't going to find any money, and it is going to be just a standoff for now on the southern edge.
Do note at range, we're going to see Shoot to Kill that has the capabilities of taking some long-range shots, but most notably, it's the closer threats. Whenever we look at Team Liquid that can take shots into that, as well as 4AM, where's this next circle going to go? Is it going to go Yasnaya? Yes, it is, and here we go, Paper Thin. We've got ourselves an urban finish, most likely. Some form and fashion, these guys are going to have to fight it out. If you're a Fields team, it's time to send it. I hope you scouted out your approach well, because there's near on no angle that is going to be safe. The first team that looks like it's going to try to run, try to claim some type of territory in Yasnaya is going to be Team Liquid. They're rolling through, but it's going to be Shoot to Kill that has the angle of approach onto them, connecting with a couple of their shots. One already down. It's going to be Luke 12 that gets the shots on flush onto Ibiza. Now it's going to be FaZe who rolls in, finds the opportunity that Team Liquid made, as they're going to run right by Shoot to Kill and right up next to where Afrika Freaks is positioned at.
Yeah, everybody's diving in to try to find whatever compounds are available, and it is a madhouse in here, no doubt about it. 4AM's turn to try to push in. Looks like they're going to get through. Daytrade suffering quite a few losses along the way. Tianba gatekeeping the western side of Yasnaya, doing a good job of it. In fact, Daytrade just gets wiped out. SDK helping as well. So that's some early losses here for some of these teams. Looks like a member of FaZe has gone down. 4AM in shambles. Their teams have been getting ripped apart. Shinboy now does have a member of Oath coming in. He comes around the corner, waits for the grenade. Really nicely done by Shinboy, using those sound cues to pick that up.
Oh, multi-circle gaming. This is going to be risky. Hopefully there's some type of distraction. So many teams benefit from Liquid being the first team to send it in and being a distraction for Shoot to Kill. Allowed, I think at this point, 3 different teams to really run up and get into position in Yasnaya. Multi-circle gaming do find themselves in position, but it is very close to the edge of the zone. Luckily, though, uncontested. Gen G now find themselves in a little bit more of a contested position. As to the south of them, it's going to be T1 that's taken up residence and a little bit of harassing fire. You can see that Loki's trying to thin that one out, and it is just an absolute mess in Yasnaya right now. If you look out any window, there's a chance you're going to be knocked from an angle you just can't even expect. It is so hard to gather information whenever every single peek could spell your doom. Gen G still harassing at range into T1, who's trying to get just a little bit closer towards the positioning that they're playing from, and they are managing to creep in. On the other side of it, it's going to be Tiemba harassing in, but somehow we can see that T1 do manage to make it to the compound, but the cost was at least one of their members.
Yeah, they're going to lose Star-Lord, and they're pushing towards Gen G. I was going to say, I'd like to see Gen G actually just hang out around the northern side of the circle, not do any fighting, just kind of wait this out, see if they get lucky that the circle does end up pushing away from the city potentially, or just make a late entry, let everybody else kind of fight as much as possible. But yeah, Inonix going to cook one in the door, catches Adder, doesn't get any knocks though. Aqua 5 going to run outside now, or at least to the edge of the door, and Inonix, I think he tried to see if he got lucky with any of those throwables. Maybe just going to back off with Esther here and wait this out.
This is very interesting coming out from Gen G. Do you note the fact that Loki is very far to the north, really just gathering information on everything that it goes? Already inside a vehicle, so the fight between Gen G and T1 now either has to brew or separate away, as Yasnaya, the eastern area, is going to be where we're starting to see everything center up at. Positioning is still available really around the curve in Yasnaya whenever it makes the dip back to the south. Loki did go down. It looks like Pio's going to try to roll back over there and get the res onto him. But this is very problematic for a lot of these teams that are stacked up. Specifically, Tiemba should be able to rotate in. They're going to have a western area, but a lot of these teams are really forced to play edge on an urban zone is just nail-biting, because you know that you're going to have to move at some point but you don't know exactly how many threats are in front of you because there's still 43 people alive in this circle.
It's going to be wild. A lot of it's going to come down to how good your throwables are, how good your smokes are, how many smokes you have, how many first aids and other utility you have to kind of weather some of these fights in close quarter combats, so you can use all this hard cover that's available just everywhere around you to sit behind it, buy time, get your heals off, do those kind of things. Buriram's just making a mad dash for the center right now, and it looks like they're going to find something with those two alive now. It's going to be interesting to watch them, and Lin Shun's going to get one adder right through the window. Takes Lin Shun down. The rest of Tianba is a bit too far away, really, for that res, so I kind of expect him to be dead to rights at this point. 2 left for T1. Genji finds the power tower. Vehicle, though, gonna suffer and pay the price. Ooh, good grenade for Punij.
Follow-up ends up just a touch short, but it's just so many threats. Too much rain coming down on top of him. Follow-up grenade's going to connect from Punij, and he is just inflicting casualty upon casualty into Genji. This high ground approach that they've got, where they're sitting up on top of this apartment right now, is providing so much information and so much oversight in what is happening. See, Genji just clinging to life in a very desperate position, and also all the way across, depending on whatever you call it, there's like the judge's tower, the courthouse, whatever you want to call it. Multi-circle gaming can harass from this angle as well. So is Genji in a lot of trouble as 3 to 4 different teams keep eyeing and taking shots at them.
Yeah, Genji was hedging their bets that maybe this would eventually leave Yasnaya on the northerly direction. It never does. And that makes it really, really hard for them to get in with everybody set up on the edges. You want to try to farm the kills off the teams that try to come into the city, keep them out of your territory as well. And for Genji, that's, they're going to be the ones to be one of the few teams that is left outside of Yasnaya proper. Everybody else made a dive for it. Everybody else got a pretty good read on where this circle is going to go. And it's going to be really, really tough for them. SDK has control over a lot of this, their own little quadrant of this circle, now getting up to the church, as well as those south central apartments. So it's a pretty nice spot for SDK. They're going to really have a lot of control over the southeastern part of this circle.
New circle about to pop. Is it going to favor where the cluster of teams are at, or is it going to shift away? It is going to shift away. A lot of fields in Yasnaya and Multi-Circle Gaming, Team Liquid, Buriram, and Zenith, all in great positions. Everybody to the west is in trouble. It is now a firefight for your life. You have to make sure that you're watching your approach, trying to keep an eye on every single corner. And whenever we look at Yasnaya, there's so many little hidden areas, it's going to stall the approach on so many teams. Shoot to kill, though. Remember, they had their own zip code over here. They had control over this whole area. There was 4 different buildings that they were holding down. They know what's open. They know that they can shift over to the east easily, and they're just going to get rewarded with that. Very easily moving in. All the other teams going to be stuck. You can see none of them moving just quite yet because they know it is going to be ridiculously risky the moment that they start trying to make their move.
Yeah, this is kind of one of those you don't want to be the first one to get shot at because, or the first ones to even take shots as well, because then everybody's eyes are going to be on you with those sound cues. There's Hikari, going to knock Fergus as he tries to wrap around the fence line, going to shoot the fence down, take Fergus with him. And Hikari going to back out. Afrika Freaks have the western edge for now. There is Buriram underneath them. Zenith up above. And you can see now Hikari's looking. You cannot hold that angle against Buriram. They're too good, too fast. That's going to be a knock on to Hikari. Going to try to finish it off. Was that just a smoke? Okay, there's the frag from Canaxi. I was like, did he throw a smoke there? But no, it was a frag. Circle is pushing Tianba in now as well.
All right, here it goes. 4 AM looks like they're committed into trying to get kills around them. DXG is just going to be to the east of their position. Tianba's going to be pushing along that path. Sonic's caught up in the southwest from this, trying to make their approach, but you can see it is just a double team, in some cases a triple team, of everybody just getting vision on approaching teams. T1 rolling up back behind this one as well. Adder in a lot of trouble all by his lonesome inside of this positioning. Sonics and FaZe starting to line up against each other to the south as well. I'm going to try to keep you guys updated as this goes, but it is just going to be a massacre as vision comes into play, and the circle is just forcing fight upon fight into positioning coming out from this. FaZe gets vision onto Sonics, gets it down, and the flush onto Shrimzy, but it's going to be repositioned. Mime gets spotted out as well, tries to go for the shots into it, gets a little bit of damage, but there's nowhere to go. Mime goes down as well. Buzzface just holding up this line for FaZe. The problem is he is going to have to move in just a moment, but he's going to be able to at least get a couple of kill points out of playing this position.
Yeah, he did the best he could with what he was given, and it's a nice hold for Fuzz and a great angle to hold as well. And now it's Sonic's turn to get into 4 AM. That's going to be 2 knocks 4H win. He is going to fall to the circle, but he's going to take a couple of 4 a.m. with him. Xiao Lu up in front for 4 a.m. I'm not sure if he's the only one left or if there's another one up ahead. It's too hard to tell on the map. It's too clustered right now. Division X as well, going to be on that western side, gatekeeping the remnants of this battle. Indeed, Xiao Lu, the only one left for 4 a.m. He's going to try to get up into this building. There's going to be immediately a molly off of the sound cues by IQ 500. Next circle, so important. Is it going to continue to shift away from Yaz, or are we going to shift back into it? No, we're going into it right towards Team Liquid.
All right, look, guys, I love cruel circles. This was needed. We needed this to not go to the fields. That would have been terrible for everybody involved. As really, Gen G might have been the only beneficiary from that. Instead, now, Team Liquid, right in the middle of the safe. They've got plenty of areas that they can play. Multi-circle gaming could make approach for it as well. But you can see that Burram being very active, sitting at 6 kills already at this stage. Comparing that to DXG that we often talked about can be a little bit more passive. We haven't seen them really pick up any kills so far inside of this. They've found the angles and they've tried to set up a couple of plays, but there's so much hesitation coming, and now they're on the outskirts. They're on the outside of the safe zone, and they have to push their way in. Teams that they have to contest against are going to be Burram, Afrika Freaks, and Zenith. And Zenith has been just massacring teams up to the north.
Yeah, for DXG, there's, even though Afrika can't see them very well from the side of Afrika's building, they've got Zenith up above in the apartments that can look down, Buriram from below. Xiao Lu knows that there is no hope. He's just going to let the blue take him in DXG's attempt here. It's going to take a lot of smokes to get through. And then you got a lot of teams that are watching. You hear a lot of fire coming through. There's not much to do. There's a funnel. Yeah, that molly's fantastic. IQ 500 going to get knocked. It's actually Shinboy from Zenith, Neil T, trying to see if he has any angles to approach. There's just nothing, Matt. It's so difficult to move forward in a position like this.
DXG just, for lack of a better term, just got their asses handed to them. There was just too many angles. They couldn't watch it all, and they just got destroyed trying to walk forward. Afrika Freaks manages to hold the line up with massive support coming up from Zenith. Zenith has separated out a little bit more. Punich repositioned to a little bit closer of a position. Now you can see the Burram starting to eye the positioning that Zenith is playing. Know the fact that this is going to be a new team that's going to try to contest against them. Meanwhile, Gen G, who's been playing outside the field, not inside the safe zone either, but they do have a couple of crates in front of them that might reward a couple of knocks that have been happening, so that way they can at least replenish some of their armor. You can see Team Liquid at a little bit of duress as one member already down, and it's going to be Mixie that should be flushed out any moment now as this ticks through. EB can't risk making the push, or Clip, I'm sorry, can't risk making the push over into provide any form of cover. So we have Shoot to Kill in control of the south, and then it's everybody along the curve and the road just fighting it out window to window.
I mean, look at this, 11 kills already for Zenith, following up with a huge 10-plus kill game in the previous one. So Zenith is really feeling it right now, just farming the northern, like the northwestern, the northern, and the northeastern sides of the circle. Gen G has that embankment to work forward with, but MCG knows full well that they're there. They're going to do everything they can to keep them pinned, leaving Tank behind on Gen G guard duty. Everybody else still kind of holding their compounds as best as they can. SDK is going to have to cross that road, though. That's going to be extremely difficult. There are a lot of smokes in the hands of Alo. 6 alone should be enough potentially to get you across that road unless somebody finds some pretty good throwables into your path of movement. But Tank has that level 3 gear as well. That's even more scary for that superstar from China.
The circle and the way it's set up, Zenith have just been running a show up on this high ground positioning, leaning into the apartments and just destroying teams around them. The circle now pops and favors them as well. Luckily for the other teams, there are plenty of cover points to still play to get a little bit of distance away from them. But you can see that the woes that Tank has in front of him as he's trying to figure out how to make some type of push around through this position. He's got Shoot to Kill that's eyeing the road, knows the fact that there's at least one member back behind this. Alo waiting to see if anybody crests out from that smoke, does look away, and it might be at the moment that actually Tank makes his push across. And yeah, that looks like the opportunity. And so with the patience going in favor of Tank, he does manage to cross and regroup with the rest of his team. Now Shoot to Kill has to figure out how they're going to make any form of play into this. Do they go for multi-circle gaming, as it's going to be Burram? Konixy off to the side that gets the down and a follow-up flush coming up from God Meow. So Purdy Curdy already out and Shoot to Kill now in a very precarious point.
Yeah, they're waiting for the last moment to do this, and that might cause some extra problems with the blue going to start taking some damage. Buzzface still alive over here. Well done by him to get through this long, to be sneaky enough to find his way into the placement points. But now the blue has found him in the corner, connects his Burram. I don't think they're going to let him out of this wall at all. Indeed, Fuzzface going to fall. 8th place for him. Gen.G, I think, just fell as well. Indeed, there's no way. And MCG doing a good job not allowing them to get through. 7th place finish. At least it's placement points, I guess, for Gen.G. SDK, smoke wall is down. Now they got to cross. There's some of those throw balls I was talking about. Makes it hard, does some good damage. But right now, they might be able to get across. This is thick. This is soupy.
Oh, Pinta has to stop for just a moment, and there he goes. He's going to go down. Shoot to kill has nowhere to go. Multi-Circle Gaming now in control of the southeast. To the west, it's going to be the remnants of Team Liquid with Clib, as well as Burram and a Freak of Freaks. To the north, it's going to be Zenith at 12 kills already, and they still see more opportunities. Now in firm submitted position and first place on the overall leaderboard. You can see how Freak of Freaks now starts to know that they're in some trouble. Multi-Circle Gaming trying to contest with this high ground. See this little bit of a ridge. That's the benefit that Zenith is playing from. They're still holding high ground and forcing other people to play around it. And now, are they creeping up on top of this building so that way they get a little bit more vantage as well? Shinboy in a very dangerous spot, but you can see as he's playing around the smokes, he might be able to spot some vision onto it. The double up peak really favoring over into Multi-Circle Gaming right now, and that's going to make it really rough. Conaxi still trying to make his push through Clib. Freak of Freaks off to the other side. They're so limited on options as all the vision control right now is just favoring Zenith.
Yeah, you can see Conaxi still alive, but just barely. Hikari's going to go down, and it doesn't feel like they're going to get it. Good grenade from Kickstart. Zenith is huge right now, putting up monstrous amounts of kills. Conaxi going to finish off Ling Du there. That's 5 kills in the bank for him. Again, you can never count out Buriram, even when they have one alive. These guys are incredible. Oh, Evil Lee, great grenade, finds him. 3 up for MCG, 1 for Team Liquid, 4 for Zenith. This is going to be a messy one. Look at all these smokes.
It's so hard to see in the position. Summer already spots out Shinboy and gets the down onto him, neutralizing the numbers advantage a little bit. Clib could be the X factor inside of this position. Multi-Circle Gaming leaned right up into it, but look, Roth is in their face. Shinboy, they're trying to get the res, but no, it's not going to pay off. Now it's turning a little bit more problematic for Zenith. They're having to control too many different firing lines against them. Punic spotted out, knows where one is, gets it down onto him, but no, Zenith is eliminated, and now it's going to be Team Liquid's Clib, the last one up, crawling his way into this. Can he turn this around for Team Liquid? Somehow, looking through spots out, and yes, he does! Clib takes this one, miraculously surviving through the death trap that was Yasnaya.
Woo! That one was nuts. You know those city finishes are going to be a smoke fest, and there's going to be a lot of teams and players still involved. And Clib manages to navigate his way through, wait for the chaos to unfold between MCG and Zenith, and find the win. But what a round for Zenith. 16 kills, Matt. They are rocking and rolling here on the first day of the finals. They are in a great position right now with their points. They're fragging out like crazy. I'm loving what I'm seeing from them. They do such a nice job maintaining that position on the northern edge, punishing Gen.G's rotations. But congratulations to Team Liquid. Like I said, I wanted to see them continue the momentum from that win in the very last game of the weekly finals, and they do it.
What is the mental that Liquid rocks? These guys are unshakable. Think about it, the last team to qualify at the last moment. They lose multiple members in a city ending, and still Clib manages to find a way to creep forward, use the opportunity that was presented, pushes through the smokes, and takes the round victory. I mean, this is what PUBG is about. You see dominant, high ground performances coming out from Zenith. Urban fights, teams really just having to fight their way tooth and nail through it, and still you're finding teams find new and miraculous ways to rise to the top.
Yeah, it's just a crazy good finish there. Cities are always nuts. They're always wild. It comes down to a lot of just watching your sight lines, making sure you know the angles that you have to come through the city, where your firing paths are, like Fuzz showed you with his angle to hold out some members of Sonics. You got to pick up the points where you can, man.
And so with this, guys, I'm going to be real. I need a second. I need to go grab some water because that was a lot inside that last round. Analysts, have fun. Let us know what you saw in that round because there is so much to talk about.
Thank you very much, Matt. Grab that water. I don't have to because I'm here with 2 tall drinks of water. Godspeed and Hypoc on the panel. Shout out to Team Liquid. Another has more water jokes to be made, but we just won't even bother. Who gets the win there, big time. And you know, it wouldn't be a Liquid win if Evie hadn't trained Clib to play in the smoke. That circle was non-existent. It was just a cloud, and everyone went to town. That was quite the game. Multi-circle, 8 kills. Zenith, 16. Buriram, 8. Liquid, 1, Hypoc, but they're probably going to end up in, like, 4th place, I think.
Oh, yeah, easily. I mean, it's always the urban endings that create the weirdest end games, right? So coming down there, I mean, to be honest, it sucks because, I mean, any other team really positioned well in Circle 4 and 5, once they start shifting harder and harder, the fact that there's so much congestion on the south side, I mean, Zenith, they still went to work, right? We were talking about in Game 1, obviously, the inability to kind of capitalize on mid-game positioning. Northern side, less congested than the south, they still farm kills through the mid-game. It's all that pressure they're able to create.
Right, and it all started with them taking out Oath. Oath had actually occupied those buildings first. I think Zenith came in and they just took it over. And on top of taking it over, as you said, they absolutely maximized the frags that they could get from that position. They were uncontested, and there was just chaos that happened all around them. And I mean, this ending itself was just out of control. Puck, I don't think I've ever seen that many smokes down in an endgame before.
Not since PGC Oakland's hotel.
I got lost spectating in that smoke, and we could see through it. I mean, that was really wild. I could only imagine what that was like for these guys.
I know we were talking about this when we watched this, but the fact that Mexi just sat there, he literally doesn't react. He's just like, oh my god, that just happened. Like, we actually just won that game. What the hell? But I mean, you know what? The big thing there is it's such a bloodbath with obviously the other two teams facing off there that Clib's able to just ride that out, right? It looked as if at one point Zenith were actually going to clear the backside of that wall. But yeah, I mean, it's only a bonus. When you see all those knocks, Clib plays it perfectly. He has to go out and hunt the kill there. He knows that they're going to be battered and bruised to recover.
All right, let's take a look at the numbers from that game and see exactly who got what. Liquid, they won. I mean, winning is winning. You know, I watched the movie once, and they said it doesn't matter how much you win by. That said, it kind of does. They end up in 3rd place with the win because Zenith got 16, which is crazy, Godspeed.
Yeah, that team is on one right now. I mean, and good for them. You know, good on them. Even if they have a bad game or two coming up, or you know they've had some kind of middling games in the past, like whatever. Yeah, this is amazing. They should continue it. And you know what? For Team Liquid, what a salvage. You know, at the end of the day, it was just Clib, and he had to make it through that hell that was, you know, the rest of Yaz in the circle closing. So yeah, he only got 1 kill, and that was it. But 10 points for the win. That's still a huge salvage and well played to them.
Yeah, I mean, they made a great play. They did something called circle reading. They had 2 up. They got to a good spot. It worked out for them, right? Or so I hear. Let's take a look at the top kills. Shinboy up there with 5. Now, in the green room a moment ago, Hypoc, I don't even remember who made the comment, but somebody said, watch Kickstart go out and win tournament MVP because of how he's been playing. I agree that he's been out of his mind, but Shinboy, a newcomer in a lot of ways, one of the youngest players in all of Pro PUBG, having a heck of a game.
Yeah, it was. I mean, Shinboy is probably one of the most anticipated players. You know, we look back 18 months in North America. Obviously, very disappointing performance when we went to GLL Season 4, but coming to PGI S, it's been fantastic for me. And to take that into consideration with, I guess, the lack of international experience has been huge. I mean, you could say the same for Kickstart, but he's been to a few more events. I'd argue actually has performed pretty well at the other international events he's attended, but this time around, just absolutely crazy. I mean, Kickstart, but just it has been insane. That's the only way you can put it down. Just time and time again, you see him just like poking on double digits, finding 6 or 7 kills, even in the games where Zenith aren't necessarily in control.
He's always been good, but it feels like he's really sort of grown into it at this event, and it's been awesome to watch. Let's take a look at the standings. You mentioned a bit of a cushion. Zenith goes to 38, which does give them 11 points ahead of the closest chase, which is Team Liquid, off the back of the win. But it wasn't just that. They got 6th place with 8 kills in the last match and 6th place with 2 kills in the one previous. Consistency is rewarded in this format, Godspeed.
It absolutely is. I mean, this is super settings, right? This is what we've been used to for forever, basically. Again, good on Zenith. But the one thing I got to say is Infantry, which is a team that everyone's kind of looking at, got kind of decimated by Bury-Rem, and I don't think they're really going to try to encroach on their position again. And really, the team that stands out to me, and I'm sure Pac as well on that leaderboard right now, is still Oath. I mean, Oath only has 2 points going into game number 4.
Yeah, I was going to let them have a pass on this one after the brutality of the last one. But no, does not look that way. Zero strikes again. They're at the bottom. It sucks for them. Another team that's been struggling is Day Trade. We can maybe talk about them just a little bit. 15th in game 1, Hypoc. 12th in game 2. They did get 5 kills there, to call a spade, and 15th in this one. It looks like they're trying to play aggressive, but they're just not executing.
Great summary. There's not an awful lot else to say on that. Again, at this point, if someone's not working, like we said, there's no reward for placing in the middle of the pack, right? You need to bounce back and you need to have a big game. So we talk about some of those teams that are able to embrace that kind of feast or famine play style. It's got to be Oath and Day Trade right now, right? I mean, if we close out day 1 in 15th and 16th place, it's worth nothing coming into day 2.
Yeah, it's really, really
That's
rough.
true. It doesn't make those teams more dangerous, though, Hypoc, if they do end up closing out today. I mean, teams like that can be very scary, I feel like.
I mean, there's nothing scarier than a team with nothing to lose, right? Especially with, the impact that they could potentially have on the leaderboard. We've talked about, whether or not teams are specifically going to go out targeting, looking for some of these teams that have like a very targetable drop spot. Again, here it comes back to there's no reward for placing in the middle. So if you need to obtain points in an unorthodox way, comparatively with what we look at with other super other super format events, then do you know what I mean? If you're in that position, why wouldn't you do it? Do you know what I mean? You're 15th and 16th, there's nothing to lose at this point.
I mean, we saw that last year, and I think PGC, the Rumblers, who didn't make it initially, got to fill a spot, calling at the last second, and had nothing to lose. Ended up, I think, the highest-ranked NA team at the end of PGC. So these teams that have nothing to lose can absolutely come through, Godspeed.
Absolutely. I think they got 8th place, which in itself is a respectable standing in that event. And yeah, they weren't even supposed to be there, right? But off of technicalities, not only did they make it there, but they made the most of it and being the highest placing North America team. So yeah, a team could come into this. Like, I really hope that's not Oath's kind of last resort on day 2 tomorrow. Obviously, I'm rooting for that team. I want them to do better, but yeah, it's hard to do so when their performance has really just been inconsistent so far. And Gen G, actually, I mean, let's be honest, they are not having the greatest day either, which is huge for the other 15 teams in this lobby.
Yeah, if we're being generous, I really got caught up there. Hold on, let's go, Gen G. What I wanted to say was, let's go, Gen G. They have been sort of dropped the ball here today. Their first game, the second game was all right with 5 kills, but they haven't broken above 7th. This is a team that I think a lot of people expected not only to win the entire thing, but to be making everyone chase them from the jump. They have 2 more games today to change the narrative, to see if they can go the distance and get everyone back in play. This is it, match number 4, 2 more to play today. Let's get into the match right now with Paper Thin and Matro.
Thank you so much, Toffees, and man, I need more of that action we got in that last round. That just felt like the epitome of PUBG to me. Plane Pan is going to be coming over Ferry Pier, Inning, and Stolber, right through the middle. Everything's open. Paper. My God, please. I need some more of that.
I mean, the city finishes are always just wild. They're fast and they're furious, and they're fun as heck to watch. I tell you what, they're tough to keep track of in some ways, because yeah, there is a lot going on. There's a lot of people still alive, but it really just kind of highlights one of those abilities that doesn't come through too often that you need to have in PUBG, and that's fighting in cities. Whether that be contesting your drop spots or, you get the rare city finish circles, you got to be ready for them, and it's fun to watch teams try to navigate them. And Zenith, got to give them a lot of credit. They're doing a great job, Matt. And, Clib just picking the right moment to kind of wait it out and come on through and get a 1v1 and win it. I mean, that's what this is all about. It's about finding the right timings.
when we're looking at the amount of money that's on the table, that is such a pivotal game for Team Liquid and Zenith both. Also, guys, I want to give a shout out to the observers. That fight is hard to track, and they did a good job on keeping in exactly where the action was going on, what was happening with all the teams. So thank you, observers, for that one. And oh my God, Paper.
Yes.
What just happened with this circle?
I just grabbed some coffee during the break. That's what happened. This one looking good, Matt, for the Westernly teams. It's pretty hard shifted out there. There's a lot of water in this first circle. You never know, though, if it hard shifts back towards the land. Basically, kind of circle 1 and 2 don't change too much. But we'll see as this one goes along. It's giving us hope that it's going to be something absolutely insane. But it isn't guaranteed just yet. We don't know how coastal it's going to go.
There's still plenty of opportunities, and this area has a plethora of little hidden spots that you can kind of play from. So teams, if they rotate early enough, should find themselves with, I guess, I wouldn't say comfortable positions, but very survivable, defensible positions. Quarry is kind of its own trap as well as Swamp sometimes. Swamp being so low ground in the circle can make it a little bit problematic if you opt into it too early, because a lot of teams like to send it into that point and you can end up being crashed. We saw that happen multiple times during the survival weeks where a team had strong numbers and were in like the last couple and just had the game turned on its head. Quarry is its own trap, is trying to get out of that point can sometimes be problematic if the circle doesn't stay on it, because now you're descending a hillside with a ton of teams just keeping vision on you, and it's your own death putting it in your own hands. So don't be surprised if we see a couple of teams maybe stray away from that, maybe play towards the west of the hillside. It's got a little bit of strength that can be played from there. But until we see the circles really shrink down, it's a little bit of a gamble for a lot of these teams.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of the finishes actually be to the west of the quarry in that swampy area, or even a little bit south of it. So you never know. I mean, it's very possible for it to go over there. It just could head north, end up being a field finish around Gatka, around T1's area. Could be south of quarry. We've seen a few of those. The western circles are always kind of interesting because of the way the quarry kind of bisects everything right in the middle. You have to kind of drive around it. It's really hard to go right through the quarry. And so that forces a lot of tough decisions early where teams have to kind of flip a coin and try to play one side of it or another going forward. Just that's kind of what you look for depending on what Circle 2 does. And we're just going to wait a while for that to happen, of course. But with it being a hard shifted circle, Matt, well, maybe there'll be some craziness. Maybe there'll be some chaos early on. Maybe we'll see some early fighting. Some of the bottom teams might just pull up on a fight they normally wouldn't. Well, this is normal.
You say this. Look, you say this. You're like, hey, we could get some early fights. Normal. Who pushed straight into the center? Burram. Who tried to send it into a compound? Burram. Who's already lost a member? Burram. Unfortunately for them, so might have to step back a little bit, but I mean, they still have themselves a good control point to play from. Question comes in with 3 members now. Can they choose to defend it, as they already have several teams that are eyeing that position? T1 and Sonics both tailing into that point, depending on if maybe they can set up a defensive line, take some shots, and scare people away from that positioning. I mean, this hill that we're seeing right now where Burram is pushing over towards, as well as where we see T1 making a little bit of play, as well as Sonics, this is going to be fairly contested as it provides a lot of vision. And hey, Burram, again, do unto others as you'd have them do unto you. You get a little bit of knockback over towards Star-Lord. Now you got to keep the vision onto 2 members already down for T1. The Burram line of defense holds strong.
I mean, this is a blind send for T1, and they're paying the price. Adder, very hurt, almost down and out. There it is. Burram gonna take T1 down. They're nuts. You just can't do these kind of things if you're T1. I think they assumed they'd be the first ones to get to this position. They sure as hell aren't. And now it's Sonic's turn to try to make Burram pay as they go out to try to loot the corpses of T1, but Sonic's not having any of it. They heard the fighting. They set up to try to see if they can maybe vulture this a little bit.
I like this from Sonics. Don't stay in that position. You know that there's probably going to be another team that might opt into it the early stage of this rotation. So instead, sends it back down the hillside. 4AM is approaching up from the east, but I think that they're leaning more towards road, and they might opt into going south of where we see Burram playing. A lot of positions coming into play. As you can see, a Freak of Freaks now lining up right back behind infantry. 4AM making that roll right by Burram, but I think Burram still has their sights set to the north right now, so that should allow for a friendlier rotation than what you might normally see coming up from Burram, as Roger does have his eyes set on them and is going to take at least a couple of shots at him.
Yeah, I mean, this is pretty normal stuff for 4AM. They like to try to cut just to the north of the quarry there and find some kind of space to work with. They might crash day trade. I don't know. 4AM's a team that will, if they like their position, they'll fight for it no matter what, no matter who's there, and they're darn good at it. They're going to roll up, and look at how they're fanning out. This is really nice, except for Godby runs over crazy. That's not so nice. The rest of it good.
That is
The rest of it's
terrible
acceptable.
at the stage. Yeah, if we see Day Trade manage to hold this, it stalls the entirety of 4AM trying to make this push into position. Now you can see that Day Trade is rotated around and is kind of counter-flanking into it. They have to be cautious on their approach, though. These do look like they're starting to come through. Crazy down. Grenade starting to run through. Forever's going to have to run away from that one, but it's just Flash holding down the high ground right now as there's not very many options for 4 Angry Men. They're just having to cover and really hide from a red zone that is happening inside their compound.
That's a good way to put it. It's a lot of explosions going on, and there's Flash still up top. Nobody's been really able to identify or dislodge him, and he is causing all kinds of problems. Nurens as well already has to. 4AM it's looking dire for them. Forever and Godby, yeah, they're inside the compound, but there is a complete swarm around it, and you can see even Edie from Buriram starting to reach out. They hear fighting. They're saying, guys, you can't fight without us. That's not fair. We want to get involved in this. And Godby's got some smokes. He's waiting underneath by the US. Vanatica not going to be able to be spotted. Yeah, we can see him in the X-ray, but there's still quite a bit of smoke in there.
Oh, the Freak of Freaks have bumped into each other mid-rotation. As you can see, it's not going too well for a Freak of Freaks right now. Already one member out, another one about to bleed out in a second. Sure, Pat Caps is down, but he's fairly resable. EJ is running for the hillside. There's going to be a couple of teams from Oath that should be able to take a shot at him, but I think that the other two members from a Freak of Freaks should be able to get out of this position. Really, it's just about this 4AM situation that we see going on. They wanted this. Remember, they're the ones that aggressed. They rolled into this position in infantry. Now finding Team Liquid, it's a lot of the run and gun and drive-by meta coming in being a factor specifically along the coastlines as these teams are bumping into each other.
Yeah, I mean, Team Liquid, you know, they're in a great spot right now, but they're going to be forced down to the bottom of Primorsk with infantry ahead of them. Back over to 4AM. I tell you what, Matt, they are a team that they don't care if they want. Ooh, you can't do that, though. Nurens comes around the corner. It's a 50-50. Godby's on the other side, and he's going to suffer because of it. Now Vanatica's down. Godby's going ham. That's Puchil's down. Is he going to be able to finish it? It's just Flash left alive at half health, spraying out the door. Godby steps up and gets him. Whoa,
that is
Matt.
absolutely nuts. The cost was high. He lost 3 members, but that was a position that we should not have seen 4AM win, and it comes off of a phenomenal set of plays. You just saw them just taking it, jumping down. They knew that they could win this firefight once they got those opening knocks, and so well played by 4AM.
Oh,
well,
hold me, Matt. Godby. Well, they should have never lost one in that vehicle accident at the beginning. That would have been, I think, a very different situation for 4AM had that not happened. Again, early losses for Day Trade. They just can't seem to find a way into the late game. And this time they're not even being aggressive. They just took a center circle spot, and they ran into 4AM, who 4AM's MO, man, they will just take whatever positions they think are best in the circle, and they don't care who's there. They don't care what the heck's going on. They will fight for it. They have that much confidence in their close quarters fighting ability. And this time, Godby just clutches one out. What a play from him.
We have to keep an eye on what's happening here, though, as he is right in the center of the safe zone, and there's a high likelihood that somebody might crash this, and he has to defend it all by himself. He's probably going to rotate, but look at this. Lines up 1, 2, Choose runs through. Now just one member up. Reinforcements just say, hey, let's see if we can try to make this one happen again. Gets the read on it, has an idea on where Flash is, and just look at how he steps around that corner. He knows exactly where it's at, and that's just a good read on how the other team was going to be playing it.
And by the way, Edie stole one of those knocks off from Godby. That's why he only has 3 kills, and then went right back to the Sharkfin compound. So Circle is going a little bit north, still quite a bit of water in it, but a lot of coastline. So a couple teams going to have to start making moves, and all that hard work and all that fighting over that compound doesn't look like it's going to be where the Circle wants to go this time around. 4AM heading over towards Gatka. Gen G going to have to make a move from the south. There is Sonics, Tianba up in front of them. MCG making that same move that we saw them win one of their first games in the tournament earlier, where they're heading in towards the center circle, towards the swamp. So that seems to be a kind of a quintessential MCG move around this phase.
Yeah, there's a lot of micro rotations that are going on with some of the larger ones. Remember the fact that there's one member for a Freak of Freaks that's still up. That's going to be EJ. He's going to be rotating in. Oath, DXG. FaZe did rotate to the north, which could put them in sight lines around Zenith, but I think that that's not going to be too much of a fight breaking out. You can see Tiemba, though, running a very strong 2-2 split, and they've got so much control over the coastline. They can harass Team Liquid onto this approach, and really it's just a matter of how firmly Team Liquid wants to commit. You can see Genji harassing them from the east, so Team Liquid, not a lot of options. They just have to choose into running right into the bullets that are being shot at them from Tiemba.
Yep, this is a bit of a tricky one. They're probably going to have to stop at that rock face here, yeah, right there, because they can't really get any further forward with Tiemba in the way. They're going to see it, and that's going to force them to hang on. They might have even got shot at. But Tiemba, they're not real keen to try to fight a 2v4. I think they read the numbers of Team Liquid and decided, well, if they do crash this, we're going to be in an odd man situation. We do not want that. Oath, off of their successful engagement early on with the Freak of Freaks, taking 2 of the Freaks out, are going to be heading in from the eastern side of the circle, and up on that hill is the remaining members of the Freaks. DXG hanging out by Gatka. Maybe that's where they're going to go. IQ 500 and ELT. There's only 2 in that compound, but some shots going to turn the steering wheels of Oath in the other direction.
Yeah, Oath is in a little bit of trouble here. It's really just EJ that's trying to defend it up. Hikari also rolling in, and I think that Oath wants this one. So now the question comes, Afriko, what you got? Gets sprayed onto one. Hikari rolls back over. He's the last one up, gets one of them down, tries to go with the flush because he knows his time is limited. Burram on one side, Oath on the other. Those are 2 aggressive teams that are not going to let you get away from that spot.
Yeah, there's just nothing Hikari can do about that, and the Freaks are going to end up falling. A little help from Burram to Oath. So Oath doing a good job picking them apart. They are going to lose 1 for their effort, but I think you take that trade just about any day there for Oath, picking up those points. No problem for them. They need to get something on the board. They're down in 16th place right now, so looking to get a couple good rounds in their pockets to move forward. Team Liquid does, in fact, move a little bit forward towards Tianba's position. They're going to take that mounted side that Tianba had left, see if they can work that. Circle continues to head. Well, this one's pretty central, a little bit, maybe just ever so slightly north.
That does mean that we're still going to have the Gatka Everest Hospital Fields in play. The only real problem for that is going to be Zenith. Genji still rolling right up back behind Team Liquid. Remember, they took shots at Liquid rotating into this point, so they know that they're here. This is Genji being aggressive, trying to claim territory. They know if they can clear out Team Liquid from this point, or at least get a knock to open this up, there's an opportunity to play what could be a fairly defensible position. As you can see that Team Liquid has already managed to harass Tiemba out of this spot, but no! It's going to be Jeems that lines up, gets the down onto Pio, and you can see Jeems really wanted to make sure he could secure the flush on that.
Yeah, the awareness is pretty low for Pio today. This is a couple times I've seen him peek up over a ledge where he is just overconfident on his position, doesn't think that somebody will be at the crossfire angle, in this case where Jeems is, and Jeems does end up getting knocked there, but for Pio, he's got to be careful. We see this from time to time where Pio just kind of tunnel visions, forgets about some of the side angles that people could shoot him at, start knocking him, but now Team Liquid, full reinforcement, same for Genji. This is a big fight here, Matt.
Guys, there's the code. Too bad. We're going to go ahead and stick with the fight. 2 members from Team Liquid down right now. Grenades are starting to come out from Genji. You can see Clib retreating out, and oh, he doesn't have any tires on that vehicle, so now in a lot of trouble. Has to retreat back to Abyss's positioning. Now, whenever the peak comes around for Genji, there is opportunity. Grenades coming through. I don't know. It's going to be a little bit too far. Look, now the retaliation comes through. We've got Pio that's rolling into position. EB already aware that this is going to be too rough for him. Clip repositions into the high ground and kind of skirts around where we see Genji, but Pio has a read on it. He spotted him out on his approach. Now the question comes into play. How much does Genji want to commit? Because Clip is not inside the safe zone and is going to have to make some form of move, and Genji managed to just flush out Team Liquid from this position.
Yeah, that maneuver you've seen there is kind of an adaptation on something we've seen Genji do a lot in this tournament, where they leave 2 or 3 back and send 1 or 2 in a vehicle to try to get some of those shots from the side seats. And they sometimes it works for them, sometimes it doesn't. I mean, with that new ability to shoot from the side seats being buffed for the most recent couple patches here in PUBG, you've seen a lot of teams adapt to trying to shoot from the vehicles, and Genji, they really like to do it. They like to have a couple hold an angle, try to wait and try to cover and see if they can flush something up. Let the vehicle do the initial firing, kind of like, you know, like you're trying to get into a bee's nest or something. I get there, like get all the bees swarming out of there, and then you try to go in and snatch the queen.
Is this a crate for Godv of all people? This is your reward, Godv, for all of the work you put in to keep your team alive. Congratulations, you get this. So, where is the circle going to take us? It's going to go in FaZe's direction. A couple of members shoot to kill DXG as well as Multi-Circle Gaming. Multi-Circle Gaming holding down a strong point, but now going to be in a funneled position. Potentially Sonic's Tiemba as well as Gen G could look to crash along that line. See Team Liquid already on the move, trying to scout this one out, and EB's going to go ahead and find himself a home to play in. Question comes into play. Can Clib catch up to this point? Because Clib, I mean, where are you going to go, man? There's so little options, and pathing to get where Ibiza got at is going to be real rough.
Oh, yeah. It's nearly impossible for Clib at this point. You can see he's actually stuck out in the open with just smokes to cover him from that rock, and it's nearly impossible. I mean, Gen G is pretty tunneled on him as well. That doesn't help anything. I don't know if he has a vehicle there or not, but regardless, it's a tough situation. And then there's the Sonics just further ahead who are also outside this new circle. He's just gonna murder himself. Well, there you go. That answers that question for us pretty easily, Matt. Clib takes himself down. So indeed, yeah, it is. It is.
That's saying the fact that I have faith in you, Gen G, to be contesting for the #1 spots. I don't want to give you any points at all. I'm going to deny at least this one because we don't know how important that could be.
Oh, it's smart. It's what he should do, for sure.
Oh, Pentalol lines up, gets the shots onto Roth, knocks him. Zenith, who's been playing in the north, loses one and takes a ton of damage. Curdy continuing to harass. Kickstart's going to go down right as he makes it into the shack. They should be able to get the res, but this is a rough life to live now, as it's going to be a matter of, do Shoot to Kill choose to aggress on this? Because if they choose to, they have to know that there's the potential of teams wrapping in back behind them and finding themselves in a pincered point. Instead, now Shoot to Kill has to figure out how do they contain what's going on, specifically with Zenith to the south and what could be approaching from the west.
Well, I can tell you, if I'm Shoot to Kill, I want to utilize this opportunity to take Zenith out. They are on top of the leaderboard. They are rocking and rolling today. You want to put a stop to this momentum as quickly as possible. But right away, Shinboy going to pack and run in his vehicle inside of the shack still, trying to put some more smokes outside. Luke 12 going to try to put a molly at the front door. It's just not quite at the front, so they're able to get out without taking any damage from the molly, but they're taking some shots from the side. More grenades coming through here as Tianba is just wrecking Gen G, by the way. Zenith stuck in the shack. There you go. There's Tianba taken down. Okay, now we're over to this fight. Sonics with Buriram now on the fight for the hill.
How are Buriram still fighting from this position? We've seen them be weakened for quite a while. Edie now rolling into this point. Sonics, there's so much throwables that are being used right now. This could be a detriment for the late game for whoever wins this fight. Godmeow looking in towards the position. Nawardra is going to go down. Godmeow has to play this cautiously. They're right along the line for the safe zone. Edie takes a ton of damage as well. There's just too many Sonic members. They've got the angles. They know exactly where everybody on Buriram is, and they get taken down. That pushes Sonics up to 4 kills and should be able to get the res onto Shrimps.
Yeah, fantastic work here from the Sonics. Doing a good job against a tough team there, Buriram. But now it's Multi-Circle Gaming. Looks like they might want a third party that's try to clear out the southern side of the circle, really open up a lot of space for them, keep their backs clean and clear as well. Infantry being torn apart by Division X. DXG learning from their mistakes in the first game. Really putting the hurt into infantry now. It is almost it. That does it. It's going to be pack caps, but regardless, a nice fight here for DXG.
DXG with some early aggression, and that was not towards the safe zone, so they specifically chose that fight and saw the opportunity that arose with it. Tiemba, after winning the fights up against Gen G, now approaching into Zenith's fortified position. Shoot to Kill opted away from it. Once the Gen G Tiemba fight ended, shots from Tiemba went into Shoot to Kill, so they repositioned towards the north. That's how come you don't see Shoot to Kill playing from this point, and now having vision into Tiemba. The problem arises, though, that Zenith's position is not side the safe zone either. Neither is Shoot to Kill. So Tiemba goes, okay, there's some kill points here, but the risk isn't worth it. Instead, repositions down and sees an opportunity and going to go ahead and take themselves a Wizard Tower.
Well, they're going to leave Lurena on the backside there to watch Zenith. Nobody was really able to dislodge Zenith from those shacks, so It's an attempt that wasn't really a full-on attempt by STK. As Sonics are ahead, Pat Caps, his vehicle's done. That's going to blow up, so he's going to throw some utility at Sonics in return. But they've got him potentially out in the open. Snaker's trying to provide some cover fire. Is it going to be good enough? Tickleton going to knock Pat Caps there. Snaker's the only one left for Oath. He's got a UAZ and nothing else to work with.
Yeah, this just not a lot of options. Division X on 4 kills already, seeing an opportunity to maybe harass Sonics as well. Long K and Fergus do have the high ground with support at range coming in from the other 2 members. Akers is inside the safe zone right along the wall, though. The problem comes into play that there's too many firing angles into him. He's probably not too long for this world. Sonic's mime does finally line up. Oath is eliminated as well. Zenith did go down inside of the skirmish that was over in the west. So now we're starting to see it settle down a little bit. 24 alive, 7 teams. Nobody really holding the center of the circle at the time. It's just fights along the hillside.
I just want to point this out quick. The top 3 teams right now here in the final week are NA, Zenith, Sonics, STK, tied with Team Liquid. But heck of a day for NA here, really making a statement to start out this final week. Division X, IQ 500, down but not out. Long K, pretty beat up, and H-Win and the Sonics trying to see if they can get that finish. There's smoke everywhere around him, so no shots really able to find the mark just yet. FaZe quiet, but still 4 up, holding the northeastern side. They have a huge split in this circle right now. They really cover a lot of real estate, giving themselves a really good chance in this one, and they're going to maintain everybody inside of this circle. SDK in a battle with Tianba having some trouble as Sonics continue this prolonged battle with Division X.
I like what we're seeing from Division X right now. This is, sure, they've taken a casualty. They probably can't get the res, but they're starting to really try to force other teams to play around them instead of just being passive and letting people encroach onto them. The problem is, can they control their flanks while they're keeping all their focus into Sonics? Instead, they're going to retreat from this, and you can see that as they're making the retreat, they're getting harried every single step of the way by Sonics, because Sonics doesn't want to relent off of this. Already at 6 kills, they know that there's an opportunity in front of them, but really it comes on how we see DXG opt into playing around this. Shoot to kill, repositions in, and oh, DXG's just going to hop in a vehicle and roll through. That might be a little bit risky. His FaZe might have vision on him. H-Win does connect into 1, should be able to get flush. 2 do manage to make it away from the aggression and get to a kind of safe point. No, it's going to be FaZe. Fergus gets spotted out. AT's holding the line up for his team, and FaZe controls so much of the circle right now, Paper.
Honestly, I like the move here by Division X. They kind of were in a bad spot in that fight against Sonics. It was starting to turn in the direction of the NA team, and they just thought, well, this isn't going our way. We don't really have good angles. Let's just get out of here. And I think that's fine. They're going to be able to get the res, it looks like. So at least they take a compound. They've got something in this to play with, and now they've rotated ahead of the Sonics as well and kind of forced Sonics into a position where they have to cross some open terrain potentially, depending on what the vehicles are like for the Sonics. Maybe they'll just try to counter crash that position. I don't know. We'll see. STK has managed to hold on against Tianba, and even though they lose 1, they're able to find a spot on the southwestern edge of this new circle.
Really, it's the control of 2 teams. Shoot to kill to the southeast or southwest, and it's going to be FaZe to the northeast. These 2 teams control so much of the circle. It's forcing all of the other teams to just huddle against each other. You can see Tianba really can't make much out of this. They're just going to go ahead and feed over their kills to the blue as well, deny those out. So Sonics and multi-circle gaming on a little bit more of a roaming strategy as options are starting to get more and more limited for them. The DXG send could be quite pivotal as it does manage to get them away from a potential fight brewing between the 2.
Yeah, a lot of teams just finding themselves in spots where it's not worth it to give the points over to the other teams. It's smart play. That's the way the super settings work. Pentalol, they're going to go for the res. Smokes are down, and indeed, Sonics are going to try to crash this. They're going to lose H-Win to Uba from the side. They're still hanging out over along that ridge line outside of this radar tower, and Fergus and Long K can just kind of wait. I don't really want to see them go outside too much. I don't really think they need to unless they feel like they can get that point, I guess. That's fine. They can at least get H-Win. I suppose that's worth it there. I was a little worried that maybe somebody like FaZe or MCG might shoot into them, and now Sonics is just getting smothered here by Multi-Circle Gaming. Shrimzy down, Tiggleton down, Sonics are out, and we're down to our final 4 teams here in game number 4.
DXG sneaking away massively favorable, getting them into the top 4. Multi-Circle Gaming, though, has a problem. DXG on 1 point. FaZe getting more control over the circle, and Shoot to Kill to the west of them. They still have a numbers advantage, but they do need to push into the safe zone. And there are 3 teams gatekeeping it. You can see FaZe is already set up, waiting to pounce on whatever's happening around DXG's positioning. Shoot to Kill, trying to get a little bit more of a position into the safe zone, has to be very cautious. Multi-Circle Gaming does spot them out. So now, Multi-Circle Gaming knows at least where the foothold is coming in for Shoot to Kill. The issue is, how do they push forward out of this? They can push up the high ground, but FaZe and DXG can have vision on that. So really, it's about the decision-making that Multi-Circle Gaming chooses to inflict right now. How do they want to move around the circle, and which teams do they prioritize? And it looks like they opt into what they think would be a weakened Shoot to Kill, but no, it's going to be Luke 12 that finds the vision onto 1, has an idea on where Tank's at. Multi-Circle Gaming has the high ground, but what can they get with it?
What a grenade from Alo. Perfectly timed, perfectly cooked. Gonna get the finish that his teammate started. Really nicely done. Good teamwork between SDK. These guys really play off of each other quite nicely. And again, the throwables for this team, just so good. It is time and time again throughout this tournament, we've seen them just be on the money with those frags, and that opens up so much space for them. And that's actually going to send MCG completely in the opposite direction. That one knock and flush was all it took, and they're like, nah, let's fight DXG instead.
This is a pivotal fight for situation and control. DXG, here's what's coming. They have an idea on how the approach is going to come in. Long K set up. Fergus has an idea on what's going on. Repositions around, tries to bait it out, but Long K doesn't get the vision in time. And so that's a nice play coming up from Silver. But look, Long K does manage to connect as well. Can we see a nice grenade bounce off of this one? Not getting much. FaZe starting to gatekeep around this as well, shifting around, trying to see if they can harass. Long K jumps out, gets the shots onto him, and tries to make a play, but now Shoot to Kill. Looking into the outside of what's going on, and Multi-Circle Gaming runs to cover, trying to get this res.
Well, Evil Lee might be able to get it unless there's any throwables that SDK has in the bag still to try to make them punish, but it doesn't look like they have it. Fuzzface has been slowly working his way towards SDK territory along this cliffside. You can work your way through there and not really fall off, and it's going to be 8C, Uba, the rest of the team starting to work their way towards this new circle. FaZe 8 heads a little bit towards SDK. Good shots from Uba, going to catch Alo, send him packing behind the rock. MCG still in this, the edge of the radar tower, still going to be inside of this circle, so they've got a little bit of time that they can wait, maybe let these two teams do some damage, see if they can find an opportune moment to come out and try to pick up some kills of their own. That's a good grenade. Alo down below half health.
We saw Solos creeping in, securing the last victory in a very messy bloodbath of a game, and yet again, we've had a very bloody battle for all of these teams to make it into our top 3. Really, it's starting to look like a lineup between FaZe and Shoot to Kill. Neither team wanting to commit. We don't want to really risk the resources just yet. Do note, FaZe still has so much control over the circle and what's going on. They have the high ground. They have all of the north in the territory control. It's really just Multi-Circle Gaming hunkered down and Shoot to Kill trying to fight their way up this hillside. So really, a lot of the positionals favor FaZe's positioning. It's just a matter of, can FaZe continue to hold this long enough to secure themselves the victory, or are we going to see Multi-Circle Gaming and Shoot to Kill combine their efforts to really harass them?
Yeah, the pressure point here is going to be Fuzzface and Gustav, and actually FaZe is now sending 8C to reinforce that position. That's going to be towards the center of the circle. The ridge line is kind of ahead of where the center of the circle is in comparison to MCG, so MCG has to head in the direction of both of these teams. They're going to try to wait this out as long as they can. The problem is the direction towards the middle of the circle for MCG is flat. It's not good. It's very difficult for them to get out of there without a butt ton of smokes. So they're going to have to let fly with them if they have them here pretty soon. Phase 8 is going to close up, and then Phase 9 begins. You can see they're already starting to make the smoke wall, and then they're going to have to go. But all pressure here on the middle front line for Phase.
Fuzzface was a star performer for his squad looking through the survival series, and yet again, he shows up when it matters. Throws a blind grenade into position, takes down both members of Multi-Circle Gaming, so everybody on FaZe can now focus in on Shoot to Kill, who is having to fight from a very dangerous position along the hillside. Gustav playing the low area, 8C back behind that, but it's going to be Fuzzface after hitting that beautiful grenade that looks into Shoot to Kill's direction. He knows just on the other side of this ridge, there is someone waiting. Now it's just a matter of who lines up, who gets vision. Pinta still playing the high approach for it. Alo goes down to start everything off, and now Pinta and Luke 12 have an idea on where multiple FaZe Clan members are at. But FaZe Clan just has to wait. They've got control over the circle. It's all going to be on Shoot to Kill to make the move. Luke 12 goes down as well. FaZe holding the line up. We can see, looking into position, they know exactly where Penta is. But Penta now looking down towards their positions. Might be able to spot him out. Tries to go for the shots into him, but there's so many coming up the hillside. There's no options. Get some damage on one, but in the end, it's going to be FaZe who strolls into this one in a dominant control victory.
Yeah, really nicely done by FaZe. Never gave up any ground, held fast. Great grenade from Fuzz at MCG. They were stuck in a door. There weren't any other options for them. It's just well-timed. He knows what's going on. He's patient. Some good shooting from Uba. A good follow-up on a grenade from his teammates to get the knock on it to Luke 12. Penta tries to work the top of the hill, but they're all just working together, backing each other up, not giving Penta any hope for a 1v4. FaZe gonna pick up a win here. This one is starting to heat up here. Team Liquid, FaZe doing a good job for Europe. They struggled to get in, but they're making the most of it, Matt.
Coming in the last 2 rounds, and both teams already having a victory on the day. Strong performance coming out from them, but also shout out to North American teams. These guys have been picking up kill points left and right across the map. They're managing to find opportunities, and while they don't manage to get into the positions, those kill points are going to stack. And yes, guys, that's why we're seeing so many teams deny. You don't want to feed teams like FaZe, who you know can be a monster whenever we look towards the last days. Specifically, there's the running joke that is FaZe Sunday. You want to try to make sure you deny as many points from these guys as possible, because once it starts cooking up, these guys can be absolutely insane.
Yeah, you can't give them any opportunities. You just have to try to shut them down, and no one's really able to. They're able to play that northeastern side of the circle for quite some time, pretty much unhindered, and then they have great position. They take control of it very nicely, and that's what FaZe does best, man.
They controlled that circle so well. Analysts, give us a rundown from where we saw the beach fights all the way to the hill fights, and let us know what stood out to you.
Thank you very much, guys. You know, we're back. I'm here with Godspeed and Hypoc, and what stands out to me is right before that game, we talked about FaZe just a little bit. Hypoc, you said, gave some credit to their performance, their ability to play at the highest level. They come out and get a big win, and they do it at a time that it's setting themselves up for a big day tomorrow. We have one more to play. I should leave that out there and not say we're done just yet, but it is not the leaderboard that I expected when we started today, Hypoc. I'll say that.
Yeah, I'm kind of there with you. The way this one's played out already. I mean, this game here is just textbook crowd control from FaZe, to be honest with you. Yes, Paper's absolutely right. They're kind of left completely uncontested over in the northeast side, but they remained active, and that's the important thing. They didn't just sit back. They obviously Uber coming out to pressure, Observatory, a couple of other just minor moves, but leaving Gustav back as that anchor. This play from God V was actually disgusting, by the way. The fact that, I talked about 4AM being one of the best teams to watch and just scrappy team fights. The perfect example right here on the screen.
Yeah, and if anyone had any doubts to whether or not God V would come back strong, I mean, I think that kind of shuts everyone up, right? And then we kind of moved over to Oath. They kind of had a middling issue where they were just kind of stuck there in the middle of the circle. They couldn't get anything done. And as we saw, Gen G, not only did they take care of Liquid, but then they had issues getting in themselves. And DXG continued to really kind of make me happy. I mean, these guys, although they're not necessarily winning these games, they're putting in a lot of work and they're showing a lot of improvement. I wish it was a little sooner.
It was, yeah. And I mean, Sonics as well, building up steam through the mid game. Unfortunately, it comes down to just this. I'll say unfortunate position, right? They find themselves pinched and not able to really do too much damage towards the Observatory. H-Win tried his best, but unfortunately to no avail. This play from Long K was actually nearly disgusting, by the way. If he actually managed to clean up the final player here, but MCG cling on, and again it ends up, FaZe versus STK on the top side of these rocks here, and this is what I was talking about. Just the sight lines that you can see as well. FaZe making forward moves into this makes it so difficult for STK to even find a comfortable peak off the top of those rocks.
Right, and that was, on the back of FaZe. Yeah, they didn't get a lot of kills or anything like that early in the round, Pac, but they, as you said, they maintained so much control by pushing other teams off, being proactive, and I think that's what, again, as Clint said, as you said, is what FaZe is best at, to be completely honest.
Well, they do it well. They come out with 16 points. Everyone else comes out with 10, or so it would seem. looking at that leaderboard, let's take a look at the top kills and damage doers for this round. God V making a triumphant return to it, Hypoc, but the story is that I think the kills were very spread out on this one.
Yeah, they were. I mean, Ajuin leading the top 5 here. Again, no surprises. The Sonics had to, I mean, he just attempt to fight their way in that circle where it did. Again, it's more often than not the team that has observatory there or a strong position within the swamp is the victor, right? But the fact that there's so much pressure around the south side of observatory, it was 4 teams at one point kind of fighting each other off. I'll be honest, preventing anybody from making that play towards the power spot, which I think is down towards the southwest of observatory, just on the top of those rocks. But yeah, bit of a bloodbath, and it's FaZe that are able to come up and sweep along the north side.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. Like, the observatory was so contested. We saw kind of that fight with DXG going on there in Tiamba, that ultimately the swamp people came out on top and fought on the side of the hill. And that's PUBG. Sometimes you make the most with what you got, and that's what we saw in that particular match. STK comes in second, Multi-Circle in third, and like you said, Division X, you're happy with their performance so far. They are in 12th. I will remind you of that little detail, Godspeed, as the climb struggle is continuously real. Subtle. I'm just saying, like, yes, they are doing
You got to take the wins
better.
you get, man. You got to take the wins you get. They're playing better. They're playing better.
And I will say this, 4 games, 4 different winners for each one. However, to show that we're not over NA biased, I want to point out 50% of the wins have gone to the 2 European teams. Like, both of the European teams who got in last have 2 wins. That's cool for them, I guess. You know what? I'm hearing that we can take a break, so we'll be back in just a second. Think about Europe and how good they're doing. Top NA3.
Athletes are always challenging themselves to get better. You've seen this in all sports. Esports is no exception. You can never predict the outcome. The only thing you can control is how ready you are. Over and over, players adapt, trying to improve, fighting hard for every percent gained. Give everything you've got to the challenge and show your finest. Bring your best out. Strive for perfection. It's our goal too.
Парни, к нам идите. Иду.
Рамфу под нас играет.
Окей. Я смог откину один. Еще одного. Отойдите.
Фейзы тоже фулл не в зоне. Они будут пытаться либо в нас играть, либо умирают.
Three guys playing on the ridges right now. They're fighting.
Are they fighting?
They put up.
CSG on the ridges or?
Yes.
Парни, ТСГ, посмотрите. Уже пушат. Я иду с первого этажа. Играйте вдвоем.
This is locked. This is really good.
Хорош. Еще подбегает кто-то, фейзы.
He's in.
Sorry. Left side. Went out.
Inside.
Nice.
Instead of receiving prize money based on your final rank is determined by how much prize money you've won. We're awarding prize money every week, and the team who has collected the most at the end will be crowned our PGI S champion. Here's how it breaks down. The first 8 teams to win a weekly survival match each week take home an automatic cash prize, earning more the sooner they win. From there, the winners of the weekly finals tournament get an even bigger cash prize. The first place prize being $25,000 on week 1, and growing to an astounding $500,000 by week 6, giving teams lots of opportunity to catch up and claim the title. Winning isn't the only way teams are earning cash, though. 30% of the total profit made from PGIS item sales goes back to participating teams. This money will be distributed based on the percentage of money each team won in the tournament, with bigger rewards for the higher performing teams. So, not only do you get cool skins and voting coupons to earn even more cool skins, but you're also helping your favorite teams bring home more well-deserved prize money. So be sure to tune in, pick your winners, and cheer on your favorite teams across 8 weeks of intense PUBG action.
Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed those videos as much as I do. You can sign up now for your access to New State if you head over there and get in on the ground floor. My name is Toffees. I'm joined by Godspeed and Hypoc as we get ready to get the final game of the first day of the weekly final underway. 4 games in pocket. That means there's not a lot of space left to play. Only 6 more matches to make a statement that you deserve the first prize, which will be north of $1.1 million. With 1 game left to play, let me just ask you two. I'll start with you, Hypoc. What team has caught your eye, whether for good or for bad, that you kind of want to dig a little deeper into?
I mean, it'd be crazy not to say Zenith, right? There was a lot of questions over, you know, their victory in the previous weekly finals and whether or not they can repeat that success. Already getting themselves off to a fantastic start now. I mean, if they can maintain this point average, to be honest, last game excluding, they're going to be sat in a really, really good spot. Again, the big question really was Zenith coming into, I guess, an event of this status, so to say, in terms of the prize pool, was the big thing. How are they going to perform on an international stage? So far, I'm loving what I see in the first few games.
Yep,
How
agreed.
can you not? Yeah, I mean, they are at the zenith of their play. I don't think I've ever seen them play at this level before. Breaks my heart that they're not going to be together afterwards, so we'll see how that goes. You're looking at the schedule. One more match today. It's a big one. It's an important one. But let's get back to the question we asked Hypoc Godspeed. What team has stood out to you for good or for bad?
Of all the teams, and for bad, it's been Gen G, man. This has been a really, really rough day for them. And I'm not going to say that makes me excited, but it does open the door for all the other teams. I'm sure it makes them excited, and I'm sure as far as a viewing experience, I mean, it's tense, right? Gen G was a team that was supposed to come in here and pretty much just be hot out the gates and probably just close it out. But no, they're in 14th place. They have 11 points out of 4 games, which is really wild for that team considering how consistent they are. Yeah, nothing's really been working for them so far. Although I will say, especially in that Yas game, it really did look like Gen G was actually playing to the best of their ability. It's just, you know, they got really unlucky with some of those shifts. But yeah, Gen G for me is the team that stands out. 11 points, 4 games, and they're currently struggling going into the last game.
Let's take a look at the correct leaderboard. We saw it the first time around. Zenith is still in front. Sonics shoot to kill right behind them, tied at 36. That last game, Zenith went in with a bit of a pad in front of them, Hypoc. They lost almost all of it in that last one, as we saw a bunch of teams sort of close the gap. I know that there's a temptation here for us to talk about the top 3 teams in the lobby currently, who all happen to be from a region that we are familiar with. But maybe we'll break away from that a little bit. Let's look at some of the teams that are below them that have been performing pretty well, like MCG, Multi-Circle Gaming, has had a 9th, a 16th, a 2nd, and a 3rd, but their averages are working. They are currently in 6th place. Talk to me a little more about MCG, what works for them, or about their style, Hypoc.
I think if we to talk about their play style and then kind of relate that back to the leaderboard, MCG is the kind of team that you almost don't want to be chasing you, right? It's the one where ultimately, you know, if you're in a position where you have to maintain and stabilize, so to say, in terms of riding out that average points per game, I mean, MCG can pop off. We've seen it a number of other weeks now. And to be honest, it's always a matter of when, not if, for MCG. Again, other teams I'll probably throw in that similar sort of category would be Gen G. Current performance aside, I mean, if anything, that's only going to light a fire under them, right? And also playstyle wise, Buram. I think really, you know, if they can kind of keep up this pace at which they're trying to operate at, that's a scary team to have sitting just outside the top 4.
Yeah, I mean, Godspeed, when you talk about Buriram and sort of the top 10 teams, the top 10 teams, with the exception of maybe Zenith, you could put an argument there, are teams that everyone was like, these are top teams. Buriram wasn't in that conversation. What is Buriram doing that has caught the love of many fans, a lot of analysts, and has consistently put them in the conversation?
Well, again, they're just such a fun team to watch, and they're one of the most aggressive, if not the most aggressive. Well, actually, that's not true. I think Infantry is really, really wild too. But yeah, Buriram they're just so fun to watch because they love to fight. Again, whether they win or lose, it's not really the issue for them. They just live for the fight. And because of that, I mean, fans love them. We love them, right? And they're exciting. And sometimes they pull off some really nasty plays, especially when they trap a lot of these teams that they're playing against on edge in the circle. But overall, they've been, I guess, winning more gunfights this time around, and they're actually getting 3 positions in teams that normally maybe they wouldn't. And it's actually the team that I compare them to the most, which is Day Trade, that is actually struggling the most right now with Buriram finding success.
It's funny, you know, my mom used to say it's not whether you win or lose, it's how you play the game. And my coach said that's a load of horse crap. But it does seem like Buriram and some of these teams do sort of take that tact of like, you know what, it doesn't matter if we get the win necessarily. It's about how we execute this thing. It's about sticking to what we believe is our play style. Another team that's doing that right now, Hypoc, maybe not as well as they'd like, is DXG. They are playing their game.
They are. Again, expectations-wise, I don't think there was an awful lot of people, expecting massive numbers out of these.
Not.
But I mean, to come through here, again, the problem is the middle of the pack teams aren't rewarded, right? So we need to see them make a push. We need to see a step change, and then really address the leaderboard. Again, we're coming to the last game of day one now. Yep. This is the time when you want to finish on a high, come back into game one tomorrow, and have yourself a more comfortable position.
I mean, while DXG is not where they'd like to be, this is a team that's below them. This is the leaders, Godspeed, and they're in 14th with 11 points.
I'm going to be honest, there's nothing more terrifying to me right now than watching all four of these guys like smiling and having a good time, because that does not bode well for the rest of the teams in the lobby. I mean, look, Gen G have been behind before in their careers, whether it was now or potentially going through if they have another bad game going into tomorrow. But they've proven in the past, especially with obviously like PGI, stuff in the past 2019, that Gen G is not doing great right this second. Do I believe that they will continue to do this? No. I think they'll bring it back, and the smile on all their faces kind of says it all, I guess.
Well, will they bring it back? The chase is on as Gen G mounts up. You saw Zenith a second ago. Our current lobby leaders, Sonics and STK, only 2 points behind them. But right on that cusp is a whole lot of teams desperate to win that prize that will be worth more than $1 million. Lives will change, but to get to that point, you have to lay it all on the line. This is the PUBG Global Invitational S weekly final, the grand final, the last match of today to make a statement before the break. Who will rise to the top? Let's go now to the call with Paperthin and Matro.
Here we go. After this game, we will be at the halfway point for PGI S Grand Finals. Plane path from Morris to Severny. But I want to follow up on what the desk was talking about. It is stacked together. Once we look towards the lead, we've got Zenith, 38 points. Sonics 36, Shoot to Kill 36, FaZe 30, Liquid 30, Multi-Circle Gaming 29, Burram 24, Infantry 24. The top 8 are a game away from each other still. And really, it's just if you can frag out, you can catch up to anybody.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we talk about this a lot, but you need to average typically somewhere between 9 to 10 points per game to win a PUBG event in the super settings is generally about the range that tends to happen. But with teams this good, and as many of them as there are, it might be a little bit less than that. Maybe we're talking around, like 8, something like that. Then it really opens the door for these teams at the bottom of the lobby to start putting up some big rounds. There's still 6 games left. There's still a lot of time. So now is when you got to get it going. I mean, you're looking down at the bottom of this. You're looking at your Gen Gs, your Tianbas, your 4AMs, your T1. There's a lot of Asian teams down in the bottom half of this, and they really kind of probably want to turn this around and represent their region. Kind of coming out of 2019, everybody kind of thought, okay, well, Gen G, 4AM, Korea and China seem to be the top 2 regions. Over the course of 2020, China really dominated Asia, and now, right now, NA and EU are taking it to them.
Just a solid performance from all of our top 5 teams right now. They've been ridiculously on point, realizing opportunities as they arise for them. Did see the circle was in the north. There is the river that runs through it, but really it's going to be a northern circle. There's a lot of water inside the circle as well, but if you play PUBG, you know this area. You know shooting range. You know the hillside to the south of it. You know Severny. But we still have some of Georgia Pool that is inside the safe zone. So we could see some, well, I mean, there's not a high chance, but there is a chance that we could see those fields and really what's going on to the west. We did have one circle end up over there. I'll cross my fingers and say, maybe we'll get another one.
Well, I mean, you never know. It could happen. And this one, like you mentioned, does have a lot of water in it. So there's a potential that this ends up way up on the north side. We'll see, though. It kind of has to make its way through. We have to see what Phase 2 wants to do. Phase 2 really is going to, tell us a lot about where this one wants to go. Phase 3 as well. And then, of course, we move away from the water after that as much as it can. Phase, they're heading out over the bridge. AC took some damage somewhere along the line. I assume that was just falling or a vehicle hitting a rock or something like that. I didn't really see much fighting. Maybe Oath caught a piece of them. I don't know. But they're going to come across the bridge. No problems. Coming off a nice win for themselves. They've got themselves up in that top 5, tied with Team Liquid at 30 to round out the top 5. So yeah, anybody's game. Still a lot of points to be made. Still a lot of PUBG to play. You know, if you're at the bottom, there's no reason to give up hope just yet, Matt. There's plenty of time.
Well, speaking of the bottom, did you notice that everybody is caught up in a North American sandwich right now? Zenith at the top, Oath at the bottom, and the rest of the world in between. It's a weird situation we're looking at there. FaZe make a stop by Milta, one of their tried and true locations. So I'm going to go ahead and pick up a little bit more toys to play with towards the later sections of the game. A Freak of Freaks made a positional play around Severny, where Zenith is just separated all across the north. FaZe rolling through, looks like they're going to head into the east and probably approach along the coastline. This isn't too surprising. We often see FaZe in no rush in the earlier sections of the game. Now, this is a team that draws a lot of attention, to say the least. And whenever we look at them in the 15th place spot, there's a lot of conversation to be had around it. Like, we've seen these guys have some huge ups, but whenever they've had some downs, boy, they have had some downs. And it feels like right now Day Trade is struggling to find a little bit of information on what's going on, Paper.
I think for Day Trade, they're playing the best tournament I've ever seen them play. I'm going to be just honest with you. This is the best I've ever seen Day Trade play. And I watched all of APAC last year. Their best finish in a PCS APAC was 8th. They didn't play very well, to be honest. It wasn't a great year for them, but they got this invite based on playing well in Thailand and some other things, and they've played way better than I ever thought they could, to be honest, coming into this. And I got to give them all the credit in the world. They've really read this format very well. They've read the lobbies well. Their defensive style suited them throughout this tournament. They even had a finish in the money on one of the weeks and made a pretty decent chunk of change in it. So I got to tell you what, I'm very pleasantly surprised with Day Trade. I'm very happy for them. I'm very happy they've represented their region well. And whoa,
that is a prize
1.2 million.
That is a nuts prize pool for 10 games. And you can see this as Burram's pushing across the Georgia Pole Bridge. My question comes to you, and I've been kind of worried about this, Paper. You're casting from the Gen G facilities, right? How? I'm looking at where they are on the leaderboard. How safe is it for you to be able to leave later today? Or are you just going to be trapped there for the next 24 hours?
Well, I have a key card, so I'm okay. But I'm going to probably have to try to sneak my way out. Might have to try to find one of the back entrances or back doors to this place, because I imagine right now I might not be getting another invite back after this if they don't do well. So definitely starting to hope that Gen G could turn it around. And I mean, I was really happy. They gave me some free coffee here, which was very nice, but maybe I need to change up my my strategy for tomorrow, Matt. Maybe go for some energy drinks or something a little different.
Gotta feed the sponsors, my man. That's what it comes down to. T1 rotating. They're gonna hold down the hillsides to the west of Severny on the opposite side of Zenith. You can see Zenith now getting a little bit of a firing range towards them. Really, it's just harassment shots. I wouldn't expect too much out of this just yet. I do want to note that Burram did stop at the edge of the zone at the end of the bridge and are camping it. So Burram could potentially find a rotating Gen G from this position, because we sometimes see them opt to rotate through here.
They'd love to do it. They love to do it. They might have read it, and they might know that this is kind of what Gen G might do from this position. I mean, this could just be good work by Burram, doing a little bit of homework. And I was kind of hoping maybe Gen G would go to the top of the mountain and try to go through from that position and get some info, but you look at that map feed, Matt, I think we might be taking a look at that battle in a moment.
A couple of rotators coming into play. You can see Sonic's circling Tiemba right now. One of their members down, M200. Sonic's going to go ahead and take a couple of harassments. H1 takes a bullet to the head there, but Sonic's do at least manage to get into position. Now comes the grenade rain into the point where Tiemba is at. Now it looks like Ming should be able to get this res fairly uncontested. So a little bit of defensive line coming in, and here it comes. Grenades coming out. Were they cooked properly? The wait is through. One already down, two down. It's turning into tragedy for Gen G. There's only one up, rolling into the distance on a quarter of his life. Konexi did go down, but Loki, the last one up. Loki, what are you going to do from here? Are we going to see him just have to hunker down? Yeah, he abandons vehicle and says, all right, I just have to play defensive. 3 members already out for Gen G. Just Buram doing Buram things.
Well, I said it earlier on today, and I'm going to repeat it. Gen G is tunneling. They cannot cross that bridge like that. I mean, Esther is behind, so at least they'll have him alive potentially with Loki if Loki can get out of this. But even if that bridge, which has been free the entire tournament, you can't trust that it's going to be free this time. Buriram is nuts. Like I said, they'll be anywhere at any time. Wherever you least expect it, that's where Buriram's going to show up. And Buriram doing a fantastic job picking up 2 placement points. Oh, Loki. Get some good damage into Godmeow. Godmeow has to get out. He's outside, so Loki might be able to pick up a revenge point here.
So 2 members are up for Gen G. Miscall on my part on that one. I apologize, guys. But you can see it's got to be Godmeow going down, trying to hold the line. Loki's going to take a lot of damage and retreat away from this. So numbers starting to shift a little bit more friendly because we still have Esther that's going to be coming in back behind this at a pretty quick pace, too. The problem comes to play is, Esther, what do you do? What do you do? They're waiting for you. Do they have the read on it? The shots are going to come in. Esther, there we go, goes down, and now Loki's the last one up. I didn't realize about the fact that Esther was holding the tail end of that, so now Loki. Similar situation to what we talked about beforehand. A little bit of a problem abound. Sonic's also now starting to get into a little bit better position for Tiamba.
You were right in the long run, Matt. Don't worry about it. I don't know what Esther's doing there. You cannot drive right at the guy who's shooting you. You just give him a fantastic angle to take you out of that. I don't know if Esther just panicked or didn't know, didn't get the information from Loki, assumed that side was going to be the way to go. But you cannot drive at the guy who's shooting it. You give him such a fantastic angle to look through those windows on that US. It's just not great there from Gen G. It's going to be on to Loki. Try to snake out some points for them going forward. And yeah, this battle, this is the battle that never ends over this plane right now. It's still not much going on.
Lots of hesitation coming out from Sonic as the new circle pop. Still has a lot of water in play, about a third of it bare minimum. Sonic's usually more prone to push in a situation like this, but I think that the placement on the leaderboard is kind of stalling in more of the North American aggression that we tend to see coming in to be a factor. Multi-circle gaming also approaching onto this. So it looks like we might have a third party choosing to be involved. No, never mind. They're just going to pass along the hillside. They're just going to kind of rotate through. Instead, they're eyeing into T1's territory. So we'll have to see how the scouts and if they get spotted out from that. You can see that Sonics do want to make a play around this, while we do have Shoot to Kill getting up in the territory around 4 a.m., as well as Oath in positionals. Infantry is going to be playing to the south of them, and Roth, I guess, just asserting dominance over Punich.
Oopsies. That's another vehicle. Oopsies. Definitely don't want to have that, especially when you're on top of the leaderboard. Only by 2 points, though. That lead is very precarious for Zenith. Smokes are down. Looks like the res should come through. Freaka Freaks had rotated ahead of them. Sonic's still behind, so I think they're going to be able to get that. Team Liquid going to drive along the beach. You are a bit exposed briefly to whatever teams in Severny on the north, so there's a little bit of danger in making that move, but Team Liquid going to be able to get through it. Division X not really able to react quick enough or well enough to get any knocks there. Oath, they're getting pretty dead center here on this one. It's a nice little rotation. Looks like they're going to kind of set up at this hillside, I think, with this shack and a few other things and wait it out.
I do like the way that Team Liquid is playing this. They repositioned into the north. They have a lot of good sight lines to play from. They also get distance away. The only problem is how the circle is going to pop. They're probably going to have to make a rotation to what could be a very clustered area. You can see that Oath, as well as the Freaka Freaks, in a skirmish range. Grenades from a Freaka Freaks connecting, doing some damage back into Oath, but that grenade's a little bit too wide out from the outside of this one. So should be able to get the res and retreat. But you can see on the mini-map, Oath is in a little bit of trouble. They've got a lot of teams surrounding them. The issue comes into play is how do they defend, as there's so many angles that they have to keep an eye on, is they are 100% surrounded. Hey, let's just go ahead and throw Loki into the party as well.
Loki's just trying to see how deep he can get on that motorcycle and sees a shack and says, well, this is going to have to do for now. He's going to have the motorcycle on the outside, though, so it's going to be pretty obvious that he's in there at least. Alo trying to shoot AC. AC had poked his head out of the window for a second, but caught a little breeze and caught a bullet for his troubles, and he's going to try to kind of change his path there. Buzzface still circling as well, and SDK putting all these shots in to really try to keep FaZe at bay, push them out of this crossroads territory as best as they can.
Yeah, this is a lot of ranged fighting that's going on, and this is the problem right now, is the beautiful grenade toss is going to come in for a COD. I mean, Oath, what do? You're as good as dead from this position. You're having to just try your best to survive all of the withering fire that's coming in from every angle. This should just be a flash grenade, easy toss in. Molotov should connect onto him. Reload's going to go down, and now Oath. I mean, it's a problem as Punich shoots Roth. What is going on with Zenith right now, and why are they like hurting each other so much?
Well, now they might get hurt by 4 angry men. Forever has managed to get to the foot of the stairs, and so far Zenith is they're kind of looking around their compound. They know stuff's going on. I don't know how well they're aware that 4AM has gotten in here. They're going to shoot the door open for Forever. Grenade goes right in. Not really able to catch much with that. Some mollies going through the windows as well, but Shinboy hides himself in the bathroom, going to try to wait this one out. Godby waiting to see if anybody comes out the window due to the throwables that have come through. But for now, as Zenith's hanging on, I don't know for how long, though. I don't imagine 4AM's real keen to let them situate themselves. But here comes STK from the flank.
And also, here comes your code, guys. While this fight is brewing, it is going to be DEWEYKLHJUNW. And make sure you input that inside the game client. There's going to be an option where you can input codes and coupons. Keep an eye out for it. Yet again, that's going to be DEWEYKLHJUNW. Repositions coming into play now. I mean, we're starting to see a lot of these teams having to just essentially hug up next to each other, find some type of little dip to play from, and that's leading to a lot of these teams being fairly stacked next to each other, and problems are going to start abounding, specifically along the hillsides, where they're going to start getting more vision in what's happening. Oath finally getting some vision into Tiemba, gets it down onto M200, but there are a lot of people firing back at him, and somehow Oath is managing to survive in a very, I guess, precarious situation.
Yeah, they're hanging on for now, trying to finish off M200. Here come the grenades from Afrika. Those are going to be pretty good. And EJ's going to finish off M200 there. Another point in the bag for the Freaks. Tiamba's trying to hold on to this dip for dear life. Oath still on top, causing problems for all the teams that are to their north at least, but they've paid a price to be on top of that position. FaZe finds a shack. They lost one to EJ's bolt. I'm going to tell you guys right now, EJ does not bolt very often. So that is not something that he is typical, a thing that he typically does, to be honest with you. So kind of a desperation situation for Afrika Freak. Sometimes teams have to make moves a little earlier than they'd like, and they have to go with whatever equipment they're given.
There's a odd calm that's starting to settle onto the battlefield right now, just notably due to the positionals and how the hillsides are kind of set up and everything. Where we saw the Sonic and infantry fight that's still going on, you can see that the shooting range, even quite calm at the time. Day Trade getting in position to the south, but there are going to be some long range shots going at each other, but really that's about it. It's kind of like everybody just waiting to see where the next circle goes. 51 still alive in a dangerous circle, but really the danger comes into once you have to rotate. Right now, everybody's got themselves a nice little home, kind of set up, you know, having a sandwich, just relaxing for a moment, preparing for the fight that is to come, because everybody knows that this next circle shift is going to be hectic. There are so many people that are playing along the edge, so many teams that have been struggling for position. If we see the shift away from the hillside, that's just going to make it more chaotic for these teams.
Well, this circle might not move much. It has to move away from water. So, yeah, it just kind of centers up. And, yeah, a few teams do have to make moves, Matt. You're absolutely right. And Sonic still hasn't left that crashed plane. And for their kind of passivity, they're going to find infantry rolling up next to them. That is not the team I would want to be there. Those guys, if they decide to try to grapple onto you, they will make it very difficult to escape. Division X, they're going to head up to the hillside, get a little info out of Severny, Team Liquid, just up there. Ibiza is way out up on the coast, and the rest of Team Liquid in that 1-3 split hanging out in the compound, so Division X going to see that. Infantry, you know, kind of pushes Sonics out of the position. Sonics does, yeah, they don't even try to fight this. I don't blame them. I wouldn't want to fight this either.
I love the frag grenades. You never know, maybe somebody stayed behind, but instead, Sonics do get separation away. Infantry still just trying to scout it out, make sure that there's no stragglers into position. So while Sonics do get a little bit of a reposition away, they haven't been able to get into the safe zone yet. Purdy Curdy, though, is going on his own little adventure. He's decided the fact that there is an option and an opportunity ahead, and he's scouting it out for his team. You can see that as he's creeping through, he's got a lot of enemies surrounding him. GodV already has a read on what's going on, and Zenith is already moved outside of the compound and holding the outer walls. That's going to make it a little bit more complicated. Oh, 9. I think that you overextended just a little bit into this one. going to be Tiggleton's just going to pop up. Jack the Box is deadly. Get some damage into Longskirt, but Tiggleton takes a lot as well. It's going to be a quick firefight exchange as now 9, realizing maybe he has an opportunity. The rest of Sonic's not quite in a position to really reinforce just quite yet. Grenades coming out from both sides onto it. Poliang trying to reinforce 9's positioning, but Tiggleton still being brave, peeking up the hillside and knows the fact that it's still going to be the encroaching infantry that has been chasing them for so long now.
It's a good reposition by the Sonics, but they got to make their shots count. Gen G going to be the first team to go out. Not too surprising. It's actually going to be even Buriram that finishes the job. There you go. Shrimzy gets 9. Now it's looking good for Sonics. That first knock was really what they needed to try to open up some breathing room for them, and they got to be careful. Of course, Longskirt always waiting on the lings. That doesn't help. Bullying with some good shooting. Mime's there to trade, though. Good cover fire from Mime to help Tiggleton. Longskirt trying to come in. A stun. Going to slow him up for just a second. Up over the hill, but Tripsy's shots are on point and a little bit better. Mime as well coming in. Getting another one there. Longskirt down. Infantry in shambles. Just Zhao Yang left here, but he is going to get the headshot and the finish onto Tig. Shrimzy going to hop into the US and piece on out of this situation, but when stuck in the shack, that's going to be really tough for him to get out of.
Liquid harassing DXG onto their approach. You can see the DXG in a little bit of trouble, but they can play the recess down the hillside, get a little bit more space away from what's occurring. Really, it's just around shooting range. That's where so many of our teams are positioned at. Shoot to Kill still continuing forward, playing the opposite side of the hillside from Zenith. Now, New Circle is going to pop an Oath, and a Freak of Freaks who have been doing it up for so long are going to find themselves right in the center of everything. Really, it's going to be about gatekeeping, as now we see Daytrade trying to hold into position, as there are a lot of teams that are now going to have to leave shooting range, and all right on top of each other.
Great work here by STK, being very thorough about checking all the angles and all the hiding spots inside of the shooting range. It's very nicely done. Good discipline for them. Daytrade trying to fight it out with Tianba, and they are going to win that fight. Yeah, really nicely done here by Vanatica and Flash. They're holding on, and 4 members of STK now going to be coming their directions, and the throwables just short, just not quite able to get that frag grenade far enough here for STK. That second one's pretty good. Doesn't get a knock. Flash had gotten some heals off.
Team Liquid has decided, instead of fighting DXG, let's just roll together and murder everything we come across. And it's going to be Akkad and Hanzia that both go down in the exchange. With that, Liquid's now found themselves a home. Akari back behind this, still trying to harass into DXG. That's taking lower point on the hillside. You can see the firefight that's been going on between STK and Daytrade is off in the distance in the eastern position away from this. So now we're starting to see everything settle down just a little bit more. It's going to be multi-circle gaming that's going to have to approach, but really Buriram that's having some struggles to the east. Shoot to Kill. I don't know if they have a read on Vanatica's positioning. Flash has been doing a good job on drawing a lot of attention, but they definitely know he's there now. Shots are going to come through, and that's going to be a connection onto Alo and a quick flush. This is going to stall out the move coming from Shoot to Kills. Now they're very aware of what's going on. Here comes the third party. Here comes the fourth party. Everybody is now looking Shoot to Kill's direction, and this is going to be rough for them to try to make their way through this.
Yeah, that really hurts to lose Alo. There's some great shooting from Zhao Yang. Picks up another one, doing everything he can to get some more points in the bag for infantry. As the Solo left alive for that. Penta, he's trying to swap seats there. Flash now on the other side. I think SDK, as great as they have been, as thorough as they have been at checking things out, that one threw him a bit for a loop. There's only so many angles, so many things you can check before eventually maybe somebody's hiding in a smoke and you're not quite ready for it. Pento Luke, the last 2 left. Luke has been nuts this tournament. He's been having a fantastic tournament. One of the top fraggers in this tournament. The guy is just actually cracked. And now they're stuck behind the hill line. A little bit of a Dacia there as well. Shinboy and Zenith trying to pour some damage into it. If they actually shot up that Dacia a little bit more, they might be able to get it explode. And that could open up a little bit more space to try to finish the job on the SDK.
It's been said that Shoot to Kill hasn't seen daylight in 10 years, just due to the amount of smokes that they're having to hide inside right now. Really, it's about how much utility they managed to pick up from all of the bodies that were around that position, from their teammates and from the last member for Daytrade that was holding that spot. So one member still up for Daytrade, gonna have to move, and that's gonna be Flash. You can see the circle is about to reveal where we're gonna see the action shift to, and still the east is the problem as Buriram rolls right up on top of 8C. That's an interesting decision, as Clib is actually going to get the shots to finish that one out. Infantry still caught up, looking back into the position where we see Shoot to Kill playing from. So with the circle popped, we can see the Team Liquid in a good spot. Multi-circle gaming as well as Sonics, and oddly enough, still Oath, who has been holding down position upon position. But Zenith gets vision onto Fuzzface as he goes for a little bit of a position out of this. Aitzy's got to play very carefully, just dancing around and dodging all the grenades being thrown at him.
Not much Aitzy can do. He's stuck in a shack with a lot of flat ground around it. It's just that's a death trap, and you got to get real lucky with the timing. And it doesn't help that T1 was still on the north side of the road, and they're going to need to push through this direction themselves. That grenade, did it get in? No, it gets stuck in the vehicle. It's going to blow that vehicle up. I don't even know if Aitzy can get out of there now. Maybe he can kind of...
He's dancing his hardest.
Jiggle his way up. Yeah, he's going to jiggle his way up here. I think he's actually stuck. I think that's all she wrote for Aitzy.
What do you do, Aitzy? I mean, he's trying. I mean, you got to give him an A for effort right now. He's trying to figure out some way to make this work. Maybe blow up the car back behind it and see if maybe it repositions the car that's in front of your door. That's about the only option I can come up with. Is he is dead on trapped in that position. T1 rotating through as they're going to get ahead and get a little bit of control in the north. Multi-Circle Gaming to the west of them is going to have a little bit of vision of what's going on. Shoot to Kill does get eliminated. Some shots coming out from Oath, still holding this dip on 2 kills, and it has been painful for these guys, but they are somehow finding time and again a way to make this work. As a Freak of Freaks EJ still getting vision on Roth as he's coming through. This is just a whole bunch of solos, a whole bunch of weakened teams really just struggling to make sure that they secure as many kill points as possible. It's going to be Zenith that goes down on the outside of this on their approach as well.
Yeah, it's nice to see Oath be able to weather the storm from the top of that hill. Still have 2 alive. They lost 2 very early, but they've been able to maintain their position and farm some kills along the way. That's very good. It's a very good effort from them to finish the day out. It's been a struggle for them, but they are no longer in last place. In fact, it's going to be Genji who's going to end the day in last place, no matter what. And that, I don't think anybody could have predicted. That's quite a surprise, but it is what it is. Looking towards these other teams, MCG getting torn apart between T1 and the Sonics. Sonics now getting shot by Aqua 5, who is a mutant. The loot is a little bit lacking for T1. I'm seeing bolts in the hand of Dang Che. He is not a bolter. Maybe Star-Lord might bolts, and oh boy. Yeah, Shrimsy gets knocked. They're going to try to move up and forward. Well, Aitzy was long gone, my friend. There's no helping him.
Just a door-stuck moment. DXG trying to push up the hillside. FaZe Clan finally eliminated, but it's going to be Team Liquid playing a beautiful dip and with massive amount of control on everything that's going to the east. That is a good toss coming up from DXG to connect onto Clib, and the rest of Team Liquid now pushing up the hillside, realizing the fact that they have control over this angle and can be a little bit riskier with it. The problem is that T1 is starting to realize that they might have an opportunity into this, starting to push up the hillside right next to them as well. A couple of shots are going to connect, and that's multiple members of Team Liquid going down. Now just one up, and T1 just walks into this going, hey, what even happened here? They haven't been able to spot out the last one just yet. Oh, yep, there they did. Grenade's going to connect, and Team Liquid, who had a strong control point, T1 just walks up and snatches it away from him.
Yeah, who needs good loot? You got mutants, you got bolts. That's all you need for T1. They're going to be able to go over there and probably find themselves maybe a little bit more loot. I don't know if Aqua 5 is going to be able to get over there to pick up a gun himself. Seems comfortable working the back line, making sure that the flanks of T1 are clear to set up a 3-man front along the other hillside. Mime has a member of MCG out in the open there. It's Tank. He's dancing, he's spinning, he's trying. And he is able to stay alive long enough that Mime has to reposition a bit. The rock's still there. He has 1 smoke. It's going to take some good timing from him to be able to move forward into the next circle. I don't really know where he's going to go. There isn't a whole lot to work with. On top of the hill is NA, Sonics and Oath. And on the bottom is Korea, T1.
So much hinges on this fight. You can see Sonics trying to hold on to number 1. Multi-Circle Gaming and T1 sees this as an opportunity. Multi-Circle Gaming does go down, just dropping it to 3 teams. T1 has the numbers advantage, but it's going to be Sonics and Oath that have the capabilities to reposition around. T1 is not careful. They could find themselves pincered. A couple of shots going in between the 2 NA teams now as Pat Caps does get vision on them, cresting the top of the hillside. If anything, that's just going to encourage Sonics to play a little bit more towards the west. So much writing on where this next circle is going to pop at, but you can see that T1 trying to extend out, get a little bit more control, and they're not doing it too hasty. They're making sure that they can just play the positions. You can see Dang Che over towards the west, just kind of creeping in, seeing if maybe he can spot out anything, using the tree lines for cover up along the hillside, aware of where Sonics is playing. On the other side, it's going to be Adder that's going to be forced to have to try to contain and contend with whatever it is that Oath is trying to bring.
It's so important for T1 to maintain control of Dangche's side of this circle right now. They can't let anybody get over there. Otherwise, exactly what you just mentioned might happen, Matt, that they might get pincered between the two teams. So Dangche, he's got a bolt that makes it even harder in a way to lock that side down. So it was a mini that was found for Aqua 5. The circle is going to shift towards the Sonics. So now they're able to stay up on the hill. So that kind of makes things a little interesting. It makes Oath's rotation path kind of one-sided. They have to pick one way or another. For T1, they really got to make sure now that nobody's able to come down from the hill on either of their flanks. Then they give themselves a pretty good opportunity to potentially win this.
It's such a factor on what Oath opts into doing. If they move down the hillside and harass T1, that's going to open the doors and the opportunity for Sonics. If Oath instead stays across the high ground, repositions, goes into Sonic's line of fire, that means that T1 can then get the third party and have the numbers advantage as well. It's two opposite positions directly across each other from the circle, and it's just going to be Oath trying to figure out how to make this work in their favor. If somehow a firefight starts happening between T1 and Sonics, there is a shack that Oath can actually make it to. While it is just a safety play, there is that option. They just need some type of distraction to kick off, and they are the only team that really has to move. Really, so much hinges on whatever it is that Pat Caps and Balefrost opt into doing.
Well, one important thing to note here is that the Sonics have 0 smokes. They have 0 smokes. That's a real problem for them. So they're going to have to rely on that vehicle to get down the hill. There's no other options, really. You can't make a smoke wall to try to do it. Oath, I'm not too sure. I'm assuming that they've at least got some smokes left. They had some of their comrades that had fallen inside of that shack. Vale's going to hit the ground. He's kind of sensing that Sonics might be trying to push up over this hill. For the Sonics, it might be best to try to knock Oath out of the equation and then try to take that 3v4 versus T1 at the end. But T1, they spot out that Oath is in this shack. This is really good isolation. If they could get in here and finish Pat Caps off, gives them a lot more space to breathe.
The Molly connects, Pat Caps go down. Balefrost, the last one up for Oath. Sonics, realizing what's going on, really starting to huddle together. They don't have vision on what T1 is trying to accomplish, and so really it's a blind movement, and Sonics doesn't want to overplay their hand. Instead, realizing, okay, if we know a fight's happening with Oath, we know where Oath is, let's at least look that direction. Balefrost, still alive, opted to move away from the shack. T1 couldn't spot him out just yet. Now Sonics starting to get a little bit more vision, reveals that Shrimsy goes down. Balefrost manages to hold up, manages to take down another one. North America destroying North America, and now T1 walks in. They have the opportunity to get this, and there is nowhere that we can see Sonics move away from that position. That was a Herculean effort coming out from Oath to try to at least secure a second place position, but it came at the cost of handing the victory over to T1.
I mean, if you were going to tell me out of the 3 Korean teams that were in this lobby that it would be T1 that's on top, I would have been questioning that a bit. They played extremely well here today. They're coming through with a big win at the end. They had a pretty good day overall, finding some good placement finishes, not a ton of kills, but they got it done. And yeah, NA on NA, name a more iconic duo there, Matt. They seem to find ways to find each other, and it's going to be to the benefit of T1.
Everybody keeps saying that we're moving into the end game, but it feels like we're looking at Civil War right now. I mean, good play coming out from all the teams to secure positioning, but this marks our halfway point, and it is a uphill battle for a lot of these fan favorite teams. I mean, we got to give a massive shout out. Sonics, Zenith, Shoot to Kill, Liquid, T1, Multi-Circle Gaming, FaZe, Infantry. These guys have found ways, even Burrom holding in that 9th place position. But whenever we look towards the bottom of the leaderboard, teams like 4AM in 13th, Gen G in last, that's astounding.
Yeah, it just goes to show you how deep this lobby is. I mean, there's so many darn good teams here. Everybody's been working really hard throughout 2020 to get better. This is the first chance we've had to kind of see each other for a year, so you're kind of seeing how the different metas are playing out, how the teams have adjusted throughout this time, how they've leveled up, and you can see the NA teams have definitely big time leveled up. They look so good right now. Their fragging ability so strong. A lot of the teams at the bottom gonna have to pick it up tomorrow. Gonna have to have huge days if they're gonna be in the conversation to win it.
I just want to say, for Shoot to Kill fans, Zenith fans, and Sonic fans, there's been a little bit of banter that's been thrown their way, specifically Shoot to Kill, regarding the roster swaps. But now, holding from this position, you know that this has to feel so good for these teams that have been trying so hard to make a statement for the region, question comes into play. Can they hold it moving into tomorrow? Well, we're going to go ahead and throw it over to the analysts to give you a breakdown of what to expect tomorrow. You guys take it away.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And we got to start off with a congratulations to T1, 7 kills and the victory. Sonic's second, Oath comes in third. You know, this is what happens with Oath. They kind of lay there until you poke them with a stick enough times, and then they show you signs of life, and that's what's happening. So a little bounce back, glow up, if you will. Not sure if it'll be enough. Gentlemen, let's talk about that game. I'm going to start with you, Godspeed. Give me some breakdown.
I think the biggest breakdown is right here for Gen G. The fact that they only made it across this bridge with one person left alive, who's Loki, I believe, and he didn't last very long. Yeah, they're in 16th place. That's just really wild. I mean, this circle was also wild, but I'm sorry, it's just thinking about Gen G and the implications of the fact that they're still in the bottom after the first day. It's exciting, it's unfortunate for Gen G, and it's crazy all at the same time.
I mean, I'll be honest, this is probably the best possible scenario, right? Potentially, we're looking at now
it really is.
One of these teams to make a real push here to claim the title of PGI S. Just go back to again, as soon as this one comes away from shooting range, you can see how many teams stacked over on the east side of this circle. And honestly, Liquid, I mean, positioned really, really well in the mid game to be the ones to capitalize off that. But T1 with that wide north split come across, they capitalize at the right time.
And T1, by the way, Tank just refused to go down in that position until finally he did. And T1 did a really good job of getting a nice spread here and taking the fight to Oath, which then pushed them into the sight lines of Sonics, which caused them to have a little kerfuffle. And then we had multiple knocks, which then led to T1 just running over and just finishing this game off. And T1 has been such an enigma team for me because this entire event, they've been so hot and cold that I'm not exactly sure which team is going to come out in each individual game. But at the end of the day, I am glad to see them do well.
I think that's for me, it's PUBG, though. I'm always happy to see any team sort of step up and live up to what's needed. So good on T1. We talked about them a little bit at the start of the day and the struggle that they might be facing. That said, I'm going to be honest with you, Hypok. I made a tweet last night where I picked 4 pick'ems all on North America. It was a bit of kind of a rah-rah NA pride joke, to be honest. I did not expect to see the top 3 spots filled with NA teams when we made that tweet. Are you surprised?
Yeah, I don't think realistically anybody really would predict this top 4 right now. I mean, Oath really, yes, we saw some signs of life in the last one. The only one really that's traded. I mean, NA has looked fantastic today in terms of, I mean, I think back to the Zenith game, them capitalizing on, you know, arguably the worst side of that circle, right, in Yasnaya, in terms of actually how many players were there, how many points were available for them to come out and put that number up in a game in that fashion. Usually you would see, you know, pretty much spread evenly across because everybody is kind of just fighting for a spot inside the city. SDK doing SDK things, right, just stabilizing, maintaining that average. And Sonics, to be honest, they said they were going to come back into week 6 when they got here. They've looked better than any other week so far.
They said it. Let's take a look at how it stands. Standings. 47 points for the Sonics. You love to see it, right? Or do you?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Yeah, you love to see it. I mean, obviously, NA bias here on the desk, but yeah. Love to see NA doing well. Specifically because they haven't had the best tournament so far.
It's true. Let's take a look at tomorrow. There are 5 games left to play. We will start in the desert yet again. 2 matches for Sonics to put some points on the board, and then we move to Erangel, where it's going to be played out for the big final. You saw the update in game, 1.255, I believe. That's $1.2 million for whoever finishes this in first place. That is insane amounts of money. And you got to be honest, this is one of those situations, we joked about it last week, but check with the front desk. Make sure none of your opponents have set up fake morning wake-up calls, because that is, I would do a lot to win $1.2 million, Hypok.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, It's a hell of a paycheck,
Sorry.
right?
Sorry.
I mean, I know chat's harping on at us, but I don't really know what we're supposed to talk about other than the top four, right? They're the ones getting paid out right now. And unfortunately, I mean, 75% of it's NA. So put up and shut up, to be honest, because this is the time, really. I mean, yes, it comes down to tomorrow, but this hasn't happened. This is unprecedented territory for a global event in PUBG.
Yeah.
Right, but you got to remember, like, there have been years where we followed teams like Tempo Storm to these international events and been like, this is NA's time. And then every single time, it's like getting kicked in the... Anyway, let's get focused on the positives, though. They're doing well now, so that's good. Godspeed, though. FaZe and Liquid, two teams from the West, late qualifications. They've been putting in work, and their consistency and the fact that they've been doing this for so long is clearly coming through.
It is. At the same time, I mean, we've seen kind of Liquid have some issues as far as just getting 4 people into the end game. Overall, though, I think, if they can continue to play the way they did today, if not even better, Liquid absolutely is a threat. And FaZe, I mean, it's FaZe, it's Sunday, tomorrow. They've actually had a pretty good day as it is today, especially with that game that they won. So, I mean, overall, you can't count out Liquid. You absolutely cannot count out FaZe, and I don't think anyone really is.
And that's it, too. I mean, FaZe Sunday is a thing, but we're going to see now. We have an interview with, I believe, the team up on top.
모두 마무리됐습니다. 5개 매치 결과 가장 높은 포인트를 기록하면서 1일차 1위로 마무리한 소닉스 선수들 만나보겠습니다. 축하드립니다.
감사합니다.
자, 먼저 윈 선수에게 좀 질문을 드릴 텐데요. 8주간의 대장정에 마침표를 찍는 파이널이 시작됐습니다. 첫째 날 1위로 마무리할 수 있었는데요. 윈 선수 소감이 어떠신지 먼저 듣고 싶어요.
So a question for you. We are now at the end of the 8-week-long tournament, and you were able to rank number 1 on the first day of the last weekly final. How are you feeling right now?
We feel good, but it's not over yet. We set ourselves up for tomorrow, and that's all that's important.
기분 지금은 당연히 너무 좋고요. 근데 아직 끝난 것이 아니기 때문에 내일을 위해서 이제 준비를 할 것 같습니다.
느낌이 어떤지도 굉장히 궁금합니다. 소닉스 같은 경우에는 2, 3주차 부진이 있었는데 그걸 이겨내고 4, 5, 6주차 파이널에서 경기를 펼치고 있습니다. 하지만 아직까지 파이널에서 상금권 안에 든 경험은 없는데요. 이번 주는 확실히 좀 느낌이 다를 것 같은데 윈 선수의 개인적인 느낌은 어떤지도 물어볼 수 있을까요?
So personally, how are you feeling about your team? Unfortunately, in week 2 and 3, you guys didn't make it to the weekly finals and had a bit of a slump, but you overcame that in the 4th, 5th, and this week. And I'm sure you guys are going to be approaching this week's finals much differently. How are you feeling about that?
It feels good. I think it's been a learning process for us, but I feel like we've gotten better and better each week, and we're ready to take that into future tournaments and tomorrow as well.
굉장히 긴 여정이었고 근데 그만큼 매주마다 저희 실력도 늘고 있다고 봐왔기 때문에 그래서 이제 이번 주도 확실하게 준비를 했고 그리고 이 토너먼트 말고 다른 대회에서도 충분한 실력 발휘가 될 수 있을 것 같아서 이번 주도 그렇게 준비했습니다.
아마 배움의 과정으로 친다면 정말 소닉스는 절정의 배움을 좀 갖지 않을까 하는 생각이 드는데요. 쉬림지 선수에게도 좀 마이크를 넘겨보겠습니다.
So a question for Trendy.
오늘 전체적으로 소닉스의 경기 1매치 불이람 유나이티드 e스포츠와의 교전도 그렇고 마지막 매치 인펜트리와의 교전도 그렇고 어느 정도 피해를 감수하고라도 초반에 교전을 굉장히 적극적으로 하는 모습이 있었는데요. 전략적으로 어떤 이야기를 좀 주고받았는지도 듣고 싶어요.
So the way you guys seem to play in each game, in the first match, the way you guys played against Infantry, Buriram United, and in the last match against Infantry, it seemed like you were ready to take on any risk and played a really attacking kind of performance. What kind of strategies did you guys talk about before the matches today?
Basically, we just talked about playing slow, playing our edge, and just trying to control our area and then take fights based on where we are. So it just happens that we're right next to those teams, so it's fun fighting them. They're really good.
이제 오늘의 경기에서는 저희가 이제 최대한 침착하려고 그런 작전을 더 펼쳤던 것 같고요. 그래서 저희가 차지했던 그런 위치들을 잘 지켜나가고 이제 다른 팀들과 천천히 교전해 나가는 그런 전략을 땄던 것 같습니다.
본인들의 자리를 딱 선정하면 그 자리를 다른 팀에게 절대 내주지 않는 모습도 굉장히 인상 깊었는데요. 마임 선수에게도 마이크를 좀 넘겨볼까요?
A question for Mime.
네, 오늘 두 번째 매치 마임 선수와 티글튼 선수 둘이 살아남아 T1 3명을 정리하고 결국에는 치킨을 가져갔던 매치가 있었습니다. 이 마임 선수가 사실 좀 시선을 끄는 위치였고 오히려 티글튼 선수가 사격을 해서 킬을 만드는 위치였다고 생각을 했는데 킬을 마임 선수가 만들어내는 결과를 만들어내는데 그때 상황이 어땠는지도 좀 들어볼까요?
So there was a moment in the third match where only Mime and Tiggleton, you guys were left, and you managed to eliminate 3 players out of T1. It seemed like the way you guys were positioned, that Mime, you were going to be the one drawing attention, and then Tiggleton was more at the place where he could attack and achieve kill points. But it turned out that you were the one that took the kill points. What was that situation like?
Oh, I mean, we just played confident. I had Flex Gang Tig next to me. I knew when he was up and he got that angle, it just felt right, and everything just played out the way we wanted it to. So.
굉장히 그런 상황에 대해서 이제 자신감이 넘쳤던 게 이제 옆에 이제 믿고 보는 티글튼이 있었기 때문에 좋은 각도가 있다고 확보됐다고 알고 있었고 그래서 그냥 당당하게 계속 임했던 것 같습니다.
그러나 오늘 마지막 매치에서는 T1에게 또 치킨을 내주는 결과가 나오면서 결국 소닉스와 T1 1대1로 좀 오늘 결과를 마무리하게 됐는데요. 만약 내일 또 T1을 다시 한번 만난다면 어떨 것 같은지도 궁금하네요.
And then in the final match today, unfortunately, you had to give up the chicken dinner to T1.
Yeah.
And at the end, you guys had a one-on-one face-off to T1. What do you think it's going to be like when you get to meet with T1 tomorrow during the match?
T1's a great team. I love playing against all of these teams. They're talented. As long as we have, 4 up, we're playing confident, playing as a team together, then it should all play out correctly. So, gotta keep it up.
T1도 너무 뛰어난 팀이라고 생각되고요. 근데 지금 파이널에 있는 모든 팀들이 다 엄청난 실력을 지닌 팀들이기 때문에 이제 저희 팀도 그냥 저희 팀워크 맞춰가면서 손발 맞춰가면서 그냥 평소 하던 대로 임하면 문제 없을 거라고 생각됩니다.
가장 팀 내에서 좀 믿음을 받고 있는 티글튼 선수와도 마지막으로 좀 이야기를 나눠볼까요?
Question for Tiggleton.
현재 이 상위권 팀들의 격차가 굉장히 촘촘합니다. 만약 내일 정말 1킬 1포인트 하나로 순위가 뒤바뀔 수도 있는 상황이 연출될 것 같은데요. 가장 좀 위협이 되는 팀이 있다면 티글튼 선수 개인적으로 어떤 팀을 가장 의식하고 있는지도 궁금해요.
So the point gap amongst the top teams right now are really close. And even a 1 kill point tomorrow could potentially turn the tables. What do you think... 마지막 부분만 잠깐.
가장 티글튼 선수 개인적으로 의식하는 팀이 있다면 어떤 팀인지 궁금합니다.
Is there a specific team that you personally feel threatened by?
I think that we treat all teams equally for the most part. Like, there's no real threat because in a 10-game format, any team can pop off. It just depends who's hot on the day, particularly. Infantry is a very talented team, particularly Longsker, so looking out for them, of course, but it feels good to shut them down in a couple of games.
모든 팀들이 이제 너무 잘하고 있기 때문에 사실 한 팀을 견제한다고 뽑기는 굉장히 어렵고요.
네.
근데 이제 내일도 인펀트리도 굉장한 이제 실력이 있는 팀이라서 특히 롱스커 선수도 되게 잘하는 선수라고 생각합니다. 그래서 이제 내일도 만나는 게 기대가 됩니다.
정말 이제 125만 달러를 걸고 하는 5개의 경기가 남아 있습니다. 우승을 향한 밑그림은 거의 다 완벽하게 그려져 있고요. 5개의 매치 꼼꼼하게 잘 색칠만 한다면 소닉스 최종 우승까지도 바라볼 수 있을 것 같습니다. 현재 상금 랭킹 14위의 소닉스, 내일 5개의 매치 어떨지 마지막으로 계획을 듣고 싶네요.
So today you guys have laid out the rough track to get you a step closer to the $1.25 million prize tomorrow. And you guys are ranked number 14 with your prize money. How are you guys going to be preparing for tomorrow's game?
Well, there's obviously a lot of pressure on the games because it's only 5 games tomorrow, and it is a lot of money. So we're just going to look to maximize our points in every single game. Again, it's a 10-game format. Anything can happen, but every kill matters. We're going to play like that, and hopefully we come out on top.
내일 모든 매치에 이제 다 아까 말했던 것처럼 한 포인트가 다 중요하기 때문에 이제 매 매치마다 킬 포인트를 얻을 수 있는 건 다 얻을 것 같고요. 부담감이 상당한 것도 당연한 거고 그리고 그만큼 상금도 굉장히 높기 때문에 많이 부담이 되지만 그래도 침착하게 준비할 것 같습니다.
긴장의 끈을 놓지 않고 과연 내일 이 순위를 지킬 수 있을지 기대하도록 하겠습니다. 소닉스 선수들 인터뷰 고맙습니다.
Thank you.
자, 이렇게 해서
All right, welcome back. Thanks for the interview. Congratulations to the Sonics for finishing off in #1 today. But before we wrap up, we're always trying some new stuff. So we've got here at PGI S some new technology we want to give a shot to, a little new overview, a way to look at the map. So we're going to pull it up, and we're going to go back to match #4, gentlemen. FaZe, STK, and MCG finished it out. So we'll go ahead and play the game. We got it in 10x time. As we get rolling, so we can kind of go over everyone's drop spots, as well as break down how that win ultimately came to be. Now, we want to cover the rotations. That, first off, if you're the teams that are making the move here, Godspeed, when you see that circle pop and you are, say, Team FaZe or your STK, what sort of goes through your head? How do you plan that rotation?
Well, I mean, if you're FaZe, the first thing you're thinking, especially if you're going to cross on the west, is the fact that infantry does like to bridge camp, and they have in the past, right? They've stopped those teams before, and so generally what you'd want to do as FaZe is you want to loot up, you want to get as much gear as possible, and then you potentially go on the east bridge late, or you scout the west bridge, and ultimately you want to see if, if anyone is actually going to camp that to cross.
Makes sense. You can see the team starting to make their transitions now. FaZe does exactly what you say. They do the east bridge. Don't mess with infantry, despite the fact that infantry had no real interest in being there in the first place. But they leave, and now we can see the rotations. Everybody kind of takes those spots into the mid game. We'll jump ahead just a little bit, but this is to say there's a lot of talk, Hypoc, about winners catch the circle. They sort of, it's ending where it started. These are the top 3 teams from this match, and none of them started anywhere close to this circle.
No, and I mean, ultimately this comes down to this is a very, very center focus in terms of positioning. Once the circle 1 pops, because so many teams are outside of it just due to the nature of drop locations, everybody's looking for the least congested area, right? So ultimately SDK able to wrap into the north for free, and actually FaZe have to obviously come in either the south or the east and pick the lesser of 2 evils, I'll be honest. But the fact that so many teams try to center up here, FaZe somehow slipped their way into Radio Tower. And right here, I mean, if you look at it, they have great access to the next few circles, right? And all of this congestion towards the center, it kind of comes to a head over on the west side of the swamp by MCG.
And that's sort of where we want to kind of jump into this thing. You see MCG. Let's pull up a little drawing so we can frame them out. Oh, my pen's not working, boys, so we'll just keep moving forward here. And there, oh, it's a little delayed. So MCG out here in the swamp location will continue to, you can see my drawings catching up now. We'll sort of have the pole position, and we will see over the course of the next extension, DXG comes in to contest them. STK sort of solidifies their spot, but ultimately, it does come down to that area. And so here's the question now. As you are looking at this, I want to ask you guys, because you're the competitive players, STK up there by the coast, FaZe in a very similar position. It seems like they both basically went to the same spot. Is that because that is sort of the accepted way to play it, Hypoc? What makes it so that both of these 2 teams here make essentially the same transition into these spots?
I mean, we've got to look at the playing path, and then obviously it's all about anticipating kind of team tendencies, right? I think both FaZe and SDK are going to read into the fact that lots of teams will look to center up on this, because this is, arguably a circle you don't want to come late to, especially across circles 1 and 2. And we're actually now seeing kind of the byproduct of that. Yes, we get a couple of favorable shifts back towards the east, but you see that there's almost no pressure. I mean, ironically, it's only really SDK that are in a position to pressure FaZe, but they both become the victors of the north here. Again, you can see Tiamba, one of the last teams actually to come in from the west. And right here, I mean, if you look at what's actually in the north half of this circle, if we were to draw a line through that, none of it is playable. Everybody on the edge that's forced down, they have to settle to the south, because that's where the playable spots are on foot.
And another interesting thing just to point out real quick is if you look what SDK did actually on the northwest, and I love this play. I was talking to Hypoc while it happened. SDK had the option to play that little shack. It's like a radio tower right where just to the west of where Luke is and their team is where Zenith died, but they didn't. What they actually did is they waited for the teams in front of them to fill that, take the fight, and then they knew that coming into that position is much better than holding it. And so they let those teams go there, and then they essentially just took over the position afterwards. Really great play from SDK.
So we kind of keep seeing that progression going forward. Popped up a few looks at utility, so you guys can kind of see what everyone's going into those final fights with. Go ahead.
I was just about to say, and you make a really interesting point. The fact that FaZe have no pressure whatsoever. I was talking about this after the game. This is where FaZe kind of secured this victory, right? They were so proactive. They left Gustav back in this anchor position where they know there's going to be nobody's going to look to pressure this northwest side, right? It's all dead space. It's no man's land. So you have 8C, Uber, and Fuzzface all looking for a central position. And I mean, look at this. Look at how much of the circle they're actually controlling. And once we then look at it, they're not getting into fights. So they come to the end game with all the utility in the world. I mean, STK renowned for being the kings of utility. And look at the comparison.
Yeah, I mean, that's absolutely true. It is nice to be able to see that utility. Also worth noting, DXG at this stage of the game has almost nothing left in terms of their ability to sort of take these fights because of having to fight off and take over what is a high-value location, Godspeed. And on top of that, if we look, I believe I can show it with this new stuff that we've got here. Items.
Show me.
We can also see as the fight goes on that STK starts to shed helmets and vests, as will DXG and the other teams, because if you're caught in these constant fights, you're going to be at a big loss. FaZe, on the other hand, is coming in clean as day, man.
That's true,
Squeaky
but
clean.
to give it up to squeaky clean, in fact, is a good point. But to give it up to DXG, they held that off from Sonics as well as MCG. At the end, it was Long K that eventually went out the building and got that really disgusting double before getting taken out by STK. But yeah, that was a really tough position. You saw the way that the teams wanted to converge on the map, and DXG held it off as long as possible until eventually, it was STK with a third party and MCG to clean it up.
I mean, and even as we get to the final showdown here, you brought it up earlier, Hypoc. We've got some smokes on Penta and a molly on Alo, and on the other side, Uba's got mollies. We've got plenty of smokes on Fuzz. Lots of potential to move around the map. Ultimately, I don't think they had to, but FaZe, if you look at this, 2 nades on Gustav, like they're prepared for just about anything that would come their way. I mean, is there a way when you look at sort of the resources that they have that you can see STK coming? Could they have made a better choice and somehow won this?
I mean, there's definitely a chance. The fact that Fuzzface early on in this was pressuring away with nades, and we saw him throwing quite a few over towards Alo. Alo was obviously the forward man for STK, but this is the byproduct of a good circle read, right? I mean, Martin's probably loving watching this back. Avenger, I know he's definitely appreciative of this one, but this just comes down to mid-game circle control. And like I said, crowd control, honestly. It's kind of shepherding SDK and MCG down to the south side of the circle, and FaZe is just able to spread.
And you got to love, like, the final shot still proves it. 8C never over-engaged with that. A lot of times I feel like when we see these kind of final fights, the wheels come off, everyone starts yelling, he's there, push, push, push. 8C controlled the flank, made sure there was no threats from the other side, and never got caught up in that sort of bloodlust play the edge. So FaZe, great job there, and that is why a lot of us consider them to be, I don't want to say one of the, I'll say it, one of the greatest PUBG
they are one of the
organizations of all time. They really, really are. So great stuff from them, guys. Great stuff from you. Thank you so much for putting up with our new technology. I think I like it. I think we got a lot of potential here, so I was having some fun trying it out for the first time. Let us know what you guys think. And that's pretty much it for today. Now, before we leave, I like to do final thoughts with the two of you. So give me your final thoughts on today as we prepare for the final day and the $1.2 million first prize tomorrow.
I'll start.
I guess I'll start. Oh, no, you start. Yeah, go for it.
Gen G leaving the door wide open. End.
Yeah. Gen G leaving the door wide open, and NA just coming and kicking that bad boy down. Let's go. It's been a hell of a day at PUBG, man. I can't wait for tomorrow.
All right, I'm in the same boat. I think a lot of us came in saying Gen G, Gen G, Gen G, and now we're saying where is Gen G as Gen give it up for everyone else to move ahead. NA has a great day, but EU is on their heels, and never count out Infantry or MCG. Come back tomorrow, same time, same place. It's going to be a ton of fun. It's going to be exciting. There's a ton of money on the line. And until we see you tomorrow, remember, play more PUBG.